电子竞技只能拿冠军，电子竞技只有冠军这一条选择。
And they are styling, and this is almost a mentality check, if anything, coming out from DKG, just saying this is what we can do to you in game 1. Just imagine how it's going to be in game 2.
我觉得我们就是破晓杯的冠军，我相信 DKG 可以打败 DK， 就是整体比 RY 强吧。我觉得在这次比赛开始之前，我就觉得我们 DKG 会是冠军。祝我们的对手好运吧，因为他们需要好运。
我们并不惧怕 DKG， 相反，我们更期待能跟在 DKG 的正面对抗中拿下这次比赛的冠军。和熟悉的队伍打，可能就是怎么说呢？就可能会考虑的更多，如何在对局中进行一些针对。DKG 我们看到了你们弱点，然后我们也会抓住你们的弱点、你们的失误，然后来影响明天比赛的胜利。TT 这一路走过来非常的坎坷，但是我觉得我们值得拿下这些胜利，值得获得拿下这场比赛的冠军。
The honor of being first anything is something no one can take away. And in Singapore today, either Dakun Gaming or ThunderTalk will shape destiny and become the first team to win an international title in Wild Rift. Welcome to the Grand Finals, everyone. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, excited to bring you this best of 7 series alongside TJ and Riku. TJ.
I'm so excited. I remember 4 years ago, I was at an event for a different mobile esport, and all the players were sitting around, and we'd heard rumors, whispers, that League of Legends Mobile was going to get made by Riot. And we're all sitting around going, do you think we can play in League of Legends? Do you think they'll have esports? And I am delighted to get to be here to watch the first international final.
And look at us now. Riku.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's crazy too, looking back when, I was invited to the League 10 event and they announced Wild Rift for the very first time in Singapore. And look here now, the very first international esports event for Wild Rift is also in Singapore. And I think that's lovely.
All right. Hey, in the Horizon Cup, we've zoomed past our fair share of games, and I want to make sure that we relish the journey that these two teams took. And first up, it's the story of Dakun Gaming.
A team that we've been hearing about since the Summer Super Cup, when the top Southeast Asian teams were scrimming a Chinese community team and apparently getting destroyed. DKG were the first team to qualify for the Horizon Cup via China's open qualifier, the Spark Invitational. Their blueprint has evolved since then, but it hasn't changed. This is a team first, built around their best coordination and map play in the world.
And on the other side, there's ThunderTalk, a team you may remember as the Sino Dragons in the LPL. They made it to the Horizon Cup out of the WPL qualifier, but this lineup is literally premiered at this tournament here, Riku.
Exactly. I mean, before the Horizon Cup even started, there were a lot of question marks on how they were going to perform due to the roster changes. On top of their new jungler and duo lane, Feibai and Z swapped lanes, which makes the entire dynamic of ThunderTalk completely different from what we saw domestically. Fast forward, questions were answered during the group stage, and even yesterday during the semifinals, they're still a terrifying team to go up against despite the massive changes. 4-0ing everyone in Group B, 3-2'd RY yesterday, and now they are at the grand finals.
Well, Riku, that's ThunderTalk's story and how they got here, but what about their playstyle? Let's dive on in.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we see ThunderTalk make proactive moves in the early game is because of their tower-hungry playstyle. From what we saw in their closest series ever yesterday, which was against RY Rolster, plates and structures is what solidifies their lead. That's why there are times where they would draft compositions together that doesn't make much sense in a 5v5 standpoint, but it does make sense when we look at the 1-4, the 2-2-1s even, and as well as the 1-3-1. They will herd you to different points of the map, push waves, win skirmishes, and then they take towers down. And how do they get to that state is pretty straightforward. Chris is going to be on a ganking heavy jungler like the new nor the Lee Sin to enable lane advantage for his teammates. ThunderTalk now has the space to work around either jungle invades or tower dives to set up Rift Scuttler or Rift Herald control rather. And because of that play style, they're a team that will willingly exchange the first 2 dragons of the game as long as they're able to secure the Rift Heralds.
Now, thank you for that breakdown, Riku. And TJ, we're not the only ones on today's broadcast. The 2 men who walked their walk with Latigris on the Singapore set are going to talk their talk right now. Brandon and Omo, what's the vibe like in Singapore, brothers?
Omo, Avert your gaze. Don't
I
look
am.
at this.
I'm not looking. I do not want to see what's on your screen right now.
But it was still incredibly fun to get to be on the stage where the players have been. Well, we've had so many teams, so many amazing teams play out their matches. And now we're just down to the final two. And ladies and gents, well, we got a chance to talk to them a little bit earlier on. They seem super confident, relaxed, composed. I'm loving the energy that they have. And I think this is going to be an amazing series.
It is. The atmosphere here is electric. There's no gas, there's no audiences, so you guys are just going to have to take our word for it. I think we're in for some really exciting games, and I can't wait to get started.
Absolutely. It actually feels like such a short time ago. You know,
Yeah.
we were just getting in here. You know, we just came down to the live venue, and now we're already towards the end. It's the final hallmark, that best of 7. You know, to determine the winners of the Horizon Cup.
The best teams in the world to determine who is the best in the entire world. And you know what, Brandon? I can't wait to get started on that. So if our analyst does, if you guys are watching this, get it done with real quick. I want to get into the games.
Yeah, I'm actually going to hold a invisible knife to the back of Almost back here. So if we don't get to go back soon, I'm going to stab him with it. Actually, it's gotta get close as is.
You know, if you tell them that, they're never going to cut back.
They just want to see you get shanked on broadcast. Well, I think it's lovely that we get to have all this happening here. But I think that's it from us over on the Singapore side. We're going to toss it back to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break this one down and to hype you guys up even more as we get ready for this final BO7.
I know this was something we talked about when Grandin, Omo, and actually Riku and I were all doing the SEA Championship together. I would say, you know, Omo, go out there and kill it. And he'd say, kill who? And now we have the answer.
Well, yeah, we do. I did want to say, you guys look great. Love the vest there, Big G. All right. Time to dive into the final with the faces of their respective teams. Hueba for DKG and Z for ThunderTalk. My question for both of my fantastic analysts are, how do you hit these teams at the heart of what makes them so good? So let's start with Hueba. How does ThunderTalk approach this power farming jungler here, Riku?
I think it's going to be very, very spicy. The jungle matchup, because when we look at these two players, they have contrasting styles on how to get gold leads. You know, Huiba's goal is to min-max power farming, while Chris is there for ThunderTalk to enable the tower farming. Yesterday against RY, he had 4 Lee Sin games and 1 Nunu game. And both of these champions are, you know, great for not only ganking lanes early, but securing objectives as well. Since it's crucial to get towers down in the early game, Chris is always ready to attempt a steal on a Rift Herald, even if they don't have positional advantage or even at the cost of his life. And on the other side of the spectrum, you know, this puts Huiba to a decision to either counter-gank to relieve pressure for his teammates, or just to continue farm as is and stick to their guns with farm, and fight after.
And I think a big part of that was Chris's Lee Sin. Like we saw that yesterday in their match versus Rolster, where Chris was able to get out early and execute on jungle pathing that was designed to inject gold into their carries, the early scraps. You see, here in one of the most brutal lane phase ganks I've ever seen, they zoned the Rolster bottom lane off of their turret, and they just had to back here. They didn't catch any of these minions that just crashed into the turret. And if ThunderTalk repeat that here, there's a big question to ask of Hueva, which is, do you abandon that farm play style that Riku was setting up? Do you save the lane? Or do you stick to your guns, let your laners die, let them fall drastically behind, and perhaps get out of the game before it even begins?
Yeah, the big question, DKG, can they hold up with that pressure? And again, a lot of people will look at that scoreline from the last game and against Rolster and say, well, they didn't die in that early laning phase, but the amount of gold they lost in that process was almost worth the death there. So it was pretty crazy. Now, Riku, how do they go about finding the solution? How do you find the solution against Hueba if you're ThunderTalk?
Yeah, I mean, if we're just wanting to deal with Hueba early, aside from the Lee Sin and the Nunu that we talked about, for active picks, we're looking towards the Vi yesterday. Team Secret brought that out up against DKG. You basically just reach level 5, you have Assault and Battery, and you have a point and press CC to lock Hueba down. Another alternative could be Camille. Basically, practically does the same thing, but provides you with better scaling. What I'm looking at towards reactive picks, though, I'm looking at Lulu. she's definitely not as popular as the other enchanters like the Nami and the Janna, but if DKG is gonna run double assassin again, like the Zed or the Kha'Zix and the Rengar in the jungle, Lulu is super great with a polymorph to punish an all-in, and you also have Wild Growth to deny damage burst. The utility also empowers your solo laners, especially if Z is on a carry pick.
Well, that was the game plan for ThunderTalk. Now I want to flip the script, and we have arguably the strongest laner in the entire tournament in Z for ThunderTalk. So how does DKG push the snooze button on one of the greatest laners in the tournament?
Well, we saw one team do it already, and that was Sengoku, the Japanese team, during the group stage. They took a game off of ThunderTalk, and they did it through exactly what you're seeing on screen right now. Hark and Rush, their strong mid-lane duo, right off the bat started challenging Z and bullying him as much as possible in the middle of the map. And best case scenario, that gives you a whole lot of gold over Z in particular. Worst case scenario, he at the very least needs to play passive, needs to stay safe behind turret, and doesn't get a gold lead that allows him to play those assassin carries and one-shot you in the mid-game.
Exactly, and it has something to do with the setup, because when we look at Huiba's picks, he will always be on a carry jungler, so reliable CC will not be in his kit. So to shut down Z, Yo should be on a utility with early engage like, what, Twisted Fate Gold card, Galio Justice Punch into the taunt, or maybe even the Diana Moonfall to pair better with Huiba. But if Yo is not going through that route, maybe he's gonna go Zed. You can always take advantage of the chaos during team fights and skirmishes, and use every single death mark on towards Z, so he's forced to play defensively. And of course, add Emo in that recipe, especially when he's on the Rakan, and Z will definitely fear for his life.
So it sounds like it's a lot of focus onto slowing down what we all consider one of the best, if not the best player in the tournament in the mid lane. Is that possible? Are they going to be able to do it?
Well, I think the Sengoku series is a really good blueprint for how to do it.
Sure.
But you will notice, of course, they lost that series. Sengoku, despite being able to get out onto the map early, kill Z very early in lane, didn't keep him out of the late game. Because Z, as we've talked about many times, is a former top laner. And that means he is not afraid at all to just return to his roots in the mid game, leave the mid lane to whatever is going on in the rest of the map, and farm the side lanes. And we had, in particular, a very terrifying Zed game where he got killed, I think, 3 times in the first 5 minutes.
Yep.
And if you're a Zed and you're that far behind, you should not be able to play Zed because you won't have the assassin damage that's necessary to one-shot people. But he just went over to a side lane nobody was paying attention to, got given all the farm by his team, came back into the mid-late game, and had the damage necessary to win fights, popped off, and delivered a win. So it's a 2-step process. Yes, focus him in lane like Sengoku did, but unlike Sengoku did, Daka need to keep track of Z in the mid-game and make sure he can't repair any damage that's dealt to him.
Yeah, I really like how you brought that up, TJ, because when we look at the RY series from yesterday with ThunderTalk, despite Z getting 2 deaths at the early game, he still manages to be the highest gold amount in the entire game, and he's always doing that with what you just mentioned, always farming the side lanes if things don't work out too well. And the fact that, again, when we look at the bans, there's constant focus on Baron lane bans that as well as jungle bans. So, you know, he sticks to his gun sometimes. He will be able to play those control mages and play safe like the Orianna and just manage the waves well.
Y'all, this is going to be a ton of fun to watch. So now let's take a look at where your loyalties lie as we pull up the MasterCard fan predictions. And this is the closest matchup of the tournament, according to you all at home, as only 52% of you think DKG will pull this one out. This one's pretty close, so time to get to predictions real quick. Sorry, we got to get going because they're ready to go in Singapore. So Riku, you first. Who you got?
It's going to be 4-3 DKG. I think it's going to be incredibly close.
All right, 4-3, yeah?
First of all, you're denying me the opportunity to argue with Twitch chat. I'm very upset about that. Second of all, it's going to be 4-1. DKG are going to clean this up with the exception of maybe one game where Z gets out of lane strong.
All right, so both DKG here on the desk. Only one team's name can be etched into the history books as the first ever Wild Rift winner. Will it be DKG or will it be ThunderTalk? Time to find out. Y'all sit back and enjoy the first ever Wild Rift Horizon Cup.
电竞竞只有冠军这一条选择。
尽量打好自己的吧，我觉得。
在这次比赛开始之前，我就觉得我们 DKG 会是冠军。
GT 这一路走过来非常的坎坷，但是我觉得我们值得拿下这些胜利，值得拿下这场比赛的冠军。
因为我们打比赛只是为了冠军去打。
DKG, they have looked phenomenal throughout this entire tournament.
ThunderTalk, with only 2 of their original 5, they have not only survived that hardship, I think they have grown during it.
就是发挥自己最大的实力，然后和队友一起拿下这次的冠军。
TKG 在我心里应该是战无不胜的吧。
祝我们的对手好运，因为他们需要好运。
Dakun Gaming are ready. ThunderTalk Gaming are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready because we're moving into the final best of 7 series in the Horizon Cup. And Omo, I cannot express with words, even though that's my job, I cannot express with words how excited I am for this series.
Well, the camera's not going to pan to us, so you better be able to express with your words because our facial expressions are not going to cut it. Now, if you look at the teams on the stage right now, I think we can see a bit of difference in terms of their mindset, in terms of their confidence coming into this. In Dakun's workout, you saw how confident they were. 4-0, they were hand signaling it to us.
I mean, that's just the confidence you need, right?
Yeah.
Going into this one, even in yesterday's matches, when they had their opponents, they knew for a fact that they were going to go into the finals. It was a matter of when, not if.
And it wasn't even that long. It took them 4 games to do it. They're hoping to close today out in 4 games as well. Just to keep everyone reminded, this is going to be a best of 7. So we've got possibly quite a few games coming to you guys. And when we were having the interview with Z yesterday, he did say he doesn't know if they can win it today, but he knows he's going to give us a show and he's going to try to bring it to all 7 games here.
Well, let's see how things start out because immediately we start to see some bands that are looking a little bit Z-focused, making sure that there's nothing on the table for ThunderTalk. And for transparency, Dakun Gaming won the coin flip and picked the red side.
Yeah, so 2 things for us to keep note here in terms of the draft. Dakun Gaming, what did we see from Team Secret yesterday? They identified you have to ban away the Riven, and that's exactly what Dakun Gaming is going to do right here. Sorry, not Team Secret, it's going to be KT Roaster actually. Doesn't quite matter. And on the side of TT, you have to protect Feibai, banning away Fiora and Camille, giving your top laner the best chance he has to succeed here today in the grand finals.
Especially because Feibai is likely going to be the one that's going to have to deal with the pressure coming from Huibai and YK. The 2 of them move so well in tandem, and immediately we get some strong pickups. It's the Lee Sin paired with the Zed. Get that away from the hands of Z, you have to take it away right away.
Yeah, so ThunderTalk's priority here, they say if Ziggs is off the table, Varus is the next best pick. We know you're not going to ban that. We lock that in for ourselves. But Grandin, you already know how I feel about the Zed. I think this champion is the highest priority mid laner here for a reason. And with Riven banned away, what is he going to pull out against Yo on that Zed? That's the big question mark here for me.
We saw surprisingly low win rate for Diana in yesterday's games, despite the fact that he was in the top the top half, even at the top quarter of all champions picked in yesterday's matches, we saw it have a surprisingly low win rate. It just wasn't able to have the impact of an assassin like Zed does.
Yeah, so in the DKG series, Diana actually did manage to win some games. Yo piloted that one very well, but keep in mind, in the ThunderTalk series, Diana lost every single game. And is that the answer to Zed here? That's what I'm curious about. DKG, they've shown two very mobile champions to start off the draft. And the answer from ThunderTalk is we're going to use a lot of CC, a lot of point-and-click CC that you can't dodge out on to keep you locked down.
But Dakun Gaming gonna respond with their special. It's that Garen flex pick.
Oh,
does it go into the Baron lane or does it go into the support role? Nobody quite knows. And that's why it was banned out against them in the previous matches. They're also going to pull in the brand now. And an interesting pickup considering not much play in the competition and now in the finals.
Yeah, well, I think that these two teams have been screaming at each other, and you see that come true here as well. Brand pick, which they both have shown that they're capable of piloting, and this Diana pick, we did touch on it a little bit, didn't do too well in the ThunderTalk series yesterday, but Z says, you know what, maybe I'm ready to pull that one out again.
We're both different. He's not human, he's a machine.
He isn't. Yeah, but I have a little suggestion here. We might see something a bit spicy. We might see a Renekton mid and a Diana top. It's a feeling I'm getting, but I'm not too certain.
All right, let's see how this one's going to play out because DKG still have that final pick, so they can decide where they want this Garen to go. Still quite open, a lot of options available to them. ThunderTalk going to lock in that Galio, round off the composition. They have a lot of mobility, a lot of team fighting potential, and a lot of point-and-click CC.
Yeah, so what does ThunderTalk team comp? What do they want to do right now? They want to dive into you, and Galio in that context fulfills two purposes. When you're diving into a team comp with a brand, he's gonna burn you up. He's gonna do a lot of magic damage. The Galio allows you to both dive in successfully and give you a magic damage shield to make sure you don't burn to death when you're trying to dive into DKG. There we go. What is this gonna be from DKG? Granted, I think you know, I know. Let the viewers at home know what it's gonna be.
We'll give you guys a couple of seconds to soak that in.
Yeah, what is this draft here from DKG?
I'm pretty sure you guys back home know what this is. You see this in your solo queue games. It's Garen support.
Yeah, I think it's extremely likely we're gonna see the Garen support come in here from Emo. Of course, we can never be 100% sure until we get into the game, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna see YK on the Darius, and that means it's gonna be a brand Garen bot lane to start off game 1 of the Grand Finals.
And that all so important first match. We saw what happened. ThunderTalk won the first two in the series against KT Roaster, and we're at risk of getting reverse sweep, but they pulled through in the end. They won that 5th game. DKG want to close it out in 4th. They have to get this first one going. And while looking at the compositions overall, looking like an easy one to execute for ThunderTalk, but a much more complicated one for DKG.
Yeah, you do need some finesse if you're playing on the side of DKG. Your Zed, your Lee Sin especially, these two picks need to be able to execute here on the Grand Final stage. But if you look beyond that, Garen, Brand, Darius, these are all pretty simple champions to execute on, and I think these champions all do extremely well into dive comp that ThunderTalk are trying to run here as well. So it comes down to, can DKG identify correctly what their team comp needs to do? Let them come into us, we're gonna burn them alive, and Darius and Garen are gonna chop them up.
Would you say that normal you need to look past the horizon?
I didn't want to go there. This is a grand final. I wanted to come in with a bit of poise and professionalism. But that's all gone now. Out the window.
Absolutely. Toss it out. We don't need that. This is a match between Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk. Two teams, both hailing from the Chinese region. Absolute powerhouses coming into this one. A bit of a black box. We didn't know quite what to expect. We knew they were up in the top 4, but we didn't know they were going to be this dominant. And over the course of the competition, they have proven themselves as the best of the best. And the last one to stand at the end of this will be the first champions of the Horizon Cup. Let's get things started here, Omo.
We're going to game 1, looking at the draft, looking at the spread. It looks like no one wants to flip the game 1 of a grand final. We're going to see a pretty standard start here. Now, YK as well as Yo, they're going to start in mid lane. You want to keep Z down. Expect this to be a recurring trend and a recurring pattern throughout the series. So you start this one off, 2 members pushing mid. The Diana already has a hard time contesting the level 1 wave. He's going to have an even harder time with YK there as well.
Well, for you guys back at home, if you guys want to get into the action, go and link your Prime Gaming account to your Wild Rift account to get that random skin chest. What are you waiting for? Get that free loot, get that free merch, and while you're in there, make sure to complete all the extra quests as well. Arcane quests going on, all that free good stuff, so make sure to get that done. back to the game here, Omo. I want to talk a little bit about what Hoiba is doing because he's been the focal point for us in so many of these matches. His Graves, his Jacks have been amazing. Now this Lee Sin, a bit different from what we've generally seen.
Yeah, the draft has been so spicy, we didn't even get a chance to touch on Hoiba playing Lee Sin. Yesterday when we were talking to our analysts, we were doing a bit of preparation here, we said, what do we expect from Hoiba? He's going to farm, he's going to scale, he's going to be the carry. But in game 1, he's coming in aggressive. He's saying, I can set the tempo here. I just didn't need to until now.
Well, an interesting move coming through from Hoiba is going to end up collecting the cam, though actually goes over to Chris, but a lot of damage starting wave, resonating strike, but it's Chris with the execute for first blood to ThunderTalk.
And we immediately hear the shouts, or the cheers, the elation coming from ThunderTalk because they know how important this is. If you want to shut down DKG, it starts by shutting down Hoiba. First blood for Chris. That's why you pick the Vi. She's a strong duelist. She's simple to execute. Don't allow Hoiba a chance to outplay you. Just punch him in the face.
And just like that, almost 1,000 gold up over Hoiba. His role throughout the competition in their own regional league was to deny the enemy jungler. Now he's the one that has denied himself. Play yourself. So Dakun Gaming, a bit of a back foot as they start this game off. They do manage to... Now actually looking at this, I believe that's going to be double Skull Crab to ThunderTalk.
Well, they were trying to do it, but I think the call came in from Chris to just back off. He wants to get his buy-in. He wants to make sure his tempo is secure. And I like what Chris is doing here. He's trying to give a bit of space to Faber.
Okay, well, let's take a look back at this one again, because it's typical Hoiba. He's going for your jungle camps. He's looking to get the pick off.
Yeah, but the Vi shield comes up just in time, and I think that's something Hoiba didn't account for. He didn't expect that to happen. I think we might have even missed the kill while looking at this replay. There we go. YK gets dropped as well. And what did we say is the key for ThunderTalk? You need to make sure Faber is secure. If he gets into the mid game, this guy knows how to team fight. He knows how to play the game. You just need to make sure his lane is secure against some of the best Baron laners here at the tournament.
Well, that's going to be a nice move from Chris. They don't go for that bomb side Skull Crab. Instead, put the pressure once again on that Baron lane. YK is going to drop early on.
Yeah, I love how cheeky this gank is as well. They identify the timing correctly. Very brilliantly timed it. He hits level 5. I think they had no idea on the side of Dakun Gaming that Chris was already level 5. Because the way you judge your opponent jungle's EXP, you look at your own jungler and you kind of gauge it based off that. Because Hoiba did drop, so why Chris, he's going to be so ahead. He was 2 levels ahead just a second ago. And yesterday, TJ said that Chris had what it took to shut down Hoiba. I thought he was crazy, but it turned out he might be a genius.
This might be the start of that. This might be ThunderTalk's start towards that reign, towards that control over the game in the series. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, Omo, because I don't want to discount the fact that we have this Zed pick still available. And one of its key points is when it gets that first item, as well as when it gets into the late game. With all that CDR, it's able to shred through tanks, it's able to kill off the backline carries.
And I think this is the point you raised as well, right? The Cyrilda's Grudge does 2 things. The Last Whisper component makes you cut through the armor of the tanks, as well as the passive. You slow everybody, and you can't discount how important that actually is. Now, Chris, he has the Triforce picked up. Keep in mind, that is not a cheap item. This guy, 100% kill participation for ThunderTalk. He wants to get the first objective of the series here as well.
That's a Triforce gap. That's the power of having a Triforce. But Hoiba, he's in here looking to try and contest. Gets caught by the taunt up and won't be able to finish that one off. Emo comes in now, has a lot of true damage, and will ultimately take down Chris. Rift Herald goes over the Dakun Gaming. We're stolen it away. That sacrifice would not be in vain as Dakun Gaming managed to escape by stealing away that Rift Herald.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the presence of mind from Emo, if he did what I thought he did, is actually really brilliant. He used the Demacian Justice to execute the Rift Herald. Let's take a look at the X replay and see exactly if I'm correct here. Now, keep in mind, Hoiba, he's getting a bit too aggressive. We talked about this in Champ Select. The draft of ThunderTalk just wants to lock down the mobile champions. Now pay attention to Emo really quickly here. He comes in, goes for the X. Oh, it wasn't X. He goes for that. He just hit the eye. He goes for the eye. I thought it was something fancy, but he just walks in and hits the eye a single time. All right, that works, but keep a lookout for this dragon.
Well, fight starts once again. Emo's gonna get caught out, but look at that difference. Now that he's had the goal to pick up that Goggle Snowblade, so very tanky. ThunderTalk are able to recover with the dragon.
And Grandin, ThunderTalk right now, I never thought I would say this. They are in full control of this game 1. Amazing stuff from Chris.
Very strong start from them. Chris has been a very important part of how they got this early game lead. Let's take a look at this Rift Herald up to the top side, because I think this one could actually end up converting into more.
You know, I think I think supports are just not used to the timing of when you pop the Rift Herald, because supports are not really often the ones who pick up the Rift Herald. So that one, it was a bit of an overkill on a turret that was already dead. Emo didn't exactly calculate it too well. Doesn't get the second charge. It's a bit wasted.
Nice.
Yeah, it would have been nice. But you got to keep in mind that was just a bonus here for DKG. They lost the fight. It's just that Emo managed to steal the Rift Herald. So that's nice. But keep in mind the way the game state is playing out right now, it's still extremely close. And when we talk about Dakun Gaming, this is exactly what we say. They always know where to get gold. You look away for a second, and they're even in gold. They are ahead in gold before you even know it. And this is, it looks like what's happening yet again.
And to reinforce that point, Yo's in the side lane.
Yeah.
It's only 6 minutes into the game, but he's already identified, I can be in the side lane, I can share the jungle with Huiba, and I can also push this one now. The minute Feibai walks forward, clears out that wave, Yo's gonna be right there.
Yeah, but the problem for Yo right now is that his jungler is not able to help him. The way we saw Zed have success was when he had a partner to play around. You know, just as I say that, Huiba goes.
You say that, but looking at it again, Huiba is actually not going to find anything just yet. Nice damage coming through. Z's going to flash away, but the damage will come across. And what was said about not having a jungler?
Well, you can never look down on Huiba. You can never underestimate what he can output in a game, in a big stage game like this one. And I gotta give props to Z as well. You nearly went for the big outplay, that dodging on so many spells. Win gets caught though.
Yeah, it's a good pickup in the mid side. ThunderTalk will use this opportunity to push the lanes out. I want to very quickly.
That's not the top laner, by the way.
That's not the barrel laner. That's just a support. He's able to deal with your barrel laner by himself. That's the power of the Garen.
Yeah.
I actually want to talk about this a little bit, because Dakun Gaming, look at this. Most of the damage comes from physical damage.
Yeah.
And because of that, Z's gone for both the steel plated caps and for the arm guard.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really smart choice here from Z. So two things you gotta think about. Brand does an amazing amount of magic damage, so if he's your sole AP source, you're generally happy. But Feibai,
This is a little bit crazy. Feibai walks into 3v1, even on the turret. It's still pretty risky. Ultimately coming through from S12K is looking to pull back YK. They get the taunt off, but that's a Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike, the kick to finish him off. A little bit too wild, even under your turret.
a little bit too wild even by their standards, and he might get two.
S12K is going to get caught out. That's the power of the Garen support.
Z falls in the side lane as well. What's going on here?
I can't catch all this action. Almost too many things are going on at once. DKG has somehow pulled the lead back despite TT's advantage in the early game.
And all of a sudden, it's a bloodbath here, Grandin. We said TT, they found the lead. They found the advantages. It seemed like they shut down Huiba. But what did I say? You look away from DKG for just a second, and they will get kills. I don't know if you want this play here, Azure.
Well, exhaust onto Azure means he's going to have a tough time running away. Has that heal. Emo has his number, though. And a little bit more damage will take him down, but no ultimate for the Garen. Omo, I want to bring this back to Riku's point. Farm, fight. Which phase are we at?
We're definitely at the 5-5-5 phase right now. The farming phase is only gonna last 3 minutes or so when these two teams face off. They want blood, they want to contest every single objective, and they're not gonna give this Herald up without a fight.
Well, Dakun Gaming got this Herald the first time around. ThunderTalk maybe want to set their sights to kind of repay the favor. It's going to be a difficult fight to take as Dakun Gaming start to build up the lead. Yo's going to come in first.
Nice, John, yes.
Basically a good amount of utility from ThunderTalk. Look at the fight breakthrough. Dakun Gaming corralled them into a choke point. YK gets the first pick off, but it's not going to be enough. A lot of damage still available for TT. Azure's going to go down though. Yo comes in and a triple kill comes across for Azure.
And just like that, DKG, they take the team fight. They take control of the game. And Azure, you have to keep in mind, he's so ahead right now. He has 5 kills, but because he got greedy on the play in the mid lane, he tried to flash onto Yo. He wasn't able to utilize that flash in this Herald team fight. And if we take a look at the replay of that one, I can already tell you what's going to happen here. TT, they run into the Brand. I can guarantee you that the Brand just burned them alive. Take a look at Wynn's positioning. He kites back very well. He gets a huge spread on Pyroclasm. He gets multiple procs of his passive off. And with that in mind, it just makes it so easy for Emo and YK to clean up the fight. Dragon gets started for DKG right now.
We never have time to go through any replays.
It's just fight.
Every time we go through a replay, the next piece of action happens. Dakun Gaming start up the Dragon. Chris leads the engage. S12K is here to follow up though. Z also comes with a Moonfall. Unfortunately for them, DKG have their number. A lot still left in the tank. They fight back really well here. Win's got the flash over the wall, get away from Z, but YK chasing after Diana, forces the flash, gets over the Dragon Pit, but DKG get the Inferno.
And in this team fight, yet again, you see the power of the draft from DKG. What does ThunderTalk want to do? They want to run into us. Now, how can you engage on a Darius, on a Garen, with Gargoyle Stoneplate, while Bren is burning you alive? TT, they need to find an answer. They still want to fight this.
He's coming back for the re-engage. This should be Emo drops. He flashes away, gets out safely. YK faces off against S12K, who flashes in with the top of his own. Surely has to flash away. If not, he will die. Does get out there.
Gets out alive, but that's gonna be the Dragon for DKG. That was the Herald for DKG. The gold lead, it's not massive. Oh, the Herald didn't even drop. The team fight went on for so long. I thought the Herald was taken, but this will just go over to ThunderTalk. And we're seeing right now a game of trades, Grandin. This is the closest series, the closest game I think we've had in the early game in the playoffs thus far. And it only makes sense. It's only poetic. The two Chinese teams from the different leagues there facing off in the grand finals of the first international Wild Rift event, and it could not be closer.
It's tooth and nail, but every moment counts. He's gonna get caught out, has to find a way away. But Ignite takes him down. That's an important pick-off for DKG.
And I love how Emo is being enabled right now. He is an active playmaker for the side of DKG, and you gotta keep in mind in their series yesterday, it wasn't Hueba who got the MVP, it was Emo, and for good reason. Now Hueba is gonna join us, but is he in trouble?
Oh, this is a little bit sad for Hueba. He's stuck on the turret. He's gonna have to take on Chris. The Hourglass won't keep him alive for now. Flash away, and he single-handedly holds them off, while DKG will make a mess in the mid lane.
DKG, they get a kill in the mid lane, they get a kill in the bot lane. Hueba outplays 1v2 in the Baron lane. They can do no wrong right now. It's a game of trades, it's pretty close, but it seems like DKG, they're taking these little leads in every fight, and they're slowly but surely starting to pull away with this game.
And it's looking more and more like the Dakun Gaming have been able to gap the entire competition.
Those are very strong words,
Even
Grandin.
in the beginning, as we looked at ThunderTalk, take a strong lead in one of the closest early games we've seen. Dakun Gaming have responded incredibly well in a mid-game composition with some scaling options.
Yes, they definitely have. And I think right now for ThunderTalk's side, what they need to identify is they need to realize that they need Varus to poke before they take a fight. I get it, your comp wants to dive, but you gotta poke first. What is this?
First things first. To pick off onto Azir, S12K is going to come in. They should still end up getting this turret. Nice kickback, just to secure the kill. It will be Yo. Diving into the back to take down Azir. S12K makes the follow. Z, he's not human, but he will fall in the end. Almost turns that one around, but it's too little, too late. Dakun Gaming, spotlights on you, buddy. You're doing great.
They're doing amazing right now, and Azir, I think he recognizes the danger that he's in the context of this game, in the context of this team comp. I said his poke was the most important thing for the side of ThunderTalk Gaming. He recognizes that he knows he cannot die. He itemizes double defensive, Zhonya's and GA, but it's not enough. It doesn't keep him safe against Hueba and Yo. He's in so much trouble, but he needs to be able to poke. So that means ThunderTalk, they need to identify we have to protect S12K. That's why we drafted Galio. That's why we drafted Vi. He should never be alone. Azir should never get caught out alone on the mid lane.
Look, here's the thing, Omo. I'm looking at that Rift Turret right now, but I don't see a place in a world where ThunderTalk are going to be able to use it. All three lanes crashed in towards them. If not super hyper extended, there's nowhere for them to go easily.
Yeah, exactly the case here. And if you look at Feibai, he wants to pressure this lane, but he can't. Every time Z goes on a side wave, he has to use some fancy feet moment. He has to outplay mechanically just to get out of the ganks coming at him. And because he's such a great player, he only died 4 times. I think if that was any other mid laner, they'll be sitting about 8 deaths right now. Z has managed to dodge out on so many of these ganks, but it drives the point home. There's nowhere for DKG to go. This Herald, it's going nowhere. It's going to Narnia right now. He can't find anything.
Well, it's looking for the closet. It hasn't even got to the doors yet. It's maybe walking up to the attic somewhere. It's blindly walking through.
It's taking a little stroll.
It's taking a little bit of a stroll, through the garden before it decides what it wants to get done. ThunderTalk, on the other hand, know what they want to get done. They want to contest for this dragon, but will Dakun Gaming give that one up easily? The answer should not be yes. Yo's gonna bait that one out, get caught by the chance of corruption though. Chris looking for a false re-engage, forces the flash away from Yo. But as the dragon falls, it goes over to Dakun Gaming, who get their choice to reset.
Granted, I don't know if you saw that right there, but the piercing arrow from Varus ticketed the brand. The fight's going on still though, so let's hold that thought.
okay, I'm gonna hold that top for a moment because Dakun Gaming, they're going aggressive. S12K comes in, they get the lockdown onto Emo, but he just flashes out there and says, I don't want any of that. Z comes in with a massive Moonfall, and suddenly Dakun Gaming looking a little bit close, but not close enough as Yo shreds past them. Huiba coming in clutch as well, has the Guardian Angel. Azure locking and notching the arrow. Instead, Dakun Gaming chasing after the Garrett support too fast. You can't run away from this guy. He's chasing after you all the way, Azure. Where are you supposed to go? Dodges away from it. They have no idea. They have no idea.
It's hide and seek right now.
But Huiba found him, and it's too bad. You're still gonna get caught out, but not much more found for DKG.
And that was just a heartbreak of a team fight for ThunderTalk. It was as good as it's gonna get. Z found a big ultimate. The brand ultimate was wasted prior to the fight as well. But what's the issue? What's the problem? You are lacking the damage. Now look at Win. He uses the Pyroclasm extremely early on and gets a good bit of poke down. But because it wasn't in the main team fight, it just doesn't have the same impact. And this is the problem. Look at how messy this team fight is, and this is exactly what Dakun want. Z finds as good of Moonfall as he's gonna ever get, really. And still, not enough damage. That's the problem here. Azir had to itemize, double defensive. He's not gonna be doing very much, and even that doesn't keep him safe.
Well, Baron started up for DKG. Yo zones away to jungler, takes him down along with Emo. Omo, I don't quite remember Michael Myers having a sword this big.
Well, Grandin, I really don't know what to say at this point. First, the bad jokes, that's supposed to be my thing, as well as the game state. I mean, ThunderTalk, it looked as good as it was gonna get to them. But DKG, like we said, you look away for a second, and they're in full control of the game state. Yo, 7-0 and 6. Look at Huiba's kill line. Did you know that this guy got solo killed at level 3? You would never guess it.
No, you would not.
Yeah.
DKG have been able to recover amazingly through that early game, especially with the power of the Zed. The pick that you said was going to be the most highly prioritized mid lane.
Looking at the playoffs match yesterday between Team Secret and Dakun Gaming, I just thought that the Zed had to be first picked, really. I thought this champion was too strong. There were too few answers to it, and it seems like DKG yet again today, they've correctly identified Zed. Just the strongest champion in the mid lane right now. You ban away Z's Riven. He has no answers to Zed, and Yo's just taking over the game. No one can touch him.
It's a difficult look for DT. They're backs against the wall as Dakun Gaming.
What's this?
Looking to try and close this one out. Z playing on a knife's edge, but that's what he's known for. He has the ability to do that because he is as good as he is.
Well, I don't think that was intended, though. I think that might have been a bit of a whoopsie.
We can't say. He's that good. He's in the Matrix. He sees what we don't see, Omo.
But it's not enough, Grendon. That's mid lane taken down.
And Dakun Gaming will open up the first inhibitor as they continue to try and squeeze this game out. We're looking at an 18-minute game, and yet it feels like Dakun Gaming are ready to close it out in the next 3.
Yeah, it's insane to me because if you look at the early game, if you saw the leads that Chris found, if you saw the way that Z was scaling, the way that the Zero was scaling, you would think that coming into the mid game, DKG were gonna have a hard time. But DKG, they're not phased at all. The moment we get to the team fights, they just take full control. I think part of that is the amazing team comp that they have. Their team fighting ability on display right now.
ThunderTalk looking to try and force the issue there. Feibai has to run away. S12K loses a lot of health in the process as he tries to come into the fight. But a flash forward from Wayne might be a little bit too aggressive. He's looking for a re-entry angle, but it's too difficult for them. They don't have the firepower. They don't have the manpower to take on DKG.
13,000 gold lead for DKG. They're slowly demolishing turrets bit by bit here from the side of ThunderTalk. Of course, the Elder Mountain Dragon is spawned, so DKG, they're gonna reset, they're gonna back off, and they're gonna come and play for this one. What can ThunderTalk do here? They're already losing the team fights. If they lose this Dragon as well, I think they run out of options, granted.
Well, surely the gold lead caps at some point. DKG will hit critical mass.
Long ways off.
Full items, full builds.
Grandin, look at this. Look at the item that Huiba has. Look at the confidence that this man has. He's against a Vi Galio, Renekton's crowd control, and he does not care. He says, I don't need a Jonius. I'm going to give my teammate a shield from the Locket because I know I can outplay them. The confidence on this Lee Sin from Huiba.
Okay, so the match is on DKG now. How they close this one out, ThunderTalk need to look for a mistake, look for an error in DKG's play.
ThunderTalk, they need to find an angle. Z needs to find an angle of approach, but DKG, they're too on the ball. They're never gonna let you find a flank on their backline. And with that in mind, they don't even have a backline. It's just Win and 4 tanks. There's not much Z can do here.
Okay, Dragon started up for DKG. This Elder is gonna be a nice pickup for them. As Emo leads the charge again. They're just trying to zone this one out, I don't think.
Chains of Corruptions were used.
A little bit interesting to see DKG, that little bit, they're still a little bit indecisive. They want the Dragon, they also want the fight. Their feelings a little bit too risky to go for this, while TT are still fully alive.
What DKG are doing right now, they're beating you by, I don't know what you would call it, a death by 1,000 cuts, I think, something along those lines. I don't really know the proverbs, but that's what Garen does. He runs into you, makes you use a spell. He backs off, heals up with his passive, he runs into you again. But TT, they realize that this can't go on forever. They have to force the issue.
Sure, I think that's like a battle of attrition.
Yeah.
Right. Well, ThunderTalk, they need to force the issue. Instead of going in, Dakun Gaming will find the initial engage off. YK creates a line between the backline and front line of ThunderTalk Gaming. The Chains of Corruption will set the domain, but it doesn't do very much against them. They might be coming in now, but it's too late as Huiba. He might have to lock it, but he still has plenty of damage. Taking down ThunderTalk, the sole survivor is Feibai, and Emo joins in. They get Win across, they get the entire team across to take them down. It's an ace for DKG.
And mid lane, the super minions are there. DKG, they're gonna march down on this one. Game 1, it looks in the books for them. Amazing performance.
And it absolutely is game number 1. The Horizon Cup Finals will go over to Dakun Gaming.
What can you really say? Dakun Gaming, they were set behind from the early game. Huiba got taken down at level 3. He got solo killed. And at the end of the game, he was buying Locket on Lee Sin. He was diving in your backline. And you gotta keep in mind, Yo played amazingly on that Zed. Win did his job on the brand. He did so much damage. I'm willing to bet he topped the damage charts without even looking at that. And Emo and YK, what can you say? The two tanks of the team, you can't get past them.
No, it was so difficult for them to get anything done, and I feel like that's a bit of an issue when you don't end up having that Serelda's Grudge. I feel like Serelda's Grudge, and I feel like champions that can utilize Serelda's Grudge well can pop off so well in the late game. Once they have that item, the tanks don't become so much of an issue.
That's definitely true as well, but I think the overall issue as a whole here, ThunderTalk's team composition, it made sense. But Dakun Gaming, they just found too good an answer, and you really had no one to itemize the Serelda's. Really just the Varus, and he had to buy GA, he had to buy Zhonya's Hourglass. Man was not having a fun game.
No, it was a difficult one. A lot of pressure on Azir. He did a good job despite all of that, but we saw what happened. There were too many options.
Yeah.
Huiba was there, Yo was there. It's so easy for him to
Win was
dive
there.
him. Win was there as well. It's so easy to dive him. His positioning is such a difficult and tall task, and really a lot of pressure on ThunderTalk. And we saw such a creative draft from Dakun Gaming. I feel like this is going to put the pressure on to ThunderTalk to go back while they have this moment to breathe, to go through the game, to try to figure out what they want to go into game number 2 with.
Yeah, and I think that that's exactly the thing that ThunderTalk have to reassess. They didn't have a bad draft, but it just got counted. What's step 1? I think get rid of the Zed.
All right, let's see what our analysts have to say about that, if they agree with us, if we're going to see that farm, fight analysis again. Let's hand it over to the State Farm Analyst desk to break this one down.
Thank you very much, Omo and Brandon, for that cast. DKG put the D in dominant there in game number 1, and it starts with the draft here, Riku. Again, Omo doesn't like the Zed. What did you see in this one?
Yeah, first off, I really love the vibe pick here. We were talking about this as one of the answers where you can immediately lock down Huiba, who is usually found in scaling carry junglers. This time around, he's not on one. He's on a Lee Sin this time around, which puts a different dynamic, meaning Yo is gonna be on the carry, but the Assault and Battery was definitely mainly for Huiba. But okay, I'm gonna put it on the Zed this time around. Nope, you're gonna get canceled by the death mark. And looking at DKG's draft, they adjusted so well. Putting in 2 tanks makes it so much harder in narrowing down your choices on where the Assault and Battery is gonna go. And what's left is basically wind. But at the same time, he's just sitting back, landing all the fire shots, and it's just so painful. I love DKG's draft a lot.
But on the ThunderTalk side, when you draft yourself a Vi and you're following that up immediately afterwards with the Diana for Z, there's just limited tools to do damage. And I like that they drafted the Galio as an answer to that Zed. It's going to be very hard for the Assassins to get onto Azure, but it does mean that Azure on the Varus needs to hard carry the game. And I have the opinion that Varus is all right during the mid-game. We saw a team fight where he got a triple kill near the Rift Herald, and that was maybe the highlight of the Azure game. This time, the Zed ultimates don't land on him, and he just sits in the back of the fight, throws the arrows in over the tanks, and everything goes great for Varus. Here's the problem, though. That happened once, and DKG had an instant response. They figured out what went wrong. It said triple kill at the top of their screen, and then every fight for the rest of the game looked like this. Full team, full send, no more Azure.
Yeah, made it insanely difficult for Azor to do anything. And then you go back to, well, what is the identity of this team? We spent the whole opening segment talking about Z being one of the best players in the world, one of the best mid laners in the world, Baron laners in the world who had to shift to mid lane. So, like, on the Diana, felt very
He's in jail.
incognito.
He's in jail. He's playing Diana, a defensive mid laner. We've seen repeatedly pulled out against assassin picks because she can generate shield and with the Moonfall interrupt combos. It's very good if you're really scared of the other laner bullying you in lane. Why would Z be scared of the other laner bullying him? We've hyped him up as one of the best players in the world. I don't want him to see him playing defensive picks. I need him to pull out carries.
So let's say Zed was what he was playing against. What does he pick in that kind of situation?
I would love to see him lean into the pool that we know so well and know he couldn't get the Riven, but I'm willing to see him get frisky, lean into the Orianna, dare him to commit onto you and rely on your mechanics to outperform. It's a scary pick to play an Orianna into a Zed, but if you truly believe you're the best player in the game, you shouldn't be terrified of the other player, and you should instead rely on your teammate. You have the Galio to play defense, and rely on your skills to provide value.
Yeah, I 100% agree with TJ. I mean, when we look at the bans, there has been a constant focus on flex bans, picks that we usually see towards the top lane that can be picked in the jungle and as well as the mid lane. Therefore, the pool of Z is hurt a little bit, but just a little bit, because again, he has twice the champion pool. And one thing that I usually see when it comes to Zed matchups, either what we saw, you play defensively, Diana, or you play aggressively. You lock in the fizz that we saw yesterday between DKG and Team Secret, where you basically cancel the death mark with the playful trickster. So if ever Yo plays it again, perhaps we get to see the fizz back up again.
All right, the draft leading to some interesting discoveries for both of these teams. Now, before we get to game 2, time for everyone to flash their emotes with ThunderTalk in our Bose Sounds of the Game.
我们不急着打龙，
不急着，我赢的，我们不要跟人家拼了。
我跟你说，我们越拖越舒服。
对，我把下线带了，我把下线带了。先破个吧。
等我他妈跌到120。
哎，这里，兄弟，我拉出来了。来，我踢回去了。可以，交闪。他别，
打他。
靠我打。来，打他们前排，牛逼！看这人。 哎，可以炸弹，可以杀，斩，
牛逼！
选路，兄弟们，给我杀，就如下一个，杀，给我杀，
走路一波，
发表情。
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the wave. Look.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Horizon Cup Finals. Game number 1 went the way of DKG. Game number 2, what does that hold for us? Let's find out with the draft. Digon, TJ, and Riku here with you to bring you the draft. And TJ, just that last draft didn't feel very ThunderTalk-y from what we've learned from the whole tournament.
No, distinct lack of thunder, distinct lack of talking. Because the entire time we've seen them play, they've been built around Z. We had a little tidbit from Grandin on the floor that the team was literally saying to each other, we're going to build around Z. We know Z's the shot caller for the team. He said so in an interview. Every draft till this point has been Z as the primary carry. He was in Diana jail, and there was no way in that composition for him to be the functional early or late game carry of ThunderTalk. I need to see that shift in this next game. I need to see them trust in him and give him a hard carry character.
All right, well, here we go. Draft for game number 2 underway between Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming. No bands yet taking their time here, Riku.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the same bands. You know, you want to remove the Ziggs primarily just to make sure that the 131 isn't enabled for the side of DKG, and the Fiora as well that has been terrorizing the jungle and as well as the top lane pool. So I'm definitely not going to be surprised. But the thing is, will ThunderTalk still revert to the usual? Lock in the Varus perhaps, or maybe open up the Ziggs and then see if it's going to be a Ziggs versus Varus battle. Never mind.
I'm really interested to see DKG in this draft banning away junglers' early game presence. It feels like they drew something similar from the Rollster series that we did when we were talking ahead of this show, that Chris was a huge part of that, and when he could get out on the map early, he was really disrupting the sidelines. And DKG, having seen that, have shifted to prevent Hueva from receiving that kind of pressure during the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, Feibai here getting the Renekton. We've seen Feibai's growth as a player throughout the tournament. It was under a lot of scrutiny after the group stage, but then found his footing in the knockout stage and looked pretty good. Another threat that ThunderTalk can play through, and so that Renekton will help. Zed going back to the side of the DKG.
Kind of functioning as an extra ban here, the first pick Zed, and that'll mean that it can't be played by Z. He still does have a very wide pool of characters he can pull out in the mid lane here, though. Riku, you were calling for the Fizz. I would love to see something similar to that during the latter half of this draft.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, ThunderTalk doesn't have to reveal too much in their draft just yet because they've already seen DKG's mid lane. And at the same time, I'm also curious whether or not Hueva is going for default. Is he going towards the scaling part of things, or is he going to revert back or revert into something entirely new that we've already seen in the first game, which is setting up for the early game for the rest of DKG. But I like the Senna pick. Do you want to pair it with the Gragas? Do you want to pair it with the Malphite that we've seen constantly? And Z is going to be on this Twisted Fate that will definitely enable the side lanes as well as the early game.
And this is looking an awful lot like one of those Vietnamese pick compositions that were very popular around the time of the SEA Championship. And it's going to revolve around the Twisted Fate's gold card from Z to open up fights. Once he lands a gold card, you can look at the Renekton stun, the Senna route as follow-up tools. And the idea is that individual targets get caught by that chain of stuns and just get melted. It actually works very well into Jax because he cannot dodge the gold card.
Well, surprisingly enough, the Jax gets on through. We talked a lot about Hueva's Jax coming on in, and that will get locked for DKG along with Brand, but it's Malphite coming on over for ThunderTalk.
I think both the Malphite and the Brand are very important to note on here. The Malphite is going to be paired with the Senna, so the Senna is giving extra gold over to the Malphite, and he's going to be able to build AP or if he would like to and do a lot of damage. On the opposite side, the Brand, though, is the reason this Kha'Zix is coming out. That's going to be an AP scaling character, DKG, relying on their late game team fights here, recognizing perhaps that ThunderTalk are going to be able to drive them late.
Riku?
And we finally see the Spooky Ghost Assassin here in the finals. It is the Twisted Fate paired with the Assassin. Basically, when you hit level 5, you're going to hunt down the enemy jungler, which in this case is going to be Hueva, who wants to farm peacefully in his jungle. Peace no more for him, because Destiny into the Kha'Zix is going to be deadly.
Yeah, and it's a Leona to close things out here. So you got the Zed, you've got the Jax, you've got Brand. There's a lot of damage on this DKG squad, but ThunderTalk going to try to, at level 5, when you get the ult, start to dictate the pace of the game, and that's going to be a lot on Z. And we've seen Z play this Twisted Fate before. He turned it into Machine Gun Twisted Fate with Rapid Fire Cannon. You just dish out a ton of damage, you can attack further than other people, and will be able to outspace Hueva in certain situations here, TJ.
Which puts an awful lot of emphasis on the moments just around the time he hits level 5, around the 8 to 10 minute mark. That's where Twisted Fate can kind of break away from the game. He farms more efficiently than other characters, and if he can earn a gold lead right around then, race kind of past Lichbane and RFC before other players have reached their second item, he is a terrifying single target damage threat.
There it is. The drafts have been logged. The characters have been swapped. All that's left to do is to get into game number 2. Let's get down over to Singapore with Grandin and Oma.
Well, peace is no longer an option. Dakun Gaming pulling out all the stops and ThunderTalk. Well, they respond in turn. Omo, what do you make of this draft?
Well, I don't know what to tell you here, Grandin.
You want me to do it? You want me to do it?
Please, go for it.
All right, well, ThunderTalk are feeling the pressure, so they decide to play for some early game, strong pickoff champions. Once they have those, they get Z to roam around, they get S12K to engage. DKG, well, they farm up, they scale, they do a repeat of what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, you got some good points there, Grandin. I gotta give that one to you. But on ThunderTalk's side, like TJ mentioned, there's a timer on their comp. There are things they can do. It's very heavily reliant upon the Twisted Fate Kha'Zix duo. But once the game gets going, once Hueba gets a couple of items, Counter-Strike's just gonna shut down Z, and that's not what you want to see here.
Well, we do see them go into this game. Game number 1, we didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. Both sides look to do that again.
Yeah, look at the bot lane though. This time around, we might see something a bit cheeky from Azure and S12K. I don't think they win this one. Their jungler just says, you guys don't win that one, come leash from me.
Yeah, give up on that idea entirely. They're gonna go back towards that turret. Just hold on there.
Yeah, well, I want to touch on DKG's draft a little bit here, right? We talk a lot about the Twisted Fate, about the Kha'Zix, their ability to control the early game in terms of a 2v2 situation, mid-jungle setup, but DKG, this comp, I think they could not be happier. If you think about DKG drafts, this is about it. You get a stable top side, you get a mage bot laner, along with some engage from Emo, and you just allow Yo and Hueba to do their thing, and this draft enables just that.
Look, it's not Garen, but it is that Leona, and you were talking up Emo in that previous game.
Thought he did great.
How does this look? How does Emo look like on Leona?
Yeah, I think Emo's Leona is one of the best as well. We consistently see Leona not be a valued pick here in Wild Rift, not be a strong pick in general, because she's just hard to play. It's hard to hit Solar Flare, it's hard to hit your Zenith Blade, but Emo makes these spells look, point, and click. So I think he's going to do a great job here, pairing together with Wind. That's a lot of potential magic burst damage as well, and that allows Hueba and Yo and YK to really just clean up these team fights. And look at this, ThunderTalk's mid-jungle, they are working as a duo, they are running in tandem, they don't want to give Hueba this.
Okay, well, Hueba's going to have to back off, and very nice presence of mind from ThunderTalk to deny that one away, especially since they had vision, courtesy of Feibai, so they were able to contest that early on.
Yeah, and look at the bot lane here from ThunderTalk. They wanted to start off that scuttle, but they're just going to back off. They are going to say, we don't want to get collapsed on. And it looks like once again, ThunderTalk, they try to go for a double scuttle setup, but they kind of fail on the execution. I think the timing, the syncing is a little bit off here from TT, but that's okay right now. What is the timing window they need to hit? They need to hit level 5s on Z, level 5s on Chris. They need to get the outs, they need to find something before or as the dragon gets started. And they need to get these little pickoffs to get tempo for the dragon.
And it's so difficult for ThunderTalk because Dakun Gaming have such a powerful bot lane pairing, right? Yeah. Emo as well as Win have an incredibly strong bot lane duo because
a lot of burst.
Because you have a lot of burst. This is a weakness, this is a strength that not a lot of marksman plus Leona pairings have. The weakness that Win does have is that he's a lot more immobile. He doesn't have as much utility, so it is a little bit more risky for him. So if ThunderTalk are able to get the initiative to get the pick off first, it could punish this bot side duo.
Especially at level 5, right? I cannot believe I talked about ultimates for ThunderTalk side without mentioning the Malphite ultimate. I mean, we do see a lot of them miss here in the Horizon Cup thus far. To be fair, it is a very hard spell to hit.
They flash away from it. It's not a miss. It's a dodge.
However you want to defend these players, I think it's fine.
Well, that didn't miss because they get the engage onto Win. That should be a kill. And first blood over to ThunderTalk Gaming. Perfectly on timer, 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we were having a little bit of a chat that we didn't even notice the level 5 timer from Z. I don't know how Chris died.
No,
that's not
Z's
great.
Gone. It's a double.
No, Z died as well.
Things are going terribly.
Oh,
Yo's come in now. It's onto that okay. You'll take him down surely. And 3 kills go back over the DKG.
And they're going to go for the dive here on Feibai as well.
Waiting out the dominance, the Ignite comes across, and with the counter-strike, it's only a matter of time. And time for Dakun Gaming to find 4 kills in game number 2.
Grandin, Dakun Gaming, well, it looked good for TT yet again, right? It seems like that's a recurring trend. It looks good for TT for a second.
It's all a lie.
It's all a lie. It's all a mirage. It's an illusion. The moment you look away at DKG, they run the game. And let's take a look at the X replay right now. S12K sets this one up very nice. I want to pay attention to how Chris and Z die here. The little mechanical mistakes. Chris runs in. He takes too many turret shots. He didn't flash out in time. I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know what it is, but here on the final stage, these little mistakes are costing ThunderTalk so much. I thought Chris died somewhere else. I didn't even see him die to the turret there because it just didn't make sense in my head.
We had to watch that one twice. It's so painful to see.
Painful,
Well,
yeah.
Dakun Gaming to get the initiative towards the Rift Turret again. ThunderTalk have that gold card ready, so they can perhaps look for something.
Not available. He's not here.
It is, yeah, it's up, but he's not here, so it's a big pain point. Dakun Gaming grab that Rift Turret.
I don't know, like it seems like things are starting to collapse here for ThunderTalk. They need to reassess the situation. They need to take a breather. What they did well in
What's
game
going
one,
on? Why did Chris start that one up? S12K will come in with a double man knockup. Yul comes across, has to flash, but he has so much damage available. They trade back for the Zed, but two have already fallen. And with Azure stuck in the pit, he won't be able to buy much more time. Z finally joins into the fight, but Evo is there. Win is there. The power of this bot side duo. Weber joins in. It's good measure. It's good night for ThunderTalk.
Oh my goodness, Grandin and DKG yet again. They get everything. Rift Herald takes the top turret. They take the kills. They take the dragon. They take it all. It looked good for a second here, but look at the Pyroclasm. It bounced. Win's gonna need to change his name after this. It's gonna be DKG Fire after he finishes the set here. This brand pick is doing so much work in every single skirmish, in every single team fight, and he's just burning ThunderTalk alive.
Look, I can't speak for anybody else, but that's my kind of humor. Well, DKG get that second turret for themselves. Will also demand pressure from 3 from ThunderTalk to respond to this push.
Look, I don't know what to tell you here, Big G. This game 2 is looking brutal. We thought we saw a huge swing in momentum in game 1, but DKG 5 minutes in game, 6 minutes in game, sorry, and they have a 6,000 gold lead. This is exactly what we talk about. When they get control, it's 1,000 gold a minute. When you get control against Dakun, you look away for a second, and they're even yet again. Dakun's not going to let that happen. They are going to keep this lead, and they are going to press the advantage consistently.
DKG will continue to push that advantage, and for a composition that was supposed to pressure the early game, ThunderTalk are losing that window. Well, point and click, he just walks out. It's like, all right, well, respect
It's to show that he can hit it. That's the point.
Respect me.
Exactly. He heard us talking about his point and click solar flash, and he had to put on a show for us. I mean, Win, if he was in position there and the Pyroclasm did get to bounce yet again, then that would have been a disaster, right? But once again,
in position to get the catch on to Z, the flash away from this Twisted Fate, just to stay alive. There's so much pressure here.
Grandin, it's the same thing as last game. They have too much burden to make something happen. ThunderTalk, the only place that Twisted Fate can do is to play around Chris on this Kha'Zix. And they started it off well with the bot play, but little mistakes just make them lose their tempo completely. With the tempo gone, Jax really just takes over a game. Twisted Fate can never threaten him with his Counter-Strike. Chris has the presence of mind to check that, but why can't he do? Look at Z, what can he do? He's stuck under his turret. He cannot pot to the Renekton lane. He cannot play around his jungler. ThunderTalk, they have no control. They have no foot in the game right now.
And Omo, didn't you glean a little bit of insight towards that Twisted Fate pick from some of the teams today?
Yeah, well, this was exactly the problem. We kind of were eavesdropping on them in the dressing room, and they were saying, when we pick Twisted Fate, we lose the team fighting power in the early game. That's exactly what happens right now. That's exactly what you said. Digon and TJ, they mentioned once Twisted Fate gets some items, he starts to be able to pump out damage. But you need so many items. You need Rapid Fire Cannon, you need Lich Bane, of course the Roa as well. 3 items. Counter items for me, Grandin. How many does Z have right now?
Well, I'm gonna say 1.5. It's looking pretty close. He just needs a completion.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot for him to be in. And if he has no avenue to play around, his jungle has to play hide and seek in his own jungle. Chris is not having a fun game. Fabai can never push past neutral. He can never threaten side with turrets. Where can Z go? He can't do anything. Destiny Gate has been used once in 8 minutes, Grandin. It's not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, YK is gonna hold his own here on the turret. What's happening here? Zero, he stepped too far forward. He thought he was the one that was gonna dive. YK there, instead he was the one that was being caught out.
I can tell you what happened. That yesterday we saw, or not yesterday rather, but we did see SBTC do this, right? When they play Senna Malphite, they'll swap who's playing the Senna, who's playing the Malphite. Maybe Azure forgot he was playing the Senna. Maybe he thought he was on the Malphite for a second there.
All right,
Only
fair.
explanation I know.
Fair enough. I'm gonna take that. DKG grab the Rift Herald now. It's a nice little pickup. The second Dragon also available in just a few short moments. And the first game, an incredibly close early game.
Yeah.
Second one cannot be said the
Much
same.
less so, yeah, and look at this. Z is going to try to pressure this because he has backup. But this means that they lose full control of the Dragon. And Yo is trying to be a bit fancy here.
What happens
Nice.
here? Dodges away from the Gokhan. Nice use of the Hourglass. Yo's just going to bait that one away. He jumps back. He's back on the Z. Busts the flash and the Ignite. It's going to burn him down. There's only so much he can get done. Point and click truly coming through from Emo as the rest of DKG will topple over TT.
And the only thing ThunderTalk can do is to steal this Dragon away. They sneak it away from DKG, but all it does is just give them a bit of scaling. What's the scaling matter when DKG are in full control of the game? How long can you scale? How long can you stall? I'm gonna tell you right now, Brandon, not very long. This Rift Herald is gonna get tier 2 for sure. It might even track in tier 3.
Well, Dakun Gaming are looking absolutely monstrous in this series. ThunderTalk can only do so much to hold their own, even with arguably the best laner in the world in the form of Z. It isn't enough against the pressure available from DKG.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing, right? When TJ talked about the blueprint that Sengoku used to shut down Z, they said you ganked his lane and you punished him. Now DKG, they're going for a very different approach. They are the best team in the world for a reason, because they're the best team. Not individual players, best team. And that's exactly the problem here. The best player in the world may be Z. He can't do anything against the rock-solid front that DKG are presenting. Point and click!
Once again, gets a catch into Azure. I'm not sure if they had a follow-up though, but Emo will definitely make it a pain point for Azure.
Yeah, look at the discipline from DKG. They know exactly where they can be on the map and where they cannot be. Z ran top lane. He's set in that bush. He's still setting in that bush, but no one's there. It's completely empty. DKG, they're taking your jungle.
Oh, I think you're getting really riled up after this game.
It's amazing. No, I think DKG are just playing so extremely well right now, Grandin.
It feels like at every step of the way, DKG have put the pressure onto ThunderTalk. It feels like they're waiting for that Baron just to make sure they have all the tools there to close out this game in the best possible way.
They can't do anything. They have to sell Z.
They have to sell Z, but Yo's gonna be able to get out. Oh no, Yo's gonna join in, but Z's gonna be able to get out.
Yeah.
Just barely in time there.
I do like what Z did right there. He waited to use the gate until after YK used the silence, so he didn't get interrupted. It was this nice little mechanical play, but still, what is that? It's not even a consolation prize. I can't even say that's a consolation prize. He uses Destiny Gate for the second time this game to run away.
Loss mitigation.
I hate that term. Loss mitigation on the grand final stage it's not exactly what you want to see, but it's a situation that ThunderTalk are in. Now, I'm not saying this game is over just yet, but I want to see them drop for more scaling the next few games.
Look, but loss mitigation is an appropriate way. We saw how KT Roaster were a team that could come back from bad situations. For ThunderTalk, though, it doesn't feel like they've been put in those places too many times before, and now tested to the limits with Dakun Gaming, they are faltering.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the series between ThunderTalk and KT yesterday, they played it to 5 games. They showed off so much of what they had in their books, of what they prepared for the final stage. Dakun, I think they're reading them like a book right now because they saw yesterday what they can expect from TT.
Well, once again, it looks like Z's going to get caught out. They're actually indecisive. A little bit of Fei Bai, a little bit of Z. They have both options. Astral Gate comes in now. Doesn't get anything done. He goes golden, dodges away, win! You're a monster in this game. Dakun Gaming will just punish ThunderTalk more.
Dakun Gaming, this team is not real. We've been saying Z's not a human. He's too good to be a human, but Dakun Gaming, they're 5 members. They're just too good right now. Not only are they reading every single map movement from ThunderTalk, they're reading the mechanical plays. They're reading the outs that they're gonna use before they even use it. When Golden as S12K was mid-air. And keep in mind, he was in the center shroud. yet again. So he was ready to go there. Win, I don't know what to tell you. D's playing so well. Yo was playing so well. Emo was playing amazingly. YK is going aggressive.
Look, he doesn't really care. In between three
Can't
people
die.
of ThunderTalk, it doesn't seem like that's going to stop it at all. He's going to get caught out. The flash away. Hueva still comes in though. Has the counter-strike available. Gets the two-man stun. Z running for his life back on the turret, but the rest of ThunderTalk, they've held themselves in their own stasis. That's their own item that's keeping them locked up in crowd control. As Dakun Gaming will clean up the bot side of ThunderTalk.
And Grandin, after game 1, I told you I needed to see ThunderTalk ban away the Zed. Yo is too good on it, it puts too much pressure. But after this game 2, I don't know what to tell you. Do you get to ban away Zed as well as Brand? Because then what do you leave up? That's something we've talked about time and time again. And it looks like, look at this, they have no options. They can't stop the Baron. Z just tries to push bot lane tier 2, but he's not even gonna get it, I think.
I can feel how exasperated you are almost, so I'm going to give you a second to breathe because Dakun Gaming, they're going to take a second to breathe as well. They get the Baron, they're going to reset, come back in, and 14 minutes into the game, they're looking to close out game number 2 faster.
My goodness, Grandin. Dakun Gaming. I mean, I'm a bit frustrated for the side of ThunderTalk, but I can tell you, they are trying to make every play they can. That first bot lane play that they made was picture perfect. It was timed so well. 3 minutes, 10 seconds was the timing of that play. You could not have done it any earlier, but still, Dakun Gaming, they will always find a way back into the game and then to snowball the game. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this game 2 as well. They're going to get the Dragon, and I think with the Baron in their back pocket as well, what are they going to do? They're going to spread onto 3 lanes, maybe even 2 if they're feeling it, and they're just going to pressure the inhibitors of ThunderTalk.
And we've had so much opportunity to talk about the strongest jungler in the world.
Yeah.
But now we're looking at maybe some of the craziest moves from this bot lane. Win and Emo have been phenomenal in this series. Yo has been amazing. ThunderTalk, they recognize they have to force something now, but they go for Emo instead, and Win's still gonna be alive. That's the re-engage. They get the takedown on the Chris. Jungler down, jungler gone. Yo looking for a re-entry angle. Z's gonna use his stun, but it's not gonna get much done against DKG.
Yeah, and they tried to make a play. They brought 5 members in. That's what I talked about. Twisted Fate cannot stun a Jax. It's just not possible, especially when it's Hueva's Jax. Well, I just jinxed it, right? But it doesn't matter. It's too little, too late. And now their back's against the wall. 3 lanes being pushed from DKG. What can you do, ThunderTalk?
Okay, well, that actually does matter because they might just take down Hueva on the turret, extend it too far. He pops the counter-strike, but still goes down. In the meantime, Emo, he's going to take the turret himself. He says, I don't need a team to do this. The supports will get things done. At the end of the day, DKG walk away with this mid-lane inhib.
Granted, DKG, they're just playing brilliantly right now. They lose Hueva, but it doesn't matter. They get the inhibitor. That's what they came for. They're going to reset, they're going to back off, maybe even wait for the Elder Dragon because they can. And then they're going to come back in, they're going to barrel down the lanes, and they're going to push ThunderTalk back into their base.
I don't think there's much more of a base to get pushed back into. I feel like you're at the fountain, you're maybe getting pushed out of the game at this point.
I don't know what to tell you here. Chris is desperately trying to farm something up. You keep talking about Cyrilda's Grudge, but he can't even pick it up. You can't even get it in time. Z's trying to lead the charge, but what does it matter?
Okay, forcing engage onto Win this time around. He doesn't have as much utility.
That's all you can do. It's too little, too late.
Hueva's not even anywhere remotely close to the fight for Dakun Gaming. Just taking the time, making sure they have the cleanest win they can get at this point.
That's not something you would typically say about Dakun Gaming. This is a team we know loves to take these risks, loves to push their mechanics to the max. But keep in mind, this is the grand finals of the first ever International Wild Rift event. They want to cross their T's, dot their I's, and they want to win that championship.
And this second game will get them one step closer to winning the championship. But until that point, ThunderTalk, they're not entirely out of it, even though the gold kind of looks that way, the kills kind of look that way.
Granted, in the last game, TJ said that Z was in Diana jail. So what do you call this? Twisted Fate Purgatory? I don't really know at this point.
Well, I think that's a fair statement to make.
It's just rough. What can you draw for him? Riven's banned away, so what else does he have left in his playbook? Are we going to see a Fiora mid next game? I don't know.
Fiora's banned as well.
By them, actually.
By
That's something to
themselves.
keep in mind, yeah. But I also don't think Fiora's a good matchup against Zed, so what does Z have left?
First pick Zed, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's it. You're a genius. Maybe ThunderTalk should hire you, Granted. I think that's the play, really. Honestly, it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but that's just how I always sound. I think the first pick Zed is the way to go here for ThunderTalk. You need to see Z pop off. And that's Baron in the books here for DKG. Once again, they're going to barrel down your lanes.
Well, let's add one more thing to the books. Let's also add the DKG win because they are looking for it themselves. barely misses out the solo flat. That could have been the game to get the pick off on the Z. They're looking to take down this turret. The last stand from ThunderTalk. The turret standing in between their way. But YK, he's so strong. Look at this Garen. He doesn't even care. Huema diving under the Nexus. Z sent running back into the base. There's nowhere left to go. The only place to go is game number 3 as Darkun Gaming pick up the second.
Amazing performance from Darkun Gaming. This team, they're coming here with a purpose. They're coming here to show that they are the best team in the world. We saw their confidence in the pre-game interviews. We saw their confidence walking onto stage. ThunderTalk, I think they did what they could in the early game. They do look dejected, and rightfully so, because it seems like for every play they make, for every punch they take onto DKG, DKG will punch back twice as hard.
For ThunderTalk, they still have the potential to pull something away. This is that, in a sense, regional match that they were never really able to have. You know, the franchise league versus the open qualifiers, being able to allow new teams to come in and inject it into the competition. It feels like Darkun Gaming have been such a powerhouse.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case here. And with that said, we have to keep in mind as well the struggles that ThunderTalk faced to even get here in the first place. Keep in mind, they made it to the grand finals as a team that was gutted, really. Their roster is far from incomplete. It's beyond incomplete. They had only their mid laner and their top laner. They role swapped. They are missing their jungler. They're missing their bot laner. I think Chris is still doing amazingly here, but we really need to see Azure and S12K step up if they want to make a dent in the series.
So many things changed for ThunderTalk coming into the Horizon Cup, and yet we're able to make it into the grand finals. We need to see a little bit of that magic as you get ready for game number 3 if they want to be able to pull back that reverse. And honestly, not that, you know, they still have 2 more matches at the very least.
Yeah. And we know they have the mental fortitude. We know they have the stamina to really play out a long series. They played 5 games against Roaster Y yesterday. Nearly got reverse swept. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to stay in the game after that one. And hopefully they still have something left in the tank here as well.
Well, let's see what State Farm Analyst Desk have to say to break down that match and to see if Z is going to be locked down ball and chain once again in this next match. But otherwise, back to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break that one down.
Thanks, guys. 2 wins in the books here for Darkun Gaming and ThunderTalk on the back foot. Riku, that last game there, we saw the Twisted Fate. We knew it needed to be important. What did you see in it in the early game before things got out of control?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I was anticipating a certain play when we checked out and saw the Spooky Ghost composition where you have a Kha'Zix, you have a Twisted Fate. We saw this being prevalent because of the scaling late game junglers that have been very popular at the later stages of the group stages, and therefore this was one of the answers. But we didn't get to see that, you know, come to fruition. It was mainly towards this bottom lane play.
Which is my favorite play of the entire tournament. Like, everything looks really good when they engage along those lines, using the Twisted Fate to access the bottom side of the map, set up for everything else. That's where you want Twisted Fate to be executing on all game. But unfortunately, you have a couple of things that go wrong for ThunderTalk. One of them is down bottom, and the other one's right here as ThunderTalk go into this pit and just get barbecued. They get hit with the pyroclasm, and they realize it's a bad time, and Azura kind of walks in here a little bit too late, and then Z is like, I can get you out of there, and he walks in, and everyone's coming one by one, and the same thing just keeps happening. They all get picked off.
Yeah, it just felt like in an instant this turned into the I think I can mentality for ThunderTalk, where I can make the play, no, I can make the play, and multiple times here, it didn't quite work out that way. Yo, looking like a world beater here, able to buy a little bit more time and then pick this off here on Z, who tried to get away. Emo picking this one up here, Riku.
Yeah, I mean, I really love this Leona pick as well, and of course the Garen, because when DKG saw the assassins again, like the Kha'Zix, you basically narrow down, force them to focus on other targets. It's impossible to target the Zed just because of the death mark. So it's just Wind, who's basically very, very hard to get because you have to go through all of those chunky boys like the Garen, like the Leona. And I just wanna commend DKG for this pivot. Like, they're not exactly matching TT early game. It's them taking full control this time and just shutting down ThunderTalk every single time they want to make proactive plays in the map.
And it feels like we're seeing the limits of, like you were talking about, Digon, the individual mindset over on ThunderTalk. They've won a lot of their games through the power of their individual laners, their individual plays that those characters and heroes on their team can make happen. But when you have these players who are so used to making heroic 1v3s happen, and they try to do that versus a team that is always synced up, always communicating, well, we saw what happened in the Dragon Pit. That happens to them. DKG are capable of backing off and playing every fight aware of the attempts at heroism that ThunderTalk are going to bring their way.
Yeah, and I love the conversation that Grandin and Nomo were having earlier, setting the table for the history of these two teams, right? DKG qualified for the tournament through the Spark Invitational, which was open to all the teams in China except those that were in the LPL, which participated in the WPL qualifiers where ThunderTalk came on through. And so the fact that you have teams that came from franchise leagues compared to teams that came from everyone else, it feels like this cool bridging of like, hey, what would happen if we got to see these two teams play? Well, we are getting to see it, and ThunderTalk are struggling right now as Dakun are rolling here, TJ.
And I think one of the best examples of that kind of individual mindset, the things that ThunderTalk do really well, was in the opening moments of that game, where we did see this really cool executed bottom lane dive. Everything goes to plan. Z teleports in, you've got the sync up perfectly, and yes, this is a team play, but it's reliant on the individual outplays. There are very few mid laners that would go in with the game plan of, I'm gonna teleport underneath the turret, everything's gonna work out, trust me, bro. And it did. Teleported in, land the gold card, everything goes well. They found 2 kills and flashed forward past the turret, not content with just the take. That's the stuff that makes ThunderTalk special.
And now it's time for our Cisco Every Second Counts, which was literally seconds after that first kill, right, TJ?
No, don't do this to me.
It was great, right? Nothing else happened right afterwards. Just kidding. With that dive, Zed rotating, Johnny on the spot, right on time, and the tower getting a huge assist as well. So the movement at that time seemed perfect.
Every second counts, as in maybe you should have walked out from behind the turret a couple seconds earlier. Yeah.
Every second counted in that one. And you know what? ThunderTalk need to count all their seconds. They're down 0-2. They need to win 4 in a row to start coming back on in. Well, maybe not 4 in a row, but they still got to get 4 to get back in here. All right, as we take a quick break, check out the shirt Ebro Gaming's Teaks posted earlier, signed by so many players in the Horizon Cup. How cool is this? We'll see you here for game number 3 in just a few minutes.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Rift Horizon Cup here in the Suntech Convention Center. And Darkun Gaming have posed a challenge, not just to ThunderTalk Gaming, but to the rest of the world to say, can anyone give us a good match? They've taken 2 fantastic games away from ThunderTalk so far in this best of 7 series.
Well, Grandin, I have something to tell you. There was someone who came here to challenge Darkun Gaming yesterday, and it was Team Secret. They took a game from Darkun Gaming, utilizing the Zed pick from Tatsuri. So what's the solution here? This is exactly what we talked about yesterday, right? We were having a conversation, we were discussing how can they possibly win this game. If Tatsuri Zed could pop off and carry a game against Darkun Gaming, I have no doubt that Z, on a champion like Zed, can maybe pull off something along those lines. So stop putting him in jail. Get him out of Diana jail. Get him out of TF jail. Put him on something that can pop off and carry the game, and I want to see ThunderTalk really start showing off their individual chops.
At the same time, a lot of pressure on Z to perform, to carry, to be the one to take down Darkun Gaming. And as we go into picks and bans, the first things that we have to look towards are going to be that Zed pickup, as well as what this means for ThunderTalk. And what bans are they going to have to get rid of if they want to be able to deny DKG, but also get that strong first pick?
Well, Grandin, our analysis was that ThunderTalk should be first picking Zed here. And guess what? Our producers just backed us up. They just came in my ear and told me that Zed has a 91% win rate in this tournament. Math is not my strong suit. He won 10 games out of 11 where he was picked. And ThunderTalk, they identified that, you know what, Garen's a bit of a problem too. They can flex it to YK, they can flex it to Emo. Let's just remove that. Now, if this is not a Zed pick here, Grandin, I'm going to be very frustrated.
Okay, let's take a look towards this one. Countdown with bated breath. I'm actually
I feel like we're on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now.
Give it a second.
Come up with an answer.
Yeah, it's the music playing, the lights are shining down on there.
And it's a Renekton.
That's what happened last game.
Yeah.
Feiba locked in Renekton. Oh!
You see, I just know these teams so very well. I just know these teams too well. I wish I didn't, but I do. And you know what that means, right? So what's it gonna be here for DKG, Grandin? I think you know the answer.
Does this mean that Win and Yo go back to the coach and say, hey, we don't feel like playing Zed anymore. Can we play something else?
Look, I think, yeah, there we go. It's gonna be the Zed for
Coach
Yo.
says no, you have to play
10 out of
that
11.
Zed.
10 out of 11, Grandin. Is this gonna be 11 out of 12? Look, the formula is not changing for Darkun Gaming. They're saying it's working, let's keep rolling with it. We have the momentum, the wins under our sails. Let's drive this one home. And it looks like ThunderTalk, what's their answer gonna be? That's the big question for me. Their answer was Riven yesterday. Now it's permabanned away. What's the answer against Zed?
Okay, they're gonna go for the Thresher. Potential pickup on the Varus. That could be very nice. Having both the Chains of Corruption as well as the Death Sentence layered together. Be a very nice pickup potential, but against Darkun Gaming, we've seen how slippery Yo gets, especially because there is... Okay, well, it only works because you're bilingual.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen how slippery he gets, and it's so difficult because Zed can instantaneously recast his Living Shadow and his ultimate. So he's able to jump back and forth so well. Z's going back on this Orianna.
Okay, I have a bit of a theory here. So there's 2 possible options. Now, yesterday in the interview, Z mentioned we pick Orianna when we want to be stable, when we want to get to the mid game, when we want to get to the late game, and we want to scale it up. And that's what we said ThunderTalk should be doing. They need to find some scaling in their team composition. That's a possibility here for Z. Alternatively, Orianna is not a bad matchup into Brand. Because of her range, because of her ball, she's able to keep the Brand at bay, and that's something which we could see a Zero pilot here in the Dragon lane as well.
They grabbed this Jarvan.
Yeah.
Very curious what
Jarvan is amazing here, by the way. I think the Jarvan is just a great answer to the Orianna, to the Trash. He's a great lane answer to the Renekton. And guess what? He's going to keep you locked in the Cataclysm while Brand burns you alive. That's the trend so far. Brand is burning you alive. Now they're just adding tools to help him with that.
It's interesting to see that teams haven't been going for the Camille, something that was heavily prioritized in a lot of their regional competitions.
Oh, you're right.
Has now been slipping past into the rear end of the drafts when all else fails. You go, all right, well, what do you want to play here? Maybe the Camille. Instead, ThunderTalk, they're going to go for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has been a nice option to help them scale up, and it has some good damage in the early game as well.
Yeah, well, Grandin, I'm going to give you a peek into the minds of Darkun Gaming here, right? It's from my perspective, so I might be completely wrong. There's a reason I'm casting, not coaching. But TT, they banned away the Camille in the last 2 games. This game, they opted to ban the Garen instead. But Darkun, they're saying, we don't want Camille. Team fighting's working, tank top is working. Let's not change what is not broken. And once again, engage for Emo, tank for YK, Zed, Brand, as well as the jungler that can pop off from Hueba. The formula remains the same. Will the result remain the same?
I'm curious how this one's gonna play out, Hui, but again, now on this config, similar to how the Lee Sin plays out, it's a little bit more facilitative, a little bit more supportive, especially in these side lanes, making sure that Yo has the opportunity to get those dives off, those ganks off. But this also means that Huima won't be able to play into the style that he has been working with in the Horizon Cup, one where he's able to single-handedly turn the tides of the game and push it in his team's favor.
Yeah, he can't 1v9 this game. He's not on the Jax again this game, but I think what Huiba does so well on the Kha'Zix, and what plays into the trend of the series so far, is that he's going to do very well to not let ThunderTalk ever push side lanes. That's been the trend so far.
Well, Chris is going to get that Vine, and judging from the way that we saw things go in that first game, Huiba, I think, is going to give him a little bit more respect. Not go
he's
for
not
that.
going to invade your wolves this time, huh?
Hopefully not. So Chris should be able to get a little bit of a free pass through the early game, right? But what we've been seeing as a mate, I wouldn't call it quite an
outscale. That's what you got to keep in mind.
Sure, but I wouldn't call this quite failing from ThunderTalk. But they haven't been able to get the double Scuttle Crabs despite every time looking so close to doing so.
Yeah, definitely the case, but this time around they've gone for a different approach. I don't think they're going to prioritize the early game as heavily, and I kind of do like it, because the last two games, when the burden was on them to find something, to just really get the ball rolling, they slipped up several times throughout the games. This time around, Kai'Sa for scaling, Ori for scaling. Can ThunderTalk win these late game team fights?
ThunderTalk need to find these late game team fights. It's not a matter of they can. They have to find these fights if they want to stand a chance to win against Dakun, who have been looking stronger and stronger. They've been evolving as well. I mean, it feels like just yesterday we were going into this. Teams are landing in Singapore looking for scrim partners, and Dakun Gaming was destroying the scrim scene. And now in competitive play, I know scrim bugs don't count for a lot, but when you have enough of them, surely it means something, Omo.
It definitely means something when you're 2-0 up in the grand finals, Grandin. Dakun Gaming, I think this team looks phenomenal right now, but I do like the adjustments that ThunderTalk have made. Give your bottom lane a bit of potential here to get something going. Punish the brand. This champion has a weak laning phase. Alistair has a weak laning phase. Get something going right now.
Okay, well, just a bit of a trade from both sides. Interesting start from ThunderTalk there. Weren't quite able to force more from Emo.
Yeah, you just want to chunk him out, and you want to slowly whittle him down. Every flay you get, he should be losing 1 or 2 bars of health. You do it one more time, and Emo should be out of the lane. That's the idea here. They are the stand-ins. They are the substitutes. S12K and Azure, they're coming in to replace what I thought was an amazing bot lane from ThunderTalk. Soya and SY, I thought they did amazingly for this team. Now Azure and S12K, they're trying to duplicate that performance here. Kai'Sa Trash, a lot of burden will be on these two substitutes to really step up big time.
They were really a big part of the discussion, right? Because as we were looking back towards their regional matches, we felt like ThunderTalk had a lot of presence with Soul and SMY, which is what enabled Z to perform as well as he has been. But at the same time, Azure and S12K have been performing well in the Horizon Cup, but as they go up against DKG, they are really pushing their limits here.
This
we
is
start
amazing.
to see things happen. Well, Chris is looking for that
good.
bot lane gank, forces the flash away from Win, preemptively gets out of vision. I like what's happening here.
And this is something that ThunderTalk did against Roaster Y yesterday as well. When your bot lane gets priority, you push them off the turret, you zone them off the wave, and you gradually get these leads for Azure. He's on the Kai'Sa, he can really carry this game. Z's on Orianna, he can really carry this game. ThunderTalk, it looks like this time around, they might have a real option.
Okay, there we go. Double Scuttle Crab.
Finally!
Plus that bot lane gank, and I want to give some credit over to Z. This Orianna that's been able to shove out the lane, find so much priority on both sides. That's why Chris was able to walk out to the bot end as well as he has been.
Yeah, S12K kind of misplayed that one.
That's a nice
There's
death
no world
sentence.
Emo should be able to do that.
Emo,
There we go! There we go!
Ignite comes across. Heal's going to be there, but he will barely survive.
I was so excited. I thought for once ThunderTalk, they were able to strike the first blow without getting anything taken back from them. Unfortunately, not the case. They do get a bit of incremental leads in the bottom lane, but it's not enough to blow the game open yet. It's still a small lead, a couple hundred gold here and there, close to 1,000, but we still gotta look out for the 4-minute window, Grandin. When the Dragon spawns, when the Herald spawns, that's when Dakun Gaming is their strongest, that's when the brand pick shows off, that's when the Zad pick from Yo really starts to pop off as well. Can ThunderTalk survive that storm?
Well, they need to have some good team fighting around those neutral objectives like you mentioned.
Yeah.
but DKG getting ever so much closer towards those big power spikes. I mean, just looking at the laning from Dakun so far, so unassuming. They're playing under their turrets, playing it safe, and yet you just know the pressure is on ThunderTalk to make things happen.
Even if not to make things happen, in this game, they have the scaling option. So if you're not trying to make things happen, can you at least not explode the moment a team fight begins? Because we have seen that from ThunderTalk earlier in the series. They have made uncharacteristic mistakes on the grand final stage. Hopefully this time around, they manage to stabilize a bit, but the clock is ticking, Brandon. 4 minutes is rapidly approaching. This is the power spike window for Dakun Gaming. We know what they can do here.
Okay, well here's the thing though, Dakun Gaming, they won't get many good options. It's just going to be the Clown Drake as well as that Rift Herald. So if Dakun Gaming choose to go and grab that Rift Herald and ThunderTalk say, you can have it, we'll trade for Drakes and we'll play for that late game, they have that option.
That's definitely the better play here, I think, for ThunderTalk. You don't want to risk losing a big team fight when you know you can outscale. And I think that ThunderTalk, I really want to see what their rotation is right now. It should be Kai'Sa trash to mid lane and play for control on Herald. Back off if DKG try to contest you, play for Dragon. It looks like they're just going to play for the bot lane. They're going to give up the Rift Herald. And like you said, they're going to play for the Cloud Dragon, play to scale.
Alright, well, if ThunderTalk get there early enough, they might be able to do both. Yeah. We've seen how that one plays out before, especially when you have decent team fighting as well. It may not be as good as DKG, but if you find initiative of your own, especially as look at what's happening here. They're actually going to start walking towards this S12K. He's moving towards the Rift Herald now. Z's going to come in as well. Emo, he's looking for a re-engage here, potentially has vision over them. Wind's going to be nearby. He's looking for the Pyroclasm. Forces the flash away from Z. ThunderTalk.
Yeah.
A little bit too greedy there.
Very greedy. I think they didn't expect Hueba to start it on spawn. They didn't expect the Rift Herald to drop that quickly. ThunderTalk got a bit greedy. S12K, he didn't manage to fillet the headbutt. And because of that, Z has to blow flash. Now, Grandin, take a look at Dakun's team comp for me, will you? Jarvan, Kha'Zix, Zach. If you're an Orianna without flash, I think you're pretty scared right now.
A little bit scared.
Yeah, he's no longer playing League of Legends, really. It's a horror game at this point. Feibai, though, huge.
Gets away. That's going to be the re-engage. Emo looking. Take him down with the rocket belt. You love to see it.
You love to see it, and it was extremely close as well. If he had Ignite, the Rocket Belt Ignite would have taken him down. Unfortunately, not the case. Feibai performing pretty solid so far in this game tree. I think the whole series, he has had a respectable performance, but he needs the rest of his team to perform alongside him.
Well, that's first turn for DKG, the gold advantage on the red side.
For Hueba, basically funneled into Hueba. Emo took some of his gold away, but I think if Emo gets some gold, you're pretty happy as DKG, even though he's on the tank, even though he's on that Alistair. This man has been a pivotal playmaker for Dakun Gaming, and he's not looking to stop now.
The way he plays into these fights, the engages that he has, have been so phenomenal. And as we build up Hueba, we build up Emo, I feel like, yo, this does a little bit of recognition as well. I mean, the guy's been pretty insane. This Zed...
To be fair, he's been playing Zed a bunch of games.
I mean, you have to pilot it well.
Yeah.
Surely.
He definitely has.
The skill ceiling is so high on this champion. The skill expression is all there. Yo's the one that's actually making it happen. He's the playmaker here.
I completely agree. I think he's playing insanely well. His mechanics have been close to perfection. And I think Yo, you know, he's really making a case for himself here up against Z as well. Of course, he has the best team in the world behind him, supporting him, enabling him. But he's definitely been no slouch.
I feel like, again, this just goes back to the idea for me that a lot of these champions that end up building Ceruldo's Grudge right now are so prevalent in the meta.
Grandin, Ceruldo's Grudge, oh, your new gamer tag, you're welcome for that one.
Just feels like that way because he's looking at champions like the Kha'Zix, like the Zed, has such an easy way to build into that.
You have to get there first. Keep in mind, Chris last game did not even manage to buy it before he lost the game.
Absolutely. Zero's going to get caught off. Definitely doesn't build Ceruldo's Grudge on his build. Evo's going to get traded back. ThunderTalk able to fight back in turn, but across the map, pressure still in favor of DKG.
Yeah, DKG, they really get it all. You lose Emo, but you take down a Zero. And when we talk about the late game scaling options of ThunderTalk, it's Orianna, it's Kai'Sa. Losing the Kai'Sa here is going to hurt you a lot, and it starts from Emo. This man, camping in the bush, sneaking past S12K. You pick the trash to counter the Alistair. But Emo doesn't care. He picked Alistair into trash. He says, I can outplay you. And he's right so far.
What we have to address though is Azure has now managed to pick up his BF Zone. The execution is calling it the Vampire Acceptor. So why you want to go for all these components first is because it gets you to that Incanted Rain upgrade. And that's a power spike available for ThunderTalk now. They're going to be able to use that upgrade to get more damage, which is what they desperately need against DKG.
Yeah, they really need damage, but I don't think they're looking to take a fight just yet. If you look at the items across the board, Z is the Archangel Staff. You still are trying to scale up on Kai'Sa. Vi's not going to scale very well, but he just has one job. He needs to punch Hueba in the face. That's it. He needs to enable his team by making sure Kha'Zix does not threaten them, and I think he's going to be able to do that job extremely well here with the support that TT have. They have Lantern to bail him out if he dies too deep. They have the ball riding on top of him as well from Z, and I like this little sneaky play here. They threaten Yo. Can he outplay this?
Well, it doesn't look like he's going to really have to. Chris is still hesitant on looking for the engage. He actually does. Gets the initial dodge off, but he still gets locked down. The flash away from Chris, but he has to stare his gauge as Yo dashes back on the turret. Azure is being played like a fiddle. And Emo rushing down to the bot side now. He has the Rocky Belt. Has that Ignite. He's chasing after Azure, and he'll finish off the marksman. But back over to the mid lane. Z will find the kill. Takes down Wind as the damage shot's gone. No Brand left for DKG.
No Brand left for DKG, but that's all they have left in the tank. Azure committed his ultimate, Chris committed his ultimate, but they weren't able to take down Yo. He mind-gamed the both of them so very well, playing around his shadows there, and I think, like you said, Yo needs more credit. This man, his mechanics have been off the charts. He bought so much space on the map for DKG, and with that play done and dusted, DKG, they're still sitting at a gold lead. They still have the Rift Herald available, and they're gonna be the ones starting off this dragon.
DKG will likely get the dragon as well. I don't think ThunderTalk can really contest this one. Might look for a steal. I mean, Chris is nearby. Hueba walks over. Decides that he's gonna just take this jungle. I love this. I love this aggression right now.
Azure stuck.
It absolutely is. In between two assassins. The mid lane looking a little bit stuck as well. Picture in picture, I think that's just going to be Azure going down pretty soon. Unless Chris comes in to interfere. He's running interference, coming back, gets locked down onto Yo. That could mean the Zed goes down. But in the meantime, Azure gets picked off and knocked back into YK. Chris looking for a chance to re-engage. Emo still has his ultimate, so things are looking interesting. What happens here in the back though? Feibai comes in to finally take down Hueba. And it just doesn't seem like these teams want to stop fighting.
And granted, that was a good play there for ThunderTalk. Finally, they get a lead in one of these fights. Azure, he nearly outplayed that as well. He tried to auto Hueba for the Killer Instinct proc. Pay attention to the map though. Yo, just bought TP, he's coming back.
That's what Z has to do. He has to get the pick off first. YK will go down before Yo can get anything done. He's locked in the Catalyst and he jumps over it. But it's not too late. He doesn't have any more spells.
Yeah, and Z bought TP there, so that was a big investment. And it's gonna delay his power spike with the Cyrilda's Grudge.
Yes.
He does have the Yomu's Ghost
isn't it?
He does have the Black Cleaver, so he's still gonna be pumping out a lot of damage. But he's not gonna get the Grudge just yet. And while that's happening, Z is scaling. He's approaching 2 items. Azure is scaling. He's approaching 2 items. Feibai has been quietly performing very well so far this series. He is on 2 items as well. So a lot of very real threats here for ThunderTalk. I think in the next Dragon we're gonna see in a couple of minutes, TT will look to fight. They'll look to take the 5v5. And hopefully, for the first time this series, they win their first 5v5.
Look, I'm starting to feel like that Garen ban might be hurting DKG a little bit more than what they initially let on. Feibai actually going to have to face off against Hueba. Z misses out the chance of the shockwave.
He was invisible. In Z's defense, Hueba was invisible right there, so he tried to predict his movement a little bit. Unfortunately, not going to get that one, but I still think Feibai and Z, the 2 duo members who were here from the start, are doing very well.
Azure caught out. That death sentence would stop Yo, but Azure walks back in.
Yes,
you can't do that. Not against this guy. Yo's going to actually dodge back on the turret. The Zhonyas will keep him alive. Chris comes in here, looking to take down the Zed, who has the flash, so still can get away with the Ignite onto Chris. A little bit more damage from Hueba. It just seems like this Vi will ultimately go down.
Man. And that's the problem here. The Vi dives in, but she's diving in alone. You need the Killer Instinct. You need the Shockwave, but both were not available. And that means that Chris will get taken down. Rift Herald will get popped. And DKG, look at mid lane. They won it all. They won mid, they won bulk. They're not gonna rest.
That Rift Herald, not as much
well,
value. Not as much value as he could have possibly had.
Yeah.
I don't think DKG are all too concerned about that. Azure again, so risky to step forward like that.
And DKG, they're feeling themselves right now. They're confident. They're taking the skill checks. They're diving you between turrets. They're pushing 2 lanes at once at 12 minutes in the game. TT, they need to calm down. They need to slow down the pace of the game. They need to play the 5v5s front to back. You need to make sure Z has a shockwave. You need to make sure he syncs it with Chris. And you need to make sure that DKG don't pick you off before you team fight.
The smallest gold lead that DKG have had in this series so far. But yet at the same time, it still feels like they have a lot of pressure, but ThunderTalk have that fighting chance. They've been able to find some priority on the other side of the map. I think this is best summarized by the idea of playing cross map, and ThunderTalk have been able to put the pressure down towards the Dragon side, while DKG have been doing it effectively everywhere else.
Brandon, I'm so proud of you. You identified the point there exactly as what DKG wants to do. And look at the map state. Look at them do exactly what you're saying, Brandon. ThunderTalk, their 5-man group. They're trying to find a play. They're trying to find an engage. But DKG, they're just trading for bot lane. Yo's pushing in. Hueba's guarding him. Evo's not gonna die. He's tanky.
Glad to make you proud, Omo, but I think ThunderTalk can make you even prouder.
Hopefully.
They're able to pull this one away. Hueba studs up the Dragon, has Yo by his side. They're looking for an engage there. That's going to be...
Zero gets caught.
That's Emo. He's jumping in. That's the fight they might have been looking for. Win isn't able to output the damage. They actually take down Yo. They take down YK as well. ThunderTalk moving together as a unit. They're 5-man together. Strong enough, despite everything that DKG are throwing at them. Will not be enough. A little bit more damage from Win. But he's been sent back to the mid lane. ThunderTalk finally get the fight they were looking for.
4 for 1, Brandon. That's the first team fight win for ThunderTalk in the entire day, in the entire series so far. 5 for 1, maybe even.
Win, what's happening here? Z surely will get this kill, but
Not
it's looking a
enough
little bit close. I mean, what's happening? He's skirting the turret. He's right there by the side. He's gonna walk out. He gets away.
He gets away, he sneaks away, he survives there, but Darkun Gaming, that was the first real blow they've taken so far this series. They lose 4 members, they lose 2 turrets, they lose the Dragon as well. Brandon, could this be it? Could ThunderTalk have finally found the formula? The scaling, is this the play here? Look at how this team fight starts. I think a lot of credit goes to Azir. He's playing so aggressively, uses the stealth upgrade to dash in, chunk out YK, baits them with the Zhonya's, killer instincts back in to finish off YK, skirting around the edges of the fight so extremely well here. They clean up Emo, and look at this, Hueba, he's done this before, he's doing it yet again. He's getting too aggressive with no right to be, and the point, click CC, punish the Kazakhs, they get the teamfight win, but it's still only 1,000 gold lead for TT.
And look what happens, Hueba once again, he stepped too far forward, gets caught out. Nice knockback from Emo, will keep his jungler alive. YK looking for the re-engage as the teleport comes across with DKG overcommit for that fight.
DKG, they commit a lot, and what happens on the other side of the map? We said DKG won a cross map, but Feibai right now on this Renekton starting to find pressure on the side lane. We're seeing a game of first. TT took their first team fight this series. They're putting pressure on the side lane for the first time this series, and they're starting to take control of DKG's jungle.
DKG, they seem a little bit unsure what to do in this position. If I'm being honest here, they're walking into the jungle like it still does, but ThunderTalk will force them back and say, no, now this is our game to run.
But Brandon, look at the inventories of Darkun Gaming. What do we see right now that wasn't there before? 2 Cyrilda's grudges picked up by Hueba and Yo. Could this be it? Because you gotta keep in mind here, when we talk about team comps that wanna dive into you, Cyrilda's grudge, the slow, does so extremely well to split up teams. That could be what we see here. We might see something where Chris dives in, Feibai dives in, and Z and Azure get zoned away by Cyrilda's grudge as well as the threat of the double assassins.
Look, I'm gonna say that it is. I like the item enough to say that it will be.
My man here is not cheering for either of these teams, he's just cheering for Cyrilda's grudge.
Cyrilda's grudge will win you the game. That's all I'm cheering for, that's what I'm looking forward to see.
I'm cheering for TT to tie this one up, so hopefully that's not the case here. And with that in mind, they're gonna jump on Z for letting him keep him safe.
Well, the Cataclysm has already been expanded. That's a tool that he no longer have. Nice re-engagement has 12k. And the Death Sentence to lock in Emo, but he's gonna go back in, try to get the jump on the Z. Hueba's been forced out. Feibai joins into the fight, gets the flash on, pops the hourglass from Hueba, who's in the backline trying to take somebody down. But Yo's fully out of this fight, 2 dead on Darkun Gaming.
Amazing Amazing team fight from ThunderTalk right there. They're gonna start the Baron off, and I want to see a replay of that team fight. And I want you guys to look at each individual member of ThunderTalk and how well they played.
We might need
their
5
roles.
replays for that.
We might need 5 replays from each of their perspectives. And look at this right now. They still correctly identify. We need to zone them away. We need to make sure Zio can't come near this. We need to make sure YK can't come near this. And they do just that. Renekton and Ori, they do their jobs. They zone DKG away. We talk about how DKG might just be the best team in the world, have the best team play in the world. But ThunderTalk, they prove they can fight you tooth and nail.
And as this Renekton starts to get stronger, Feibai shows why first pick Renekton is a respectable choice.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Zed win rate as well. 10 wins in 11 games. Could this be one of the first few times he loses?
10 wins in 12 games? Crazy concept.
Still sounds pretty broken to me.
Absolutely. Well, next
YK
thing up on the plate is going to be that Elder Draken. YK, he has been having a tough time looking for an engage here. Emo, he's trying to force something. He's dived in deep under ThunderTalk, brought the fight to them, but see with the two-man Shockwave will obliterate win. He's immediately out the fight at Azul, dives in aggressively. Faber is there. Chris, he's holding on Yo by himself at ThunderTalk Gaming. You can't quite count them out because when the timer comes down to it, they are here to play and they will look to end this one off. 3 alive on Dakun Gaming. They pull back Weber. They're in the base onto the Nexus. 5 strong standing in front of DKG, working away at that Nexus. Slowly but surely, Azure will finish it off. The Shockwave will finish it off. ThunderTalk pull back their first win.
A convincing win there from ThunderTalk, and you know what I'm gonna say, Grandin? We have a series on our hands. 2-1 for Dakun Gaming, but ThunderTalk, they prove they can strike back. They correctly identify we need to drop scaling, we need to remove the timer, and they played that 5v5 team comp to perfection.
I mean, it's just business for ThunderTalk. Look at them. They're not even too excited about it. They say, well,
it's just one game.
We have a bunch of games to still go about things. Let's get ready for our next one. They identify what they needed to do. And looks like Zed is apparently not as broken as we thought it had to be.
Yeah, I mean, the Zed was still doing so well in the early mid game. You correctly identified that DKG had to stop playing for side lanes. But DKG, they were a bit too greedy there. They started taking team fights, which they shouldn't have been. And I think if you go back, you watch the replays, look at how Chris played every single team fight. He had one job and he knew it. He just went to 1v1 Zed every single team fight in the last 5 minutes of the game. He lost every 1v1, but it doesn't matter. You just keep the Zed away from your team, and he did just that.
Yeah, hold him in place, make sure he has nowhere to go. The sacrifice, ultimately, from
he didn't even die, though, so that's amazing.
Fair enough. Doesn't have to die to make sure he holds Yo in place. And we start to see Z come in, that stable Orianna that they were talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly the words he used in his interview yesterday. Stable, and he's scaling. They know that that's what they need to do here against DKG. They can't keep the tempo because DKG team fights too well. So what do? We fight fire with fire. We counterpick your Zed with an aggressive scaling bot lane. And we out-team fight you. Amazing stuff from ThunderTalk.
Amazing stuff from ThunderTalk, who have now managed to pick up their first win in the best of 7 series. Let's toss it over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down that amazing game.
Thank you very much, Big G. And TJ, what we got on our hands?
It's a series.
Lots of series on our hands after that win. ThunderTalk come roaring back finally. And a lot of it had to do with that early game, which was stable. It was a stable early game where they didn't get blown out right away here.
And a lot of that comes from Chris, who right off the bat was going into those side lanes, providing pressure down bottom for Azure like Riku and I asked him to do. And lo and behold, we get to these team fights where they not only have Azure online, able to do damage, but Chris also got a decent injection of early gold from all this action, and Z has been quietly scaling in the middle of the map on that Orianna. So ThunderTalk have multiple damage dealers in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. A just really, really nice adjustment coming from ThunderTalk. I mean, when we look at the mid lane and top lane, it's basically kind of hard to gank anyways, so might as well just focus everything towards the bottom portion of the map. I really like the adjustments as well when it comes to their usual playstyle of wanting to get Rift Heralds all the time, but they know that they have the scaling this time around in their draft, so let's just propel Azure into this Kai'Sa pick and then win the team fights later on once everybody's online, and this is exactly what they did. No matter no matter what DKG try to do at the bottom portion of the map to get themselves ahead, there's always Chris, there's always S12K being that reliable disengage with the Lantern and the engage as well with the death sentences.
Yeah, and in this point of the game, it felt like the Orianna got to scale, and we got to see how impactful some of those shock waves were, but it felt like a multiple player step up here with S12K on the Thresh, making huge plays. Azure finally showing up on the Kai'Sa of all bot laners, dragon laners that it could have been, still dishing out the damage here.
And I'd also love to echo what Leonard said on the desk, which is we got to see Chris actually really mitigating the backline impact of this Darkun Gaming team. Vi in the late game becomes kind of just a CC machine. You're not relying on her to do too much damage. You typically build her a little more tanky, and she delivers on, hey, there's a Zed diving our backline. I've got a solid 30 seconds of just stun that will stop this Zed from killing our key carries.
Yeah, and did exactly that. We wanted to take a look one more time at the team fight prowess that ThunderTalk got in these games, because we didn't get to see a lot of it in games 1 and 2, but here around the Dragon Pit, it was huge. The Orianna was huge.
And this was the team fight where I knew ThunderTalk could win this game. You see the early focus on Z in the back of the fight. He's just able to stopwatch. And that is two things. First of all, for the first time in this series, Z has enough damage that there's a really dedicated focus on killing him. And second of all, he can just stopwatch, and there are other players on his team who can deliver on the damage necessary to win that team fight, in particular Azure and Feibai being able to come into that fight as secondary damage dealers, get the people off of Z so that he can come out of the stasis with the Orianna and end the fight.
Riku?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw how Z's building up more in that Seraphs. Everybody's prioritizing the stasis. You basically, I felt like Huiba and as well as Zed were really hungry for kills, but because of the defensive items on the opposite side coming from ThunderTalk, it just made things extra harder.
Yeah, I mean, when we took a look at that game highlights to start, it finally started with, I think, champions at level 8, level 9. The highlights that we saw in games 1 and 2, it started at level 3, level 4, very early on in the game, and that's because of our State Farm assist of the day. Here's Chris saving Feibai on the top side of the map in one of the first games DKG threw at him.
Watch the engage from Emo here on this Alistair. He's been doing this all game. Protobelt in, and the Protobelt rockets are blocked by Chris, who gets in position to take a hit.
And because of that, it prevented the game from spiraling out of control. We had seen DKG consistently find success in those early ganks. That was one of the earliest ones they had in this game, around 5 minutes. Imagine, he goes down early, first blood over to DKG, they lose momentum, they lose the top tower, and how quickly that could have snowballed out of control. Okay, as we go to break, catch a listen to All In on the official Horizon Cup playlist on Spotify. And check out even more tracks like Get Jinxed through the Wild Rift profile. More Horizon Cup in just a few minutes.
Walking on this road, you know just where to go, you follow your heart and soul. Moments passing by, don't know it's a moment to shine. The fire that's inside is waiting to ignite. Just hold tight, yeah. The fire that's inside, adventures left and right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wild Rift Horizon Cup Finals. ThunderTalk Gaming win game number 3 and make this a series, as DKG are currently sitting 2-1 in this best of 7. So first team to win 4 games there, and it would have been pretty crushing for ThunderTalk if they did not get that last one. A lot of teamwork, a lot of great play from Chris to facilitate a stable early game to get their major solar laners online.
And I do just want to run through the kind of shopping list for ThunderTalk here. Obviously, we want Chris on a highly mobile character that's capable of getting into lane during the early game. And then the key carries, you're looking at Azure, you're looking at Z. They both need characters that are capable of scaling throughout the game and doing damage in the mid to late game teamfights. Last game, that was Kai'Sa and Orianna with Chris on a Vi. Anything like that will make me very happy, Digon.
All right, well, we'll see how this goes. The bans have been pretty standard here. ThunderTalk still on the blue side, as that was DKG's choice. They decided to go red side. So on the blue side, still banning away the Fiora first. It was Fiora, Ziggs, Camille. On the opposite side, Riven, Nunu, and I think the last one was Lee Sin. Oh, they're banning Thresh this time, so S12K gonna have to find something new.
And a big part of the game that we saw last time was around Emo being able to hard engage on the Alistar over and over again, creating teamfight opportunities. And S12K finally, it felt like, had a support character that could answer that, be equally impactful in teamfights through CC, and they've decided to get rid of that real early in this draft.
Riku, first 3 picks now in. The Zed finally in the hands of one of the strongest solo laners in all of the world.
Yeah, and then that's the response. You know what? We're just going to pick something safe in the mid lane. We're going to get the Diana. We're going to get the shields. But a pick that really calls my attention is the Varus pick. Varus pick has been the answer to Kai'Sa lanes. Either you force the Kai'Sa pick here, do a lane swap, or you pick something else. So with a Varus now here in the draft for DKG, they're basically saying, hey, do you still want to pick the Kai'Sa? We're here.
But I love what ThunderTalk have built. We gave them a shopping list, Riku, and this is everything on the list. They've got the milk, they've got the eggs, they've got the Zed, able to be the carry champion for Z, and Chris has his Lee Sin to access lanes early.
Is Zed the eggs or milk, TJ?
Zed is the eggs because if anything happens to him in the early game, he'll break.
Nice. I was not ready for a great response, but that was fantastic. Renekton going on over to the side of YK. We're waiting for that last one. You know, speaking more about this Varus pick, Wind was the one that has looked the most impressive, I believe, on Varus early on in those group stage matches. In my brain, he was synonymous with the Varus. Vi going on over to the opposite side, and so Hueba might just be a facilitator in this one.
And that's huge for me. DKG are getting not their shopping list. They've gone to the store and none of the things they wanted are there because Hueba's not going to be on a late game carry champion. In a late game, Vi is a facilitator, like you were saying, mostly a tank. If you're looking at their mid laner, Yo, who's been a huge part of their game, they're stuck on a defensive Diana. And sure, Wind does have the Varus, but Varus is not a big damage threat. They're a facilitator that sits in the back of teamfights and layers things out. There is not a single carry champion here for DKG, and that means they need to start the snowball rolling early, compensate for their lack of damage by getting an early start that injects gold into those carries.
And then Gragas, the final one, locked on in here for ThunderTalk. You look at the Garen, you look at the Gragas, you know that Emo can play support Garen, but you assume that the Gragas is going at the support role with the Senna, and we await the final pick here for DKG, Riku.
Yeah, this still could possibly towards Feibai on the Gragas. We've seen him perform at the early stages of the group stages here in the Horizon Cup, and it has been, you know, a little bit 50-50 here and there, but it feels like, you know, he was still ramping up. I really like this from DKG with the final pick on the Rakan because they're doubling down on the heavy engage. Salt and Battery, Grand Entrance, Moonfall, everything is just going to layer down, and there's just so many targets, squishy targets that you could pick up, like Chris on the Lee Sin. You got Z on this Zed as well. And of course, don't forget Azure on the Senna. And it feels like, to me, perhaps the disengage coming from the explosive cask may not be enough with this, you know, all-in composition from DKG.
They do have engage, but I don't see any damage still, Riku. And that's what I'm worried about for DKG. Into something like Zed, like Senna, that late game's gonna hurt from ThunderTalk, and I don't see any answers for DKG.
Level 5 is gonna be very important for DKG. They will have the tools with their ultimates to pick the fight when they want, but as TJ has pointed out very clearly, it feels like their damage sources will dwindle out later on. And on ThunderTalk, It's the Z show. He's on Zed. It is the Garen on the top side of the map, which means Gragas will be a very huge disengaged tool for ThunderTalk against the aggression from DKG early on. To get into the action, it's time to send it on over to our casters. Will it be 3-1 DKG, or can ThunderTalk win 2 in a row? Let's find out with Big G and Omo.
Let's find out indeed. It's going to be game number 4 between Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming, and I have to say, looking at the draft so far, it feels like ThunderTalk have stolen away. It's the greatest heist of the century. Stolen away Dakun Gaming's draft.
Not just that, Grandin, it looks like both of these teams have kind of swapped drafts. If you told me ahead of today that Huiba was gonna be playing Vi in the grand finals, I would not be believing.
What was that about you? What did I not say there? That you had to repeat that as swapping drafts?
I don't know, I wasn't listening to you. What's new? It's okay, but we're gonna go into the game really quickly for both of these teams, and I want to point out a couple key elements here, Grandin. Firstly, what did we say? The coaches finally heard us. Z on Zed, it's only poetic, it's only right, and I hope he has a pop-up performance here. Keep in mind, Dakun Gaming, the one game that he dropped the team secret was against Tatsuri Zed. Now Z on Zed, can he repeat that or do even better here?
Okay, here we go. 10-12 is the scoreline for Zed in the Horizon Cup so far. Let's see if it goes to 11 out of 13 or if it's going to keep building up.
Pretty good math there, Grandin.
Of course. That's the way we do things in the Horizon Cup.
Okay. I was a bit afraid there because if S12K had the body slam, he might be in a bit of trouble. They will just destroy the ward that win place, so that's already a nice little start there for ThunderTalk. They start getting lane control. Emo, I want to point out really quickly, he's on his Rakan. He had an amazing performance on that yesterday. He was the MVP of the series against Team Secret for a reason, and a lot of that was because of that Rakan. He's played 3 different champions so far. In Game 4, he's playing a new champion yet again. Will this be the key? Will this be what Dakun Gaming need to pull ahead even further in the series? And on the other hand, though, I don't know. If you just look at ThunderTalk's draft, the Garen, the Zed, even the Senna for a 0, it just looks too good to me. This draft seems perfect for ThunderTalk.
Well, here's the thing, right? Win coming in here, now playing for the Varus, is a very different look from what he was doing with the brand. The brand had so much damage, it was able to single-handedly output enough damage to help them win a lot of fights that were otherwise disadvantageous to them. Now in a situation where they are lacking damage, they don't have something suitable to really shred past TT.
Yeah, a lot of pressure will be here on YK and on Yo to really pop off in these team fights. Yo needs to find the backline, but this is the same issue we talked about in Game 1 with Z playing Diana. What backline are you diving here? There's only one backliner, and it's a 0. So you have to kill a 0, and then the question is, who kills the tanks? Who kills the Garen? Who kills the Gragas? The Zed even is going to be pretty tanky, pretty slippery with the Black Cleaver, and I feel like DKG's comp just doesn't have the answers. ThunderTalk, for once, yet again, rather, I forgot they did it last game as well. They might contest double scuttle.
Well, trying to put something in place here. ThunderTalk walk over, trying to contest that one. They already got the top side scuttle grab, and so just covering that second one as well.
Yeah, it was close. They nearly got it. They managed to almost contest it, but it's not quite enough.
It's an interesting move from ThunderTalk, right? Because even in those moments where they have been contesting them, they don't always try to get the second scuttle grab. It was only that last game that they really did, and I guess, well, double scuttle grab means win.
It seems like that might be the case here. That might be what ThunderTalk needs to pull out a win. But I want to pay attention to Z in the mid lane. He did this last game as well as Orianna. Look how much he's zoning Yo off the wing. This guy's laning is just insane. His team fighting is amazing. I just want to look out for Z as the series progresses, as the game progresses, because we talked about the mechanics that Yo had on Zed. I want to see what Z has in store.
Huiba was in the mid lane. You can just see Zed. Well, ZZ, knowing what was up, he walked back, stepped away from the tower, stepped away from the wave, despite the fact that it was shoved in, did not overextend where he could have, and Huiba would have been right on that.
Very, very disciplined. He manages the pressure while not putting himself in any danger, and that's why we sing his praises. That's why we say he might be the best player in the world. I do like the trading coming in from Feibai. Like I said, I think he's quietly been performing. He's quietly been one of the best players on the side of ThunderTalk this series. This Garen is going to do well here as well in lane against YK. And I think when he becomes a tank later on, when he gets tankier and he runs in front of Zero's healing and shielding, he's going to be a real menace to Win and the rest of Darkun Gaming, who just don't have the damage to tear him down.
Look, and that matters so much, especially as we take a look towards that first Rift Tower, that first Dragon.
Yes.
The lack of damage from Darkun is going to be an exacerbated problem in the late game, but we're going to have to start seeing some of those those symptoms appear in these early fights.
This is a repeat of last game. Oh, but they whiffed the execution. This is exactly what they tried to do.
Look at what Z's doing. He dodges away from the move fall. This guy's insane. He gets the shield back. Chris Koiba comes in with the flash knockup to finally take down the kill. But things were looking so close. It's actually given time over to Feibai to walk in the mid lane to trade back 1-for-1.
Feibai finding pressure from the Baron lane. He leaves his lane early, he kills the jungler, and does that mean that ThunderTalk are gonna get this Dragon?
Dragon started up, Win's just gonna have to face off against Feibai, but that also means YK joins in. Things looking a little bit dicey as DKG have the collapse coming through. Very nice route. Chris will once again finesse his way through the Dragon, steal that one from DKG.
And YK doesn't find anything. The Renekton moves down to the Dragon, but everyone kites away, everyone respects him, and he will not be able to slice and dice his way into that. It gets secured by Chris, but it looks like DKG are going to try to trade on that one. Let's take a look at the X replay right now for what happens in the mid lane. Z gets kind of caught out. He gets jumped on by Huiba, who's a level up, but the fancy feed, he dodges out on the Vi ultimate, and that's exactly why Zed can outplay Vi. You use your out to dodge his, but it's not enough. He goes too near the danger zone of the Vi, and he just gets taken down. You know, it's really as simple as that. Feibai comes in. I think this was instrumental. I've been singing his praises. He's been put in a tough spot, and he has still managed to deliver. Finding the kill was what gave ThunderTalk the Dragon.
But in the meantime, Darkun Gaming were able to get that Rift Herald, so they have something to kind of show for their efforts. Dragon turret will still go over the ThunderTalk though.
Amazing performance so far from ThunderTalk. They're hitting the right notes. They're getting what they need to on the map. They're finding incremental leads. And I love the lane assignments right now as well. Zed is uncontested, and Garen is going to be a brick wall that this Diana cannot overcome.
Well, this Garen has been an issue, especially when ThunderTalk were playing against it, recognizing that fact, they're gonna grab it for themselves. It's not gonna be the support position, but still an interesting one nonetheless. We've seen both looks, we've seen it in the Baron lane, in the support role. Either way, the Garen just seems like such an effective one. You put it best, I think, it's a battle of attrition, where you just have the Garen coming in, dishing out a little bit of damage, especially because they don't really have good sustain, good healing, unlike the Senna available for ThunderTalk.
Look, Brandon, I think you read the Art of War. I think you'll be familiar with what Sun Tzu said. In the war of attrition, Garen always wins. That's on chapter 2.
Chapter 2. I guess I missed that one out. Z's gonna go in though. This is actually a little bit dangerous. He jumps back in for Huiba. Will he be able to get out? The Living Shadow. He flashes away with the move fall. Kate comes through for Chris. He keeps him alive. You are not real, man.
Best player in the world, Grandin. That's why we say Z might just be the best player in the world. 1v2 against Huiba, and yo, he takes one and gets out alive with a little support from Chris.
Oh my goodness, once again just continues to reaffirm the idea that this man is just a robot in a human skin.
He's a robot designed to play Wild Rift, and damn is he good at it.
DKG will suffer a little bit against Zed. But this doesn't mean things are up just yet. DKG still have a window to play towards in the mid game. As things start to scale, DKG will find themselves having tougher and tougher team fights. But the moment is not here yet. They still have a really good chance, especially since the next objectives are the Infernal Drake and the Rift Herald.
That's right, and he still had the Rift Herald in their pockets as well. Z wanted to go home here, but he noticed that Huiba had wasted his dash. No way to get out of this one, and he survived with a tick of health, but still Z's gonna pop back in. He's gonna flash away from the Moonfall. He just makes it look easy, really. I didn't even get hyped watching that because it was so clinical from Z, but he's gonna get taken down.
They get a lockdown onto him. He's probably gonna go down here. Nothing he can really do against that much crowd control. Point and click crowd control especially.
And this is why I love Huiba. This is why I love the way DKG play the game. When they recognize they cannot win team fights, Huiba is so good at knowing where and when to be on the side lanes and who he can punish.
Oh my, I love this. They recognize that they don't have to defend this. There's nothing they can defend in the mid side, so they're gonna go and keep pushing. Yo's gonna come in here as well. They clear out the wave right as the dragon spawning.
what's this?
Chris? Okay.
Behind enemy lines.
He gets a kill. I don't know where he's going right now. Chris is looking to get out, but will end up getting clipped by YK on the exit. That's the jungler gone though.
Both of these teams playing to the absolute limit here. Just taking skill checks everywhere, mechanics checks everywhere. Chris is still dead for 10 seconds and Dragon is alive. Could this be DKG finding something on the map?
Okay, well, Emo has been really good with these engage moments.
Yes. But he has no grand entrance for a while more.
And like you, well, I think it's the quickness.
The quickness,
that
that's
you're referring
right.
to. So he doesn't have that right now. It's going to be a little bit difficult to lock TT in place. DKG start off the dragon and looking for a fight here. The damage comes across and they will fall apart. Daku Gaming use the dragon as bait, pull them into an alleyway, and they unload their full power, get the dragon, get 3.
No.
And Feibai nearly goes down as well.
It was a bit of a disaster there for ThunderTalk. We talked about how Emo did not have the quickness, but he doesn't need it to make the grand entrance land. Like I said, this man is my MVP because he makes every support engage spell look point and click. He hit 2 members in that team fight, and that just set Darkun Gaming up for success. We talk about how they get outscaled, but that doesn't matter if you find the dragon, if you find the herald, and 3 kills on top of that. Chris died, came back, died again, and now he's 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold behind Huiba.
All right, here's my thing, Omo. Here's what I need to figure out from you.
What is it?
Okay, let's take a look at the actual replay first. This is actually really good because I wanted to actually watch what happens.
Just look at Emo. Just look at how Emo plays this team fight. Azure did not respect him, did not keep his distance, and
okay, there we go. Here we go. Where is Z in this fight? He's out at the back. He can't get in. He's looking for hits. This is the Z show, a composition that had the Z in mind, and without him, they don't have anything. Daku Gaming are gonna get knocked back. That's Feibai coming in to take down Win. Emo goes down as well, and suddenly DKG are back on the back foot.
And this is what we need to see from ThunderTalk. They need to trade blow for blow. They do outscale, but you don't want to give DKG an inch because then they'll take a mile, and before you know it, they'll be marching on your Nexus. I love ThunderTalk's willingness to fight back, to punch back, and they won the mid turret. Win and Emo are still dead.
Re-engage comes across. They can actually take down Azure right in between his team.
Yeah.
DKG finessed that kill.
No Zhonya's Hourglass available for Azure means that he just gets taken down by Yo and Huiba. Z does get top lane, but DKG, they're gonna get mid off this Herald.
Yeah, they're looking to try and break this one as quickly as possible, but the re-engage comes across from Chris. He's looking for the kick. Dodges out the chains with the stasis. Re-engage from Emo, but he gets on the turret.
Huiba checked that kick perfectly. If not, Chris would have lined up a multi-man knock-up. Amazing stuff from Darkun Gaming. Amazing presence of mind.
And Darkun Gaming, they get that charge off, but the mid turret's still up, so they don't manage to immediately equalize the trade from ThunderTalk, who were able to get that Baron lane turret.
Yeah, so a little bit of gold flowing back into the pockets of Z. Nice little flash there to dodge out by Win. But that's a long timer. It's going to be a while before he has that again. And with that in mind, look at the items on the side of Darkun Gaming. When there's a Zed on the opponent team, you gotta pay the Zed tax, you gotta buy the Zhonyas.
4 Zhonyas on DKG. I mean, that kind of speaks for itself. I don't think we have to talk too much more about that.
They're just afraid of ZZ, and that's completely understandable.
And not just the Z at this point. It feels like Feibai is coming in as a massive threat at this point. You saw him walk in between DKG, take out Win, and Emo was quite invalidated after that because DKG don't have any more damage, they don't have any follow-up. The Rakan was caught alone as a result. Just feels like the Garen is paying so much back.
And there's 2 key elements of the draft that ThunderTalk I think they've really found go in their favor in this game. Number 1, like you mentioned, ZZ, he's gonna pop off this game. There's no real tools to lock him down other than Huiba's Vi, and he's gonna have a hard time because Z is such a good player. But the other thing is something which DKG kind of messed up. They kind of drafted themselves into a hole, and no one can kill Feibai. As the game progresses, we're gonna be looking at this Garen to scale, not in terms of damage output, but in terms of how unkillable he's gonna become.
DKG and ThunderTalk feel like they're a bit of a standstill. Both sides just really trying to hold on to this mid turret. At the same time, hit the silence a little bit, but it's dangerous, it's risky. You have so many potential targets and marks that will exist in the silence.
Bit of a fancy footwork moment there from Chris, and like you mentioned, yeah, it's very dangerous for both of these teams. They're showing the side lane. There's a lot of potential to get taken down by a Zedly Sin for DKG. There's a lot of potential to get taken down by Huiba's Vi for TT. There's so many side lane threats that it comes down to a stare down in the mid lane over this Cloud Dragon.
Okay, well, Zed is actually going to rotate over first. Z gets first mover's advantage. Yo playing catch up. He's running over
Shadow.
now. That Dragon is there. YK stunts this one up. DKG need to reposition through the mist. They won't be able to see much from ThunderTalk's side. This is the power of that Greg, is you have to you have to engage, you have to disengage all there.
DKG are split up right now, but this means that Yo can find an angle on the backline. Here we go.
Okay, Feibai charging in. That's the engage from Emo. It's Z coming in to take down the Rakan. He has to flash away. The shield comes through from Azure. As the Dawning Shadow, Yo won't be able to find much more done. Instead, watch as Yo dives into the back. He's taken down the first, taken down the second. He's holding Z on his own as well. It's gone into stasis. The rest of his team, and there's backup for Data ThunderTalk.
And that was just too scattered of a team fight for ThunderTalk. They spread out across the map, and that just gives DKG's comp too many avenues to find individual pickoffs. They kill Azure, Chris dives too deep, Feibai dives too deep, Z could not find the damage, and DKG yet again, we said they were gonna get outscaled, but they're just finding teamfight win after teamfight win.
And it just doesn't seem like there's much for Z to do. Again, I want to ask you, well, where is he in these team fights?
That's exactly the question I want to ask as well. So we have to take a look at the replay. Two things to take note of. Emo's approach to the team fight, as well as Yo's approach, is just so good. He takes a second to reassess before finding the grand entrance onto 2, and Yo just finds an amazing knock-up here. Z didn't dive into the backline. So Feibai and Chris, they found themselves alone and without damage. Z, I think he's playing a bit too scared, he's playing a bit too safe.
What's happening here?
He's getting punished.
SOK caught out position, punished for his moves as well. Dakun Gaming get this pick off, and Baron looking like it's very real as an option.
And Huiba picks up this fight. He's not on carry. He's not looking to pop off, but he's still putting so much pressure on the game state. You cannot side lane versus him. And Z, he's too afraid to dive in against Huiba as well. He knows the Vi is staring intently at him every single team fight as Baron gets started.
That's the Dominus gone. The engage coming through from Z as Feibai tries to build some space for his team. Chris losing so much health is disastrous for their progress. Yo dives in, jumps onto Azure, but he gets the root off to stun that Emo with a beautiful re-engage to get the pick off once again on his center.
And it seems like ThunderTalk, they cannot win these team fights. Dakun Gaming, they're too cohesive. Their team fighting is too fluid. They find the pick, they back off. They find the pick, they go in. They identify the moments exactly right each time. And I think Z, honestly, Grandin, we keep calling for him to pick up the Zed. It's been a bit underwhelming here.
Just doesn't feel like he's been able to have the impact that he needs, and doesn't have the window to get anything done. S12K will once again be the recipient of a DKG care package sent back to base.
Sent back to base. Azure, his laning partner, with him as well. And DKG this time around, I don't think they have any fear really of starting the Baron. Chris is alive, but we know DKG as a team, they're so good at playing these setups. They would never let Chris anywhere near the pit.
But Chris has been amazing at stealing away these objectives before. Z's gonna jump in, Feibai's gonna flash over the wall to get out. Emo loses a lot of health in the process. They need to lock down to hold Z in place. He is trying to keep the game from leaning in the favor of DKG too much, but it's such a tall task.
And Grandin, the only reason why Z could do what he just did was because Huiba outed Feibai. That was the key there. It gave Z the space he needed to just output damage in these team fights. Now, in the next few team fights, Huiba is just going to keep us out. He's going to stare at Z, and I don't think we can see the man do anything.
I have to point this out, Omar. I'm looking at this now. I'm dumbfounded. Z has no stasis items, no Guardian Angel, no Hourglass.
He can't. He needs damage. He needs to kill them.
He needs damage, and as a result of that, every fight, every move he makes is so critical. One misstep, he will die. Like you mentioned, Huiba's ultimate will definitely get the kill because there's nothing he can do. He can't go into stasis and wait for his team to save him.
Another thing is, if he uses his ultimate to dodge Huiba's out, like we saw in the laning phase, then he's gonna lack damage to kill one of the key targets like Win, like Yo. He doesn't want to be outing Huiba, but he's being forced to play too safe because of that.
A damaging situation for ThunderTalk. as DKG sit at a 7,000 gold lead. Elder Drake now spawning up means there are 2 objectives on both sides of the map to play for. DKG cannot just camp over one.
And we said that ThunderTalk without scale, well, you don't have much time left. Your scaling is done. This is it. Do or die.
Scaling options are running thin. DKG stun up the dragon and ThunderTalk looking for a fight. We've seen how this one plays out before. Every time we move towards this dragon pit, it seems like DKG are in familiar territory. Emo's looking for the engage. He misses out the chance. Feibai buying so much time for his team. Yo into the back. It's a double hourglass out from TT, but DKG will find something for their troubles. In the meantime, though, Z still in the back lines will be able to find something, but so far away, the fight has continued, and Z is only barely joining back in now. They get the kickoff. They're looking for the takedown. YK tries to dash out, but it's looking bad for Huiba. He's looking to get taken down. ThunderTalk. It's a Z show all the way.
It's the Z show all the way. He caught stuck.
His ult's back up, Bobo.
His ult's back up, and he wants no Zhonya's hourglass, but
That's
he does
that
a
flash. Okay, that's a little bit of damage. That's the Seralda's Crush. He knows that Yo has something there, so he can't overcommit.
They don't want the kills. They just want the Dragon Grand and start it off.
They're delaying the game. They're delaying DKG's return back into this. Win picks up the teleport. 9 seconds left on Emo. YK standing in between TT and DKG. Win builds up the arrows, charges that one up. Yo's joined back into the fight, but wasn't able to reset the counter teleport. Coming through for Feibai. He joins back in. It's a massive fight. Z's over onto Yo. He has the number. It's diving in. Chris is on the dragon. They grab this one back. ThunderTalk will also take that win. They're taking down YK. An amazing turn back for ThunderTalk.
We talk about how fluid Darkun Gaming's team fights have been, but this time around, it's ThunderTalk who find the jukes, who find the angles, and amazing team fight for them. And Z, he's not gonna have his out available, but he takes down Yo. He says, I am the better mid laner. Give me the Zed. Get me out of Diana jail, and I will perform. It took him some time, but he manages to pull it off.
And pulling back their goal deficit, ThunderTalk are right there standing side by side with Darkun Gaming. And looking like the scoreline might reflect that as well.
And Huiba is alive. He does have Smite, but his teammates, they're all dead. Feibai is not gonna let him anywhere near this pit.
He's been such a menace. It just feels like there's so many things that go in the favor of ThunderTalk at this point.
Oh my goodness. The stars are aligning. The creeps take down the inhibitor turret for them.
As ThunderTalk are looking at their dragon. At the Baron, not even the dragon, this is the
They
Baron.
got it already. They have the dragon. They're getting the Baron, Grandin. ThunderTalk, could this be it?
I'm amazed. I'm wowed at the performance from ThunderTalk so far. A team that had to undergo massive roster changes moments before the Horizon Cup.
And every member is stepping up huge. I want to give massive props to Chris. This man is playing against what might be the best jungler in the world in Huiba, and he is putting on a show.
They're looking for the catch. Over by the side. Z is going to buy a lot of time. Has his ultimate.
My goodness. Grandin, here we go. The kick.
The nice kick back onto YK. He has the ultimate as well as the hourglass. A little bit more on his end to keep him alive. Nice engage coming through from Emo.
No damage.
Huiba dies in deep, but the timer is up. ThunderTalk have fully outscaled Darkun Gaming. And with the full force of a 5-man team running down your base, Darkun on their final stand in front of the Nexus, as Zed will go in, as Z will show off. It is a performance, a masterpiece, a showing from ThunderTalk as they tie up this series.
Grandin, I don't know what to tell you. I am beyond impressed with what ThunderTalk pulled off that game. Their backs were against the wall. Darkun were finding all the fights, all the objectives, but ThunderTalk went and mattered. They pulled it off. They took the Elder Dragon, they took the Baron, they took the team fights. They tie up the series. And I think Huiba, he's not gonna want to play Vi anymore after that. He's probably gonna be telling his team, just let me carry.
And it feels like we're getting closer to its Riku's prediction score, 4-3. Difficult to say who's exactly going to be able to get there first, but honestly, the score is getting tighter. Darkun Gaming feeling the pressure now, but they have the chance to hold on.
Darkun Gaming, their backs are not quite against the wall, but the series is tied up. Now, if you think of it this way, it's really just a best of 3 left. It's basically just 2 wins between any one of these teams and lifting the Horizon Cup trophy. It's a lot to ask for, but the first thing I want to see, Grandin, is I want to see adaptations in draft. Put Huiba on something that has the potential to excel, to carry the game, and don't let Z get that Zad. Get him back in jail. Put him back on something like the Diana. Put him back on something like the Twisted Fate. Ban Zad, ban Ari, target ban Z is what I think is the play here for DKG.
And amazingly, it seems like ThunderTalk have done just that. Well, we're going to toss it back over to State Farm Analyst Desk to break that one down and to give us more insight into what's been going on and how ThunderTalk have tied up this series.
Z, how great he is on the biggest stage. We are tied at 2 here in the Horizon Cup Finals, and that looked dire for the longest time. Comes down to that final Elder Dragon. Z buys enough time. As they were saying on the broadcast, needed to see the Gragas engage, be a great spreading tool, and just split everyone up and let Z work.
Yeah, so many of those early fights are defined by how much DKG are doing around their squishy targets. Wind always has 2-3 players just on him, giving no space for Z to operate. And there are tools to disrupt that we see them start to use in the late game. Once we get Feibai Garen spinning through the team, the explosive cast from S12K, and Chris with the Dragon's Rage, ThunderTalk bring those to bear and give Z the room to deliver on his late game damage.
Yeah, early on, wasn't the greatest here, Riku, was it?
Yeah, I want to double down again. Yes, echo TJ's thoughts on Z. His performance on the Zed has been incredible, and usually the struggle when you pick up a Zed is that stasis are going to get picked up on the opposite side, therefore mitigating your chances to get a kill. But what Z does, he's so patient. He waits for all the stasis, all the flashes, all the defensive summoner spells to run out, and then he enters the fight and finishes everybody. And that is exactly how he was able to maneuver around the late game fights, which is just very, very beautiful to watch.
In that Elder Dragon fight, the death mark came up 3 times, TJ.
It was and we were sitting there the entire time that game's going. We're going, he's kind of scaling up there on the top lane. There's a moment where he just randomly takes a turret, and our observers did a great job just capturing in the picture-in-picture. There's a whole bunch of action going on, and Z just up there farming his turrets. It's honest work. And the later and later we go, you keep thinking, oh, he's going to show up. And then by the time they get a team fight that's actually good for Z, where he has the kind of room to operate like we were talking about, yeah, his death mark comes up 3 times in a single extended team fight. His cooldowns are constantly off, and most importantly, when he finds the ideal targets, they vanish.
You can see that. The ThunderTalk guys just hanging out, relaxing. Oh, the back hurts. It hurts. Riku, now, I know we're harping the Z point a ton, but that wasn't everything that happened in the game. Let's rewind a little bit. Huiba on the Vi finding some success early on in the game.
Yeah, I was able to get a lot of pressure on towards Z's lane, even able to manage to get that first blood, not allowing him to escape, and basically just doing Vi things, able to get these lanes ahead. But the biggest thing for me is also Emo here on the Rakan. Constantly he has picked this up, even during their series up against Team Secret, and it has enabled these early fights. He has halved the fights all on his own, which we will see later towards the Dragon fights. Basically, the second and the third. But at the end of the day, it felt like he was already read by ThunderTalk. They would always wait for Emo to burn all his spells before they're comfortable to go all in. But I think this is one of the first examples of a piercing arrow into the grand entrance, into the moonfall. It's just so beautiful to watch. And this is how DKG was able to get the early lead. But at the same time, you know what TJ said, what Omo said, they are in a ticking time bomb where they're going to fall off, Renekton's going to fall off, Varus going to fall off, everybody's going to fall off.
And Riku, I've seen this story before, I cast it before. This is the Sengoku series again, where, yeah, the early game's great, you do a great job shutting down Z. And Z says, fine, I'm gonna go play by myself. Goes over to the side lane, and by the time you come to the late game team fights, it doesn't matter how well DKG played the early game, how well Huiba shut him down, because when you give Z a character like Zed that can deliver in the late game, this is true also for the Orianna he pulled out in the last game, he will deliver when he has that late game gold, and he will always find some magical way to generate enough gold that he reaches full item build at exactly the same time as his opponents who have been smashing him all game.
Yeah, it was just fun to watch the target selection by Z in a lot of these fights. On the squishies earlier, then had to figure out
Well, the only guy I think I can ult right now straight off the bat is the Rakan. And Rakan was trying to slip away a little bit. And then later on, scales up, comes into this fight late, able to clean up on this one. Then they take the Elder Dragon, they take the Baron, they close this one out. And now with 2 wins apiece, this becomes a de facto best of 3 now. So basically, next team wins 2 wins. You're back to a best of 3, almost like in the group stages here. What are some of the adaptations that you want to see from these squads? And let's start with the team on the back foot here in Dakun Gaming.
I think a lot of what went wrong for DKG was what we identified in the draft. They had a team that could win a lot of early team fights off of compositional power. They had a lot of really good chain CC, some good team synergy. But once you get out of that early game, they hadn't done enough damage or won enough fights and gotten enough ground off of them to put away a team like ThunderTalk. They need to draft themselves either the tools to end games early or the tools to match them in the late game. Their team fights are good, coordinated, but that's not going to win you entire games versus ThunderTalk, who are tenacious.
All right, well, we'll see what the changes bring. Time for a 30-second break. On the other side, it's Game 5 of Dakun Gaming versus ThunderTalk Gaming. See you in a bit.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Welcome back to the Suntech Convention Center for the Horizon Cup as we go into game number 5. And Omo, in game number 3, I said DKG posed a challenge to the world to say, anyone that can come in here and play a series against us, please step up to the plate. And ThunderTalk delivered 2 back-to-back wins to tie up the score 2-2.
And Grandin, like Degon said, it's now a best of 3. The grand finals have come down to this. Who can get the next 2 wins will take it all. They'll take the title of the best team in the world, Grandin. And I'm hyped to see what DKG can pull out here. We said they need to make changes, and changes are they making. They're swapping around, they're picking up the blue side, still banning away the Riven. That's a fair call, but now they have first pick priority. Do ThunderTalk now have to ban Zed? That's the question I want to ask.
Okay, first things first, Camille removed from the equation.
Yeah, because like we were saying, DKG, don't change what's not broken. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They didn't need to pick the Camille, but now after losing 2 games in a row, maybe it's Camille time. ThunderTalk correctly recognized that, ban away the Camille, ban away the Fiora, and the trend since yesterday has been protect Fabai, and he will pay you back in kind. He's done just that.
Okay, Zed still available, Ziggs still available.
It's gonna be Zed.
So Ziggs must be banned, demanded from TT if DKG don't ban it themselves. So there we go.
It's exactly what you love to see. And now it comes the question yet again. What are you going to play into that Zed? Is it going to be Garen Ori? That's what I'm thinking right now. Maybe not an Ori pick. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be Garen Lee Sin. Maybe a 3-4 Ori here for Z. You want to stabilize the game. You want to scale up. That was how they won Game 3.
We saw how well Senna was able to look for TT, but of course we've seen DKG playing towards the brand composition before and things of that manner. Unfortunately for them, I feel like that Garen is actually a very key part of how these compositions work out. The fact that he's such reliable tanky, he's such a reliable tank. He also has, you know, the silence, a little bit more damage with his execute.
He's so hard to kill, right? The problem is not many marksmen have high amount of DPS in the current meta, and Garen just excels in a situation when no one can DPS him down. Maybe something like a Vayne will pop up later as the series develops a bit more, but I don't think we're gonna see that just yet. Maybe Z's Vayne, exactly. Now, I want to ask you a question here, Grandin. Can TT flex Garen to the support position? Because this Darius matchup into Garen is going to be a very favorable one for YK. It gives him the potential to blow the game wide open.
Would you look at that? You gotta hit it right on this.
It's not very hard. I mean, these teams, I can read them like a book. Hopefully they can too. They can read each other very well. That's something that I think is a common trend as well. We were speaking to the teams a bit just now. They said they know each other so very well. We're seeing the familiarity kind of pop up a bit here. I want to see right now, what is your answer to Brand?
Okay, here's an interesting thing for me. They lock in the Darius instead of the Renekton. Renekton was not banned in this game as well. Instead, they chose that, so I'm a bit curious what their thought process is, but I'm first going to focus on that Senna because I feel like ThunderTalk have managed to steal that one nicely away again.
Grandin, I have a feeling we might see Senna, Garen bot lane here for Azure and S12K. We said the teams were familiar with each other. Are they familiar enough to have picked up the Garen from DKG's playbook? Hopefully that's the case. I don't like to see this Garen-Darius matchup. There we go. What did we say? Huiba is taking the keys back. He's taking back the tools to succeed and to carry the game. He does not want to leave it to chance, does not want to leave it to his teammates. He says, I want to do it myself.
All right, this is the first step. You grab the keys to the vehicle, to the minibus. That is Huiba.
Castle, Grandin.
No. Huiba is about to be a minibus. He's about to carry this game.
Okay.
All right, you grab the keys. You need to slot it into the ignition. All right, it looks like the Rakan, he's the turning action.
Okay,
for Evo.
I like this.
All right, this is the analogy that we're rolling for. And we're looking to see if Huiba is going to be able to drive them forward.
I'm a bit disappointed by this Gragas last pick. Sorry to break up your analogy, but I was hoping to see... Actually, no, you know what?
It's still
we might see Gragas top.
It's still good.
It could be Gragas top, right? It's not set on Gragas Senna bot lane just yet. I would love to see that because that gives you all the favorable matchups that you want. Garen can withstand the poke from Brand. Gragas can poke out Darius in the top lane. I think that's the play here, but I'm not sure if ThunderTalk recognize that, if that's what they want to go for. We'll have to see as this one plays out.
Sure, I do feel like it is going to be as it currently stands. I feel like ThunderTalk playing with the heart in the sleeve says we'll just pick in according to our roles. We don't have to go all fancy crazy here. Whereas with DKG's side, a very interesting move on there and being able to pick up both the Jax and the Zed on their side. They're looking to have that split push side lane pressure that they are so renowned for.
I want to pose it this way, okay? Zed, Jax, and Brand. These have been winning keys here for the side of DKG. These have been instrumental to their wins. But on the other hand, Garen has not lost a game this series, Grandin, and Garen is here for ThunderTalk. Which one's going to come out on top?
A close set for both these teams. Now with the score tied up, they both have to look for this.
A best of 3, that's it. That's all there is.
It's just a best of 3 at this point. 2 more wins will close out this one and will determine the first team to win an international Wild Rift competition and win the title of the best team in the world.
Yeah, it really is anyone's game right now. Both teams proven that they can adapt as the series continues. Both teams proving they have the stamina to keep punching
a bit
in
surreal.
The series. A bit surreal, yeah. We weren't expecting a series this close, and I don't think Darkun was either. We saw them on stage, they were gesturing 4-0, 4-0, but it's already tied up.
Bit of a misplay. They meant to say the 4 was split to 2 too.
So they were predicting the midway point of the series.
Yeah, midway point, 4 matches, and then
brilliant analysis.
You keep going. Absolutely. Let's go back to the game because that's what matters. That's what counts. Darkun Gaming up against ThunderTalk. Z back on this Orianna, piloting that stable champion.
Yeah, I do want to point out one thing which I do like from ThunderTalk's side. The fact that they have the Gragas now is actually really nice against the Brand because champions like the Brand, short range, low mobility, they struggle against displacement. That's exactly what Gragas does. That's exactly what Lee Sin and Orianna do with their ultimates as well. So a lot more threat on to win this game. Hopefully he doesn't get as free a game. And I want to just look at this mid lane. I don't want to just look at Z. We always see him just zoning Yo off the wave. I think in every single game so far. And this game is no exception. He's full health, Grandin. He has not taken a single bit of health. And Yo, he's already, kind of in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he does this on Orianna, he does this on Zed, whatever champion you give him.
Yeah.
Individually, his lane just has so much impact.
He as a player just puts so much threat on the game. And you know what the insane thing to me is, Grandin? He does this while never being punished. He never gets ganked. I don't think I've seen Z die to a gank or even blow flash from a gank so far this series. Here we go again.
Game 1.
Here we go again. Till is always time. Are they going to get the double scuttle?
They're looking to try and punish Darkun Gaming, not being able to respond for this. Taking their time by clearing out more than they're supposed to. Huiba is going to respond by walking up first. They're actually going to be able to collapse in on Feibai.
Yeah.
So just nice moves from Darkun Gaming to come in.
And this is exactly because of the the Darius Garen matchup. We see YK just constantly winning these trades, and because of that, Feibai has to back off. Chris recognizes we can't contest double scuttle, but still there is potential for a dive here.
Okay, Feibai, he's gonna have to flash away, but Dakun Gaming under turret chase after Huiba comes in with first blood.
And that's why I hate the narrative that Huiba's just gonna farm. If you give him a chance, he's gonna take the opportunity to make a proactive play. He's 5,000 gold up on Chris, and he's playing that late game scaling Jax here.
Well,
he's farming kills.
Well, Z's walked up to the Baron lane to try and cover, grabbed some of that farm, and he had the right idea in mind. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. Actually curious where Z starts to move over. You can see it right about this point, right? He starts to move over. Feibai's caught under turret by himself. And he's just running over as quickly as he can. Says, just wait for me, I'm coming. But it's too late. Huiba, like you mentioned, it doesn't have to be farm. It can just be fight.
You can do it all, really, and this is why they say you gotta get you a guy that can do both. Huiba's doing both on that Jax right now. He's bringing his team to a good start here in Game 5.
But we've seen how this one plays out before. Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk, two teams where the early game lead doesn't exactly mean the game's going to go that way.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen both of these teams show that they are capable to come back from early game. I don't know the word for this. Early game losses? Early game goal deficits. There we go. It's been a long series. I'm losing a bit of my brain cells. Feibai is losing a bit of his lane as well right now. He's getting zoned off the wave. This is exactly why I didn't want to see this matchup. If Garen starts to fall behind, he loses all wave access, and the world becomes YK's oyster on this Darius. And it looks like that's starting to happen here, Greg.
Well, we asked earlier on, or in the previous game, what was going to happen right around that 4-minute mark, which team was going to be able to find around these objectives better. Now we're looking at ThunderTalk with a similar composition, but with a control mage instead of an assassin.
Yeah, this time around, I think the answer is clear to me. Dakun Gaming, they're coming in strong. No Triforce yet for Huiba, but he has all the components. YK is comfortable fighting. Feibai is not tanky enough. Yo and Win, you know they're ready to go. We've seen the Zed brand duel from them already, but it looks like ThunderTalk, they get here first. They're gonna sneak this one away.
Well, ThunderTalk get there quickly enough. I think they might actually have enough time.
No! Oh, you know, that one actually got a little bit spoiled for me. I heard the team starting to scream on stage, and I figured it was a steal. A bit unfortunate that you get it all for Dakun Gaming. You get the steal, you get the Herald, you're likely going to get this turret as well. And gold in the pockets of YK's Darius and Huiba's Jax. You could not pick better champions to put it onto. Dakun Gaming. Looks like they're getting control right now.
Surely not. Surely things won't go that way. Not in game number 5. The grand finals of the Horizon Cup. Yo. Oh, just waltz over the wall, steal the dragon, and meanwhile DKG immediately get first turret off the Rototic.
Yeah, and the important thing right now is for ThunderTalk to reassess the situation, to take a step back, realize we do outscale. Losing right now is okay. We're 3,000 gold behind. It's not a great spot to be in, but we can still scale. And they need to tell Chris, because you got to keep in mind, this guy was not their starter. He was not on their roster before this. You need to be telling him, it's okay.
How much HP was that on?
Outscale. I have no idea. I guarantee you it was a mismite. That's the only situation that happens. You do not outdamage Smite or Zed combo at this stage in the game. So you just need to reassure Chris that it's okay, because he knows it's its fault right now.
Well, reassure Chris, and he is a guy that has stolen many objectives before, now getting a taste of his own medicine.
Not by the opponent jungler though, that's the insulting part. That's the part where you add the insult to the injury.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sure he'll find a way to pull back despite that either way. Chris coming into this one has been a pretty big part of how TT have been able to grab those wins.
Yeah.
And especially against what we've been touting as the best jungler in the world, he's had a lot to kind of live up to work against.
Yeah, definitely. He has not had an easy task so far this series, but I think he has definitely been delivering. He's been performing extremely well. But right now, I want to look at the game state, and I want to tell you how ThunderTalk has a chance to win the game. Dakun Gaming, though, they're not going to let me.
They're actually going to jump onto Chris.
Oh, no, he's panicking.
Flashed away.
Yeah.
He had to use the kick as well.
Exactly. Once he kicked, he was safe, but I think this is just a pressure of the grand final stage, the pressure of playing a game 5, starting to get to Chris. He needs to calm down. This is why I say state of mind is so important.
Big engage coming through for Emo once again. He's just so consistent with these. Z looking to try and displace Dakun Gaming's engage.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the split push coming through from YK is huge as well.
He's in full control. This is what we talk about. No wave access for Feibai.
Hueba is going a little bit too deep in. It's going to end up being caught out, but he was right there to the side. You can just see ThunderTalk afraid to push forward because they know what happens if they do.
What's going on in the mid lane though?
A bit of a fight coming across. Emo loses a good amount of his health. It's very interesting how this game is playing out. Only 1 kill for both sides and yet a lot of action.
Yeah, we're seeing fights in all 3 lanes. No one wants to back down. No one wants to give anything up. And I think that's the kind of finals I love to see. Both of these teams willing to challenge each other on every single lane. Feibai against YK. Z and Azure up against, who's that? Win and Emo. And of course you have Chris, who's been not having the best game here, but we need to see him find something, get a bit of tempo back in the game. And I want to spell out to you, Brandon, how ThunderTalk can still win this game. Because if we look at Dakun, we know how they win this game. They've got Zad, they've got Jax, they've got Brand, they've got all the tools to succeed. ThunderTalk, they have a very strong front and back comp, just like they did 2 games ago. They have the exhaust for the Zad, they have the exhaust for the Jax. And if they kite back, if they stop the engage from Emo, they might just find a team fight win.
And I think it's worth mentioning as well in describing what a front-to-back composition looks like, right? Because when we explain these terms, we have certain things in mind. But at the same time, with how things have been playing out, you know,
Let me just make this quick because Dragon's going to be an objective. You know what a mullet is, Brendan? Formal in the front, right? Business in the front, putty in the back. It's the same thing. Tanks in the front, DPS at the back. That's all it really is.
So it's really down to
the mullet of
ThunderTalk
team comps.
to be able to defend their backline with the tanky frontline that they have. S12K and Feibai are so instrumental in making sure nothing touches the back, but you have this Jackson Z going for it.
Yeah, and that's the counterpoint. When you're playing a front-to-back team composition, the way to counter that is to hit them from an angle or hit them from behind. Kick someone out. Oh, it's the wrong team. Get the Z onto the backline, get the Jax onto the backline, and most importantly, get Emo to charm up either the Orianna or the Senna. He's capable of doing both, I'm sure, but just get one. And that's the key to breaking the front-to-back team comp as Dragon finally gets started.
Okay, ThunderTalk's watching out for this. Zero's going to walk in forward as well. YK looking to try and zone out Chris. The mental effect is starting to affect these teams. They're going into the pit. The displacement coming across. It's going to go over to Z. I suppose the true mini-bus, the true carry is the machine that is Z.
Both mid laners now stealing away a dragon apiece, and ThunderTalk, they find something in this game. We talk about their scaling. They should not be winning fights like this. They get a kill, they get the dragon, and they want to contest the Herald as well. Hueba, I don't know if you want to take this fight. YK has no way to come back. They have to give it up, Grandin. ThunderTalk, they're outscaling, but they're winning.
But they're walking away from it. They decide the turret is safer.
Yeah.
Instead, just go straight to the mid lane, zone them out. Hueba and Yo zoned away from this.
Exactly. That's exactly the play. I'm so proud of you, Grandin. I can shed it here. As we see these teams grow throughout the tournament, grow up till the finals, so is my co-caster. Correctly identifying, ThunderTalk just needs to back away. They're in no rush to make a play happen. They're in no rush to get kills, to get objectives. Just farm, just scale. When we team fight later, we will win the game. DKG though, they're throwing down the gauntlet. They're gonna start this one off. Will ThunderTalk contest?
They identified that they need to. A lot of the ultimates from ThunderTalk still not available, so they need to wait a couple more seconds. Chris goes in first, tries to do that one away. Emo gets the intercept. The displacement with his knockup. And TT looking for this fight now. They're held back in place. Z flashes forward. He's looking to take down Hueba. Emo's under turret. There's nowhere to go. Feibai chases after. That's 2 kills. DKG rushing into the mid lane. Chris is dead to defend.
Chris is here. Chris defends this, and there's a bot lane turret as well being threatened by Yo, but someone's gonna rotate down to defend that one as well. Hueba has the Rift Herald, so he cannot pop that. They cannot trade for DKG, and ThunderTalk, they're starting to find the wins that they need. They're killing Hueba, they're slowing down the pace of the game, and they are starting to scale, Grandin.
They are starting to scale, and DKG, they can feel it. They are feeling the pressure. Z's once again, I mean, he's an assassin on this Orianna. He's surely not playing a control mage.
The other day we saw him play Twisted Fate. It's exactly what you said. He looks like an assassin. Same thing here on this Orianna, except he assassinates 5 people at once with his shockwave.
And it doesn't seem like the giving away the Zed is much of an issue for this team. Let's take a look at the Axe Effect replay again for this one.
Chris starts this one off, right? He tries to steal it, but he doesn't quite find the play. But look at the shockwave, gets Weber. He's surprisingly tanky because of the extra resistances offered by his ultimate, but it's not enough. You have the Garen leading the charge. The question is the same. Who's gonna kill the Garen? This time around, there are answers. It's Darius, it's Brand, but if they're not in position to take the fight, there's still no one who can kill this Garen. And Feibai knows that. He's not afraid to dive turrets. He's a tanky, tanky boy.
Yeah, the Garen seems to be the secret sauce, the thing that has been working out consistently well across these games. Chris is going to be able to buy a good amount of time, just bait out the ultimate away from Yo.
He's chasing out Huiba in the top lane as well.
Emo's actually going in really aggressively here. Feibai, he's buying some good amount of time. He is quite tanky. He takes down Huiba. And YK, he's locked up in place up against Z. Tries to do the best that he can, but will get taken down by his counterpart.
Both junglers dropping, but ThunderTalk find one additional kill here. Towers are gonna get traded, and this game is so close right now. Look at the gold. After ThunderTalk take this turret, it's gonna get all tied up. They're trading blow for blow, punch for punch, kill for kill. And I don't know, Brandon, whose game is this? It's anyone's game right now.
It's looking closer to like a TT game though, with the way things have been playing out. It's been scaling in their favor. These fights have been going in their favor. This was just a nice bunch of movements from Chris.
Yeah, it's a cheeky little play here from Chris, but I think he gets a bit too greedy. His team is already finding a win on the other side of the map. He doesn't need to be here. He tries to be a bit too fancy, a bit too funny, and he gets taken down. But ultimately, DKG, they don't get much out of this, and it's still ThunderTalk scaling. The timer is still taking for Darken Gaming. Is the Jax gonna be enough? Or ThunderTalk gonna find the outscale yet again?
Well, it is both the Jax as well as the Zed,
and the
you
Brand,
cannot discount the Brand because he is going to have a lot of magic damage, something that Feibai is going to have issues dealing with. Amidst all the physical damage, you have magic damage. Emo trying to lead the engage. The Dawning Shadow gives a good shield. Z does not have the chance to use his ultimate, not with S12K's ultimate as well. But they do manage to stop the Rift Town in its tracks.
And is this the pressure starting to get to Emo? This man was my MVP of the 2 wins that Darken Gaming took, and of the match yesterday that they played as well. But here he botches the engage, he gets body slam, he gets checked by S12K. This man coming in as a super sub for the team alongside Chris and Azero. They're starting to feel it, they're starting to get going here. They get the mid turret and they want the dragon as well.
Yo comes in there, trying to get a little bit more damage onto Z, opportunistically find a kill. Win's gonna have to flash away because Azure chasing after turns the corner.
They give it up.
You spot that one, you have to give it up. Absolutely you do.
Darken Gaming is starting to identify, we're gonna have a hard time taking these team fights. Let's start side laning. But is it too late? Have they tried to use too many resources to contest? Is it now too late for them to start side laning?
I'll tell you what this is, Omo. This was supposed to be the Huiba minibus.
Yes.
But when they turned the ignition, they read the gas meter, and it was on E. Unlucky. But now they need to top it up with a little bit more gas. Once you get Huiba to that point of power, I believe that DKG will be able to look for these fights.
Yeah, we say the scaling advantage is in the favor of ThunderTalk, but that's only if they operate as a 5-man unit. We know what Huiba can do on side lanes, and he's looking yet again, Brandon. Can Feibai withstand this?
Oh, I mean, I think he absolutely can,
He's
right?
a tanky boy.
He is very tanky. I'm looking at his items. Very tanky indeed.
Yeah, they're botching the engage attempts here. Feibai is playing too cautiously. They're gonna get the turret, Brandon.
Well, they will get the turret, but the rest of this team coming in now, maybe looking for something. YK is gonna have to commit the rocket build. Z's gonna walk over now. Up in the top side, Chris is actually flashing away from Yo. But now it's ThunderTalk collapsing into the bottom man. They corral them into the same spot. Z barely misses out the ultimate, but I don't think that matters out too much. The Master Injustice will beat out the Nocturnes again and send them back 2 more kills over the ThunderTalk. But at the same time, DKG running the map.
But Brendan, they get the kills, they lose the turrets, they lose tier 2 top, they lose tier 1 mid. So much space being opened up by Darken Gaming right now. They tried to make the pick and they got it, but was it worth it?
I'm gonna say no.
That's the right answer. There we go.
Took me a second. I had to process the information. I was like calculating in my head.
2 kills. Nah, it's not worth
it. Two turrets for 1 turret and 2 kills?
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's especially because it's that tier 2 turret in the Baron lane. It kind of shoves them deeper in. So now ThunderTalk, when they want to start contesting for this Baron that's now up, they're going to have to overextend past their turret line.
But that's the thing, Grandin. These trades are still so close. There's no clear winner. You even have to take a second to think about it. And that's exactly the problem right now. Neither of these teams are finding a clear way to win this game. They're trying to pressure each other off, but still the win condition remains the same. Who gets Baron? Who gets Elder Dragon?
Scaling advantage in the favor of ThunderTalk though, so they're actually confident to start
Brandon.
up the Baron. Yo's right behind them. It's looking a little bit scary, but Hueba's far away. And unless we see a Miracle Steal again, ThunderTalk actually gonna hold off on that. Z flashes away from the Zed. They don't have the chance to go in. Evo gets to re-engage across. S2K over by the side. Z once again misses out the shockwave. That's 3 that haven't been able to find an impact in these fights. Feibai will get the pick off against Emo. The trade support for support.
1 for 1.
But not with Yo coming in. They dive onto Z. They get the lockdown to try and force back the Z. YK comes across. That's the pickup. Z is dead. That's DKG who have overcome the scaling disadvantage. How have they? Hueba lost too much health in the process. Feibai chasing after win. And TT forced them away from the Baron.
And Grandin, you use everything to kill Z, but Azur's alive. No one can kill Feibai. And ThunderTalk, they live to fight another day. The Baron was just a bait, but it put them in a bad position. DKG, they collapse, but they cannot find the kills. They cannot find the reset for Darius. The team fighting is so good from ThunderTalk right now that even if you lose your star, the rest of your players are stepping up big time.
And Azure has done an amazing job on this center, showing why you have to prioritize this, why it was such a heavily contested pick in the semifinals coming into this match.
Yeah, and Grandin, Azure's build, I think, is something we need to touch on as well. The last time he played Senna earlier this series, he went for the same build. Black Cleaver into Iceborne Gauntlet. He's going to offer so much utility, but his damage comes from picking up those souls. He's going to be scaling extremely well. Infinite scaling, basically, at this point. But Dragon started off.
What happens here? Emo, he's looking for this. Nice engage from S12K. He knows that someone's likely going to be waiting there. Emo tries to go for the re-engage at S12K. He won't be able to stop that. YK is there to follow through with the apprehended damage coming across. It's looking good for DKG. We're forced TT back. We're losing the members one at a time. Feibai, he's tanky, but not that tanky. Put your baskets in the carry of Hueba. The minibus will bring you the distance.
It was a triple kill for Yo, but it was started off by Emo. This was the man that we said needed to find the engage. You want to play front to back on the side of ThunderTalk, but what's going to stop you from doing that? It's Emo getting onto your backline. He had no flash, but he still found Z and Azure, this man, setting his team up for success on the Rakan.
Maybe hand the keys over to Emo, or maybe hand the keys over to Yo. These two guys have been absolutely insane throughout this series. Yo, I think he's making Zed look like it's going to get another win.
Zed looks like it might just get another win, and that's going to be Baron to DKG as well. It's not going to be game just yet. Because of the scaling that we see coming from ThunderTalk, I think they still have a chance in this one. This game is not over yet, despite Darken Gaming getting both the Soul as well as the Dragon. ThunderTalk, they still have a fighting chance.
That's crazy.
Is that enough? It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. And that's the power of scaling. That's the power of this Orianna, the power of the Senna. But they need to be careful. They cannot allow themselves to get caught by Emo like that again. And Emo has the flash now, Grandin, so he's gonna be an even scarier threat in the next couple of team fights.
As if Rocket Belt wasn't bad enough the last time around.
Oh no! The nerves are starting to come in. Players are starting to make uncharacteristic mistakes here, Grandin.
I wouldn't say that was a mistake. I'd say that's an opportunistic move. Look at that cooldown on the ultimate. It's going to be up really soon.
That is true, but it's still a timing window for Darken Gaming right now. Does Emo want to find anything here?
It's going to be difficult as ThunderTalk hold their own under turret. Hueba's pushing the side lane now.
Who's going to stop Hueba? That's the question. You need multiple members to stop Hueba. You're going to get pulled around the map. You're going to start feeling the pressure come in.
They're going to have to give up this mid inner tier turret and just defend the inhibitors here.
Here we go. Yo pulls the trigger. He's going to get right back Mega?
I don't think it does very much.
He's just
gonna
scaring
take
them
a
off
little
the
bit of
turret.
damage. That's actually a good amount of damage.
They're just
onto Z right off a single ultimate. The death map pops for so much. Huiba has the counter strike, so he can just walk onto the turret. That's the first inhibitor falling. The second to go down is the mid lane. And Emo, he pulls the trigger. He gets the engage up. He sent TT into a frenzy. Now off into the back. Yo's hunting for kills. He smells blood in the water. Huiba's there to follow up. And DKG will send TT back in the base as they collect their third turret.
That's it. That's the base broken. ThunderTalk, their backs against the wall. Their backs against their Nexus. The only standing structure for them on the map right now. In Darkon Gaming, they don't have to do a thing at all. They can take a step back. They can breathe. They can wait for the Baron. And when that's up, you have one simple thing to do. Send Yo or even Huiba to a side lane to threaten the end on the Nexus. And if everyone else just dons the Baron, and if you're ThunderTalk in that scenario, there's really not anything you can do. This game looks so good for Darkon Gaming right now. They want to pull ahead again in this series.
Darkon Gaming starting to set up the waves to push through to close this one out. ThunderTalk. Only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Standing between them and the win are still 5 turrets. DKG. They've collected it all. All the badges to close this one out.
Yeah, and they have to march into the base yet again. The good news for ThunderTalk is that it's harder for Emo to find the engagement. Here we go.
Overhead misses, so they're going on to YK, but I don't think that's the target you want to try and go for. See his ultimate misses again. That's the engage from Emo. He's insane. He's always there to find the pickoff. They take it out of zero. Yo joins into the fight. Huiba's there as well. They lead the front line. They lead the rush. It's a stampede, and TT are getting trampled and run over. DKG will move into the base to collect their third win and pull themselves to the advantage once again in this series.
Amazing performances coming up from Yo, from Emo, from Huiba. The way they navigate these team fights, the way they identify their win conditions. Darkon Gaming once again pulling ahead to a lead here, 3-2. If this was a best of 5, it would be over already. Fortunately for us, fortunately for the viewers at home, we still have potentially 2 more games here of this amazing series, Grandin.
And now it's looking like that best of 3. In a sense, is tipping back towards Darkon Gaming again. They're back in a state they found themselves to begin with that point advantage.
But with that loss, now ThunderTalk, they have side selection again. They can go back to blue. Is that going to get banned? Is that going to get first picked? So many questions to answer. I don't envy the teams right now. I don't envy the coaches right now. You have a million things on your mind, but you only have 5 minutes to get it sorted. You have 3 bans, and you have 1 first pick. What's the answer here?
I mean, there was so many things I felt like ThunderTalk did well, getting rid of the Garen,
Really? Yeah.
having picked up the center for themselves. It felt like they had a lot of the showings that they knew what needed to be done to take down Darkon Gaming, but at the end of the day, the performance from Yo, from Emo, from Huiba just seemed so spectacular and so amazing.
Yeah, and I want to point out something as well. That was the first loss which Garen has taken all series long. This champion was nearly undefeated in the series. Not quite going to be the case. Too many counter picks this game. That's why he didn't manage to find a way to pop off. But with that said, Huiba's Jax, I think that's the biggest question for me. He was shut down extremely well by ThunderTalk. They played the team fights. They kited him around. But still, if he can't hit you, he's just going to hit your turrets.
Well, you talked about the players, you talked about the coaches, but there's one more group of people I don't envy as well. It's the State Farm Analyst Desk who have to break down this banger of a match. So take it away, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
I was about to say there, Grandin, you don't envy us? You don't, why, we have a great game to break down. We had a couple of Dragon Steals to kick things off here, but it starts with the draft. As you were saying there, Omo, Zed going back and forth between the teams and now has become one of the highest contested picks in this series.
And we said one thing when we were looking at the draft for this game. Both these teams won. This is maybe the first game during the entire tournament where both of Darkon Gaming and ThunderTalk got exactly what they wanted. Darkon Gaming managed to get those scaling threats we were asking them to bring into their roster, with Huiba getting his Jax and Yo getting that Zed. And on the other side, ThunderTalk also get their late game team fight. So it's very clear from moment one, both teams are looking at the 20-minute mark and saying, I'm pretty sure we win those.
Yeah, and one team did. One team won it, right, in Darkon Gaming. But the steals early on from the Dragons, I think, were a big part. And again, another game where the early game didn't break for ThunderTalk. And so you're thinking, hey, look, Z, here's an opportunity for you to get huge. Here's an opportunity for you to carry. But it didn't quite pan out that way here, Rieger.
Yeah, I think for this series, it's safe to say that whoever gets the early lead isn't a clear indicator just yet. Only possibly when we look at game 1 and 2. The rest of the games we've had so far have been incredibly close, and it had boiled down to all of these Elder Drake fights. I wanna commend S12K and Feibai as well, who have been amazing serving as the damage soakers, as the neutralizers in every single team fight that they do. And they always keep an eye on Emo, who is the biggest and only threat for Engage on the opposite side on DKG, even during the previous game. So every single time they want to silence him, they want to body slam him to make sure that the Engage doesn't pull through. And it has been time and time again what they've been watching out for. But the thing is, at the end of the last minutes of this game, or during the Elder Drake fight, Emo was able to get a huge Engage where it was Yo who was able to follow through with the Zed.
And this little sequence that we just saw, where there was a hard dive down bottom from ThunderTalk, was kind of where the game turned, because ThunderTalk overcommit on the bottom kills, and Weber does go down, but Yo gets an entire turret to himself, and the gold just shifts over in their direction. And this fight, where it goes relatively even, is kind of a harbinger of doom, because the last thing ThunderTalk want is a DKG that can trade 1-to-1 with them in this late game.
And that is what happened
Yeah,
there.
this is...
The final fight here around the Cloud Dragon, or Elder Dragon, the Cloud Elder Dragon, was just a cleanup here by DKG. At that point, fully scaled. And, you know, when you talk about ThunderTalk in the mid game, they caught the fight they wanted over by the Rift Herald, and it was them grouping. It was them fighting together as a team using the Orianna, not necessarily the solo lane assassin that we're used to Z seeing, but that was the power of their comp at that time. But then, as you said, over-indexed on team fighting, over-indexed on kind of chasing those kills, and it was Hueba on the top side of the map, or it wasn't Hueba, it was Wind that was able to pick up the tower in the mid lane. They got the tier 2 on the top side of the map as well, and it was just a lot of influx of gold heading on over to DKG to stem the tide.
Just a fun, quick stat. This is the second time this tournament that we've seen Z on Orianna steal a major objective with his Shockwave. He did it once with the Baron earlier in the tournament. So he's just terrifying. Even in a game where he's relatively quiet, he's still providing utility. But I do think it's a good note that he was relatively quiet. A lot of that for me goes to what Riku was talking about with Emo, who is just such a hard engager for this DKG side. We saw the Alistair game where he was proto-belting in every single opportunity and getting so much value. That's beginning to be a huge problem, because just by virtue of how well DKG can communicate and coordinate in team fights, they're getting extra value out of all of their characters. They're essentially getting a 10% damage boost because the enemy team is hard CC'd. We saw that earlier when they drafted a composition that had almost no damage in game 3, and were still able to get a huge amount of early game value out of it because all of their stuns and CC were so well coordinated.
Right. Riku, the games are close here. Your pick's still in the running here, right? 4-3, I believe, is the pick that you had here.
Yeah.
Are you sticking to it as we go towards game 6?
Yeah, I'm definitely still sticking to it. 4-3. Still towards DKG, though, but right now it's looking close.
I think we saw some slip-ups in the draft. I didn't particularly like the game 3 draft, and that's the only reason why it's not the 4-1 I predicted. And I do think DKG are looking like they have a handle on the situation, looking like the better team. The fact that Z was so quiet in that last game is a very bad sign for ThunderTalk, and I think the pressure is on them as we head into draft to get a hard carry over to him.
All right, we're taking a 30-second break, but on the other side, it's match point of the Horizon Cup between Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming. See you in a few.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco Network, powering every epic moment at the Horizon Cup, so you can go wild on the Rift.
Game 6 of the Grand Finals of the Horizon Cup is going to soon be underway. And ladies and gentlemen, if you asked a lot of people going into the finals if we would have had a Game 6, they would have said no. But now, as we see Dakun Gaming pull ahead once again to lead 3-2, ThunderTalk have the chance to even it out, and Dakun sit at match point.
And Grandin, TJ was one of those naysayers, but look at where we are now. ThunderTalk, they're finding amazing moments in the series. They're finding good drafts. They're finding good team fights. But still, the question remains, is that enough to take on the powerhouse that is Dakun Gaming here? Starts with draft, though.
Starts with draft, and ThunderTalk have moved back onto the blue side, saying we need first pick. First pick apparently is the thing that's going to decide things. Why? Because of Zed.
It's because of the Zed, it's because of the Ziggs, it's because when you are on red side, you have so many things to ban, and you're forced into an unenviable situation. What are we gonna remove? We have to get rid of Riven against Z and Feyrai. That goes without saying. Whichever side we're on, we have to remove the Zed. So does this mean they get Ziggs? It's Ziggs, it's Renekton, it's Garen. So many picks still left available. I think you ban the Ziggs. Oh, what's this? They're forcing them to ban Varus, which means they trade either Renekton or Garen here for ThunderTalk.
Interesting decisions. Okay, ThunderTalk ban away the Ziggs.
Oh my.
Generally a red side ban because you want the enemy to
This is Varus. Okay, you know what? Just bench me right now. I was so proud of that. I was like,
I don't know. You have the right reads here, Omo.
Bench me from this. Let our analyst take over the draft yet again. I don't understand the priority here, but what I can tell you is I think Feybai just wants to take a step back. He wants to play a more supportive role, but he's no longer comfortable doing that on the Garen, knowing that YK is capable to pull out that Darius to shut him down. But this is so curious to me because you give up the Varus, and because you ban the Ziggs away, I assume you want the Varus for yourself because that's the next best bot lane. You know, they just give it all away.
Perhaps looking for the Santa again. There we go. Looking for the Santa again, something that Azir has
why
been
you
looking
lose
good
that matchup?
on. It's a losing matchup, but maybe looking for that late game
That's
scaling.
what was left up. Grandin, I forgot about that pick. That's what was left up. The Nunu here for Chris. First time Dakun Gaming do not ban it away. They're saying we have to give it to you because we need to get rid of Zad. We're not going to lose to that again, but we might lose to Nunu here.
It's such a draft nerd. I love this. Like, you get so
No,
excited.
but the draft
seeing
is so
draft.
important for the state of the game. Like, if you look at what champions these two teams get. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to calm down. I need to take a step back. But the draft is 50% of the battle in this series because of how closely matched these teams are, because of how excellent their players are. The draft will give you the lead you need to really just take the game away. Now, Dakun Gaming, they answer the Darius with this Renekton.
But what's this main point you're looking forward to the draft with? What has been the things that have kind of screamed to you that, okay, if you get this element, you should be ahead in the draft?
Well, it's about the individual picks. That's number one. The Zed, the Jax, the Rakan, these have been key picks thus far. And I do like what we're seeing here for ThunderTalk, but the problem remains we're a bit low on damage. We need S12K on something that can pack a bit of a punch. I think Gragas might be the pick here, but then you're too heavy on magic damage.
Okay, so first thing is the individual picks. What about the second thing?
Well, then you need the synergy, you need the team to really come together cohesively, and then you need to make sure you're good at shutting down what your opponent wants to run. Now, DKG, they have the ability to side lane here yet again, but ThunderTalk, they answer with the ability to force team fights. Now they have an answer to the side laning.
Okay, there we go. That's the essence, the vibe for these compositions as they will finish
Garen
things
support.
off with the Garen support. It's no brand, but it is the Varus. And now with Huibab again on this Jax, we're looking at a strong side lane. But with a Diana, I'm not sure how this one plays out.
Well, Diana is capable of side lane by herself as well. So what we could likely see from Dakun Gaming is something we have seen from Huiba before. You send the Jax to follow the Diana around in the side lane, and whoever comes into the side lane is likely gonna die. That's something we see them do very often in the regional leagues as well as here at the Horizon Cup. And I want to point out something to you, Grandin. How poetic would it be if Dakun Gaming start game 1 with Garen support, close out the series with Garen support, and keep in mind in their regional league, I do believe they won match point with Garen support as well. Is this the key for Dakun Gaming?
Well, it looks like that might be the case. Just running very tanky members across the board and having that impact seemed to be the answer for Dakun Gaming in this series up against ThunderTalk. Well, Dakun sit at match point, so it's down to TT to be the playmakers, to be the ones to pull ahead and tie this one up yet again. And they're no strangers to playing at match point, no sir. They played a full 5-game series up against Roaster Y yesterday in the semifinals. So this is a series, and ThunderTalk, they want to bring it all the way to 7 games.
They want to bring it all the way to 7 games, and we can see the teams, they still have some energy. We're here backstage, but we can still hear the shouts coming from the players. Honestly, it's intimidating me quite a bit.
The war cries almost, no?
Yeah, the war cries, exactly. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. You try to give some lame analogy about bus driving, but both of these teams, they are going to war right now, Grandin.
All right. One-upping me with the analogies. I like that, painting a picture. Because
Very
this
gruesome one.
Fairly gruesome one. But let's talk a little bit more about what we've seen so far, because both teams have tried their hand at aggressive side lanes, playing for the late game, and yet it seems like both of them so incredibly fluid. They can play each other's compositions and execute it well. Now Dakun Gaming seem to have fallen back into a comp that they have been known for, that they're renowned for, and this is it. This is the stage set for them to win the series.
I think the power behind this comp and why DKG favor it so much is even if you outscale us in team fights, even if you outscale us in 5v5s, we always have the option to side lane you. And that's such an important thing, especially in these long series, in these long games when players get tired, they start to make mistakes. Being able to just demolish turrets on the side lanes from Hueba is so important. Win starts this one off. He throws the first punch.
I like that. Oh, I love that, in fact. You know, they got a little bit caught off guard the last time around, took a little bit of damage, so they just tossed the arrow this time.
Yeah.
Say, yeah, there's nothing you can do. No shenanigans to catch me off. We saw a lot of early pressure from ThunderTalk the last few games as a result of Z's control in the mid lane. Once again, it seems like he has a favorable matchup. Are we looking to see ThunderTalk pull ahead with a double scuttlecraft?
Well, that's something they definitely can try to do here with the Nunu's ability to consume as well, with the lead that they're getting in the bot lane, the lead that they will get in the top lane once this wave bounces out. It's very possible.
And for everyone at home watching this, the scuttlecrafts give additional vision in the river, so it helps to keep a ward slot for yourself. It also gives a lot of bonus gold and EXP.
Yeah.
It's a nice big bounty in the neutral part, the river of the jungle. So both sides really want it, and so getting 2 of them especially hurts the enemy jungler as well. And so talking about this, does Chris actually end up needing this? Because he is a Nunu, you know, he can be pretty gold effective without it.
Does he need it? No. Does he want it? Of course! They've been trying to get it every single game so far this series, and I think this game is no exception. With the control from Z in the mid lane, they're gonna start this one off. Here we go!
And like we mentioned, Hueba, he already used his jump early on. This means the flash must be expended as the first Scuttle Crab will go over to ThunderTalk.
What did we say about the bot lane matchup? Full control for Azure and S12K. This means they can just roll their snowball back down to the bot lane. This should be the double Scuttle Crab start here for Chris.
Well, Hueba has to take the scenic route, going through the jungle, and double Scuttle Crab. Like we mentioned, it's a shrine, it's gold, it's EXP, and a nice little lead for Chris.
It's the first big objective of the game. It might not seem like much, but it genuinely is.
I mean, you look at the gold difference right now. No, not the gold difference, the EXP difference. Yeah. Chris is level 5.
He has his ultimate at 2 minutes.
The fastest level 5 in the game right now. That's the impact of getting double Scuttle.
An additional factor as well as he comes to the mid lane, pushes with Z, or some might say he steals Z's EXP away, which is why he hits level 5 so quickly. But the thing about Nunu Ultimate is it's not something you use off cooldown for fast plays. It's not like Destiny Gate where every time it's up you press it. You need a specific scenario to really make it work here. So I don't think it's the most impactful thing in the game right now, but it doesn't matter. All doesn't matter. We are on a timer for 4 minutes right now. And we know how important that first fight can be. The state of the game is slowing down until then, and I think everyone is just waiting with bated breath.
Working towards that 4-minute mark, ThunderTalk have a number of really high key ultimates, but the same can be said for Dakun Gaming, albeit a little bit less. So ThunderTalk want to find that early initiative. They want to be able to put the pressure onto Dakun Gaming to misstep. Z has had a difficult game last game, in fact, I would say. Wasn't quite up to the usual performance that he's had.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's had a chance to reset, come back into this one a little bit fresher.
Something we gotta keep in mind is last game, they were playing the same Orianna, Senna duo. They had a lot of struggles against the Jax jumping on them, against Emo's Rakan jumping on them, knocking them off, CCing them. This time around, Emo is not on that Rakan. He's going to be on Garen. So while he's running into them, he's not going to be crowd controlling them, which is, I think, a relief for the team comp, the way ThunderTalk want to play front to back, and for both Z and Azure.
First early buys and pickups from both sides. Things are looking pretty intense here, despite the fact that no action has been happening. In fact, it feels like the calm before the storm.
It really is. And both of these teams, they're playing it a bit safer. They're playing it a bit slower. Earlier in the finals, we talked about how both of these teams weren't afraid to trade blow for blow. This time around, match point. No one wants to throw that away. ThunderTalk, they don't want to lose it, of course. Dakun, they don't want to go to a Game 7. They want to close it out here. They want to close it out now. Objectives get started.
Looks like a dragon pickup for ThunderTalk. Chris is trying to get this one quickly, but Dark Gaming are working on that Rift Herald. The Dark Shadow comes in, flashing! It's huge coming across! Bayby misses out the chance for the reset, but Z will still get the kill on the winners. They flash over the wall, grab the Blast Cone. It's an escape out, but they've lost two. Darkwood and these grab the Rift Herald.
Amazing start here from ThunderTalk. They say we want to go the full 7 games. That's what Z promised us in the interview yesterday, and that's what they're looking to deliver on, Grandin.
YK goes down to the top side, and the Rift Herald doesn't matter because TT will grab first turret either way.
Look, I know it's still a little bit too early to call, but I just want to throw back to before the Horizons Cup started, when we were talking to all the casters about our favorites for this event. I said ThunderTalk. And then I found out they gutted their roster, and then I changed my bet. But still, I want to point out, there was a point where I said ThunderTalk.
Let's take a look at the X replay at this one again, because Bayby's flash apprehend follow through with the unstoppable force was a sight to behold. Yes. And honestly, this is the level of play we were hoping for from ThunderTalk, the calm before the storm as they smash through their opponents.
And look at the coaching staff there of ThunderTalk. It's too intense right now. You can't even take a seat. You're on your feet. You really want to see how this one plays out. You want to go to Game 7. And Bayby, he's here to deliver that too.
Putting on a show for all of us back at home. Bit of an engage coming through from you. Not very much you can get done. ThunderTalk, they have to run away. There's no turret here.
Nice.
Chris actually blocks that. The rest of the team now coming in to support. Emo getting caught out. Z has the shockwave, but he's holding on to it for a little longer. Emo takes a good amount of damage. That should be the end. A little more. Darting Shadow comes across, but he perfectly sidesteps that.
Every spell in the game, except the Nunu ultimate and the Malphite out, was used in that scenario, and he want to go back in. He's using it. But what is this? Is he going to solo him?
He's just walking up. He has the damage. He's going to take down the Jax. What has happened here? Chris is going to roll down the snowball as well. Say hello and goodbye to you. But they end up with control right by the turret.
All this time, though, Grandin, YK has not left the Baron lane. He's chipping down on this turret. He's getting himself some farm, but that means he needs to be an instrumental piece of Darkun Gaming's team fighting later on in this game, because right now, it's not looking good for Darkun, Grandin.
Playing cross-map, ThunderTalk will trade that topside turret for the bomb side one, and still with the gold lead, ThunderTalk. Oh my goodness, Omo, I feel like I've seen this one before.
Look at this from S12K. He times out the counter-strike. He slows him with his rock, and he backs away. I don't know Malphite spell names. Do you know Malphite spell names?
I know the unstoppable force, I know the seismic shot. What else do I need to know, Omo?
You need to know that they're going for the team fight.
Engage from Chris as he builds up the absolute zero, trying to set them up for something, but Emo's still very tanky with the apprehend. They pull him back. That's the dump. That's the first pickup. The shockwave won't connect though. Win gets away safely.
Win gets away safely. He did not have flash, so he was in a bit of a sticky situation there. But still, Darkun, they don't want to give this turret up.
Azure's walking forward. Look at this
Look
pressure.
at Azure.
ThunderTalk are forcing them back. The jumping for Yo. They clip them very nicely there. YK will turn that one around. Bayby has the decimate, but it's not enough for TT.
And in the grand finals on match point, a misstep from Azure and S12K cost them 2 kills. They were in prime position to punish his turret, but it looks like Darkun, they're gonna pop the Herald. They want to trade back, but they're too low, Grandin.
I think Z has something to say about that, Omo. I don't think he
many
cares.
things to say.
He's just going to take down this Reptile before it's even able to walk past that turret.
And granted, these three members on your screen right now from ThunderTalk, Feibai, Z, and Chris, have been performing commendably in this game, in this series. They've been rock solid, they've been stable for their team. And as Azure and SFK, they make a mistake, but their teammates say it's okay, we hold on. We might have to give up this dragon, but we hold on.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a Malphite pun.
A little bit overused, you mean?
Well, look at this. They're trying to trade right now, but Dakun Gaming, they're saying we don't want to march into your front to back team comp yet again. We are gonna side lane you. What's your answer?
Deflect the comment, apparently, is the answer. Rift Herald goes over to Chris. That's the power of Nunu. A lot of neutral objective control, but look at what's happening to the bottom side. Yeah. Tier 2 is gone. They haven't been able to break
Timing
this
for
one
Dakun though,
yet.
Brandon. They have to collapse. They're coming from behind.
Okay, they get a good amount of damage on the Evo. He's trying to walk in first. That's also the unstoppable force trying to dive into the back. When goes into stasis first. Azure's in between YK as well. Soiba gets taken down. Feibai joins to the fight, but it's too late. Z walks towards YK. This is a bad fight for them. DKG are too massive. They just walk in. YK will destroy the back line.
And we said your team lost the team fight. For you to get farm, for you to get gold, you had better deliver. YK does just that. Slices and dices over the wall, over Azure's flash. He picks up the kill, and Dakun Gaming, they're finding their foot back in this game.
Look, I would have to say, YK not only had a window to come in from the back, he might have had a door. One would even say he had an entire entrance, an alleyway in.
Grandin, the bad jokes are reserved for me here, so please respect that. It's in my contract. Look at this replay right now. Emo starts this one off. It doesn't matter that he dies. It's his job to die. He just needs to make it hard to kill him. And look at this play from YK. Flash, stun, slices and dices over the flash, dices back over the wall, and he collapses the entire team of ThunderTalk. They have nowhere to run. YK, he is coming up huge.
This Renekton 4-1 now with 2 items, looking unstoppable by anyone, by any measure on the South ThunderTalk.
And we always talk about Hueba. This series, we were talking about Yo, we were talking about Emo. YK said, I didn't hear you guys talking about me, and he is popping off in match point. When it matters, Grandin.
Okay, ThunderTalk scatter, they jump onto you first. Z also has the ultimate. Shockwave to confirm the kill, that's the first pick off. But no objective to pick up here.
No objective to pick up, but they can't do anything on the map. Mid lane tier 2 is low. Do they want to answer this? Because if you look at the side lane, DKG are well prepared. They've shoved the waves out. If you push this turret, if you waste your time here, you will lose farm, you will lose turret health. But it looks like ThunderTalk, they don't care, they want to go for it.
Look at that rapid fire cannon range. They can hit the turret from outside turret range. Even as DKG try to clear out the mini wave, the power of the center Azure is going to be able to continue to whittle away that turret.
It's the same story of the series, Grandin. 5v5 against side laning. Which one's going to come out on top? ThunderTalk, they're going to back off, they're going to play respectful. They're going to catch the gold in the waves in the bot lane, top lane, and they're going to come back as 5 as soon as they set that one up.
But that's a little bit funny. S12K canceled his recall because he thought he got cancelled by the arrow, but he has the Belfry shield.
Yeah.
And so he was just like, oh wait, I actually can recall. It's
Brandon,
okay.
it's game 7, or game 6, I'm losing it as well. It's game 6 of a grand final. The little things, the nerves, they start to get to you. Azure, he's the only one here. This is why they prioritize the Jax. If you look away, he will kill your turrets. He will kill Azure.
They're jumping onto Azure here. Chris is trying to provide backup, act as bodyguard.
Yeah, this is the problem right now. ThunderTalk, they want a group, they want to run as 5, but Dakun are saying, we are never going to let you run as 5. We're going to push top, we're going to push bot. We've broken every turret on the side lanes. And if you want to know what's the most representative thing of the game state right now, ThunderTalk have both mid lane turrets up. Tier 1 is full health, but they've lost all 4 side lane turrets.
Side lane turrets all gone. That's the power of a side lane split push kind of composition. Neutral objectives have been tied up very well for DKG as well.
Yeah, DKG, they are in a very good spot. I want to point out something very quickly. In the last 2 games, we saw Azure play center. He went Black Cleaver, Iceborne God. This time around, he realizes, I'm the only damage. I have to go rapid fire cannon, but that means he's so easy to kill. He has to be so cautious in match point.
Not much utility and easy to kill. It's a problem for ThunderTalk right now. Some arrows start to come through. That's the engage led by Emo. He's over the back. Look at how techy he is. Yo's coming in. That's a window for him to jump into the back line. He's looking for this entry. DKG gets sent back instead. The return ultimate, the unstoppable forces Huiba. Start to lead the charge as well. Feibai joins in. He's facing up against Yo. They just mutually exchange handshakes right past the blast cone.
And that was all win. Both of these teams doing their due diligence, marking the members that you need to zone away. Yo did not get access to the team fight, but he zoned away Z and Azure. But all that while, Win has not stopped poking.
Watch out for Emo, watch out for Yo, watch out for the entire team. Huiba walks in first. He's gonna go into Stacy. They're gonna finish off Azure. Z is set running, is running away. Yo's chasing after. Feibai acting as the shield to protect his teammate, to make sure something's there. Still misses out the chance for the reset as Huiba jumps in. No mana to finish that one off. S12K looking for an opportunistic kill there, but will not get Huiba a second time.
Huiba with 1 HP in the grand finals in match point. It's the little things that matter, Grandin. Z flashes away, but he whiffs his shockwave. Feibai didn't get his reset off on his dunk. Any of these two things could have changed the team fight for ThunderTalk, but it wasn't there. It didn't happen. And Darken Gaming, once again, they pull ahead to a lead.
And when all things come down to being able to have these perfectly executed team fights, ThunderTalk are facing resistance.
Look at how amazingly Darken set this team fight up. 2 from the left, 1 from the right. Where are you gonna run? You wanna kite us, but there's nowhere to go. YK comes in, stuns the back line, and Z, he panics. He thought he was dead. He just wanted to throw out the shockwave, but he misses out on it. And look at Feibai right now. This man is doing everything he can. He's quietly been performing so well. Yo shield saves him and saves his team even from the reset coming out on the dunk. And you look at ThunderTalk, they are disheartened. Their hearts are crushed right now. They were so close to winning that team fight.
But I don't want to discount ThunderTalk just yet because they're back on the Dragon. They're forcing DKG to work into them. DKG with that Scuttle Crab had vision as this is being finished up. YK looking for the flank. It looks like a repeat. Emo's walking in again. They're going to take down Z. He doesn't have anyone protecting him. S12K, he's going to be set running as well. The unstoppable force not able to find much value. Feibai falters in the face of DKG. Z is gone. Azure is gone. Damage lost from TT, and DKG will clean up for
DKG off the back of YK's amazing Renekton performance. They come in strong. They pick up the kills. They're gonna pick up the Baron. And granted, could this be it? Could they pick up the series?
And with the Baron in hand, I'm thinking, yes, Somo, I'm thinking that things are looking good for DKG. The odds are in their favor. Scaling option still there for ThunderTalk, so I don't want to count them out just yet. DKG, you never want to count TT dead to rights.
Brandon, in the first game of the series that ThunderTalk won, in game 3, they executed so well in this front-to-back team comp. They marked the right angles, they approached team fights the right way. But it's been a long day for the players. It's been a long day for everyone. They're starting to get tired, they're starting to slip up. Mistakes are coming true from Z, from Azure. They're mispositioning in their approach to the team fights. And Darken Gaming, they do not let these go unpunished. They come from every angle and they get TT on their back foot.
And even as we look at this series, I have to say, Homo, both these teams look absolutely unreal.
Yeah,
they're
two of the best teams in the world.
With some of the best players in the world, with the best jungler in the world on one side and the best laner on the other.
Look at how threatened ThunderTalk are right now. They want to force with the snowball, but they don't dare to because they know if they overcommit, they're gonna lose their base.
Huiba's looking for a flank as well. He's had enough shenanigans. Shockwave used to clear out the wave. That's all they can use it for. Z has it coming back up off cooldown soon enough.
Oh no, that's a flash. It wasn't even gonna hit, but nerves in match point are starting to show on both sides.
They know that if they get this fight, the game's gonna be over. Yo finds the engage. Look at his shockwave. Look at the moonfall, in fact. They almost take down 3. Z faces off. YK takes that one down. Chris trying to buy time, but DKG said we've had enough. We're the best in the world. No one can contest us, not even if you're ThunderTalk. As they watch in onto the inhibitor. Huiba with the stun, looking to take down this inhibitor as well. The minion wave running dry. Feibai doing the best he can to block out the creeps. With 35 seconds left on the death timers. DKG have it all. They have the Nexus, the teleport to close it out. Azure going to go down. It's gonna go to DKG and the champions of the Horizon Cup.
We hear the slamming of the tables, we hear the screams of elation, and Darkland Gaming, they're gonna be the best team here in the world. Huiba, Yo, Emo, Wind, YK, these guys on your screen right now, they are your champions of the Horizon Cup, and they are the best team in the world.
Omo, what a series they brought us across 6 games for a well-deserved title. The best in the world, and I think have affirmed themselves as the best jungler in the world. Huiba looking like an icon in Wild Rift.
Definitely, it's the beginning of something new. It's his first steps as what could be the best jungler for a long time to come. We won't know just yet, it's too early to tell, but I can tell you right now that Darkland Gaming, they are gonna be happy with their performance. 4-2 against ThunderTalk Gaming. The second best team in the world couldn't even bring you to 7. Darkland Gaming, they just look a class above.
An amazing series from them as they make their rounds, congratulating their opponents. Both teams from the same region, but we see Darkland Gaming come up ahead, competing in 2 separate leagues. Darkland Gaming and ThunderTalk didn't have the chance to play regionally. They will get their chance to play in the Horizon Cup as they stand before the trophy to take their final selfie for the win.
I think it's only fitting that these two teams have not played each other until the grand finals, Brandon. How poetic is that? And we see the smiles on the faces of DKG, the thumbs up, the peace signs, they're enjoying this, and they should, because why? They're the best team in the whole world, Brandon. Soak it in, boys. I think it's gonna be a while before someone comes to challenge Darkland Gaming. They just look too good right now. Best jungler in the world. The best team in the world. Your champions of the Horizon Cup, Darkland Gaming.
An amazing set from this trailblazer of a team. From the day they started playing the competition, once they showed that Jax, every team was on their tail, chasing after them, looking to play the composition, the style that Darkland Gaming played.
And from the first game, they pulled the Jax out to now, Game 6 of the Grand Finals, pulling the Jax out yet again. That's been instrumental to their win. And like you said, trailblazers in the meta, trailblazers in the entire championship. They should be proud of what they've accomplished here.
Absolutely. Getting a chance to raise that cup up. As we take a look back at those final moments.
TT had some amazing moments that game, Brandon.
We saw, and I think we confirmed almost, that they had the best laner in the world.
I think that's true.
Being able to pull them back from those 2 amazing games.
Look at that. It's the little things in the Grand Finals, Brandon.
But it is.
Mistakes are going to cost you.
Those little things against the best teams, they will be able to punish it. And we saw some amazing adaptation. We saw some change. We saw a point where ThunderTalk and DKG switched compositions.
Yeah, that's still funny to me. Seeing Huiba play Vi, that was my highlight of the series.
But at the end of the day, Darkland Gaming understood what needed to be done, and they brought it the distance, 6 games in, to become the ultimate champions.
The ultimate champions, I like that. It's a bit too cheesy for me to use ever again, but I think it's fitting. I think Darkland Gaming have shown, by far, they're the best team in the world. Dropping 1 game in semis to Team Secret. Dropping 2 in the Grand Finals to ThunderTalk. Their win rate in playoffs have been impressive.
Absolutely. And even as we look back towards the other teams that faced off against them, we knew that that group was going to be a group of death.
Yeah.
And truly was Darkland Gaming breezed past the group stage to find themselves first seed in the knockout stage, showcasing exactly why they are such a force to be reckoned with. I can only look forward to what's going to be coming out from this team in the future more.
Definitely. Darkland Gaming, they have proven, I think, without a doubt, they beat Roaster Y in the group stages. They beat Team Secret in the semis. Oh, they beat SBTC in the group stages as well.
Yes.
They have taken down every strong opponent they needed to prove themselves against on their journey to being Horizon Cup champions. And now in the grand finals, they take down their counterparts in ThunderTalk to prove that without a shadow of a doubt, they are the best.
And an amazing set from Dakun Gaming once again, as they will become the champions, the winners of the Horizon Cup. And with that being said, we have live with us now on...
After a 4-2 series filled with heart, skill, and determination, Dakun Gaming are your Wild Rift Horizon Cup champions. Whew. YK, I have to start with you. You never dropped a single series throughout this tournament, approaching every moment in interview with confidence. What does it mean to you to be able to lift this trophy here today?
首先呢，恭喜大家是以4-2拿下了这个胜利。那想问一下 YK 的第一个问题是，你们这一次来到这个破晓杯当中是没有输过任何一个大场的。那对于你来讲的话，每一个瞬间都掌握得非常好。那你觉得这次拿起这个奖杯对你们来讲意味着什么呢？
意味着我们是最强的吧。
It just means we are the strongest team among this Horizon Cup.
It didn't come without challenges. Yo, I have to ask you, you were faced with a difficult task taking on Z, the glue of ThunderTalk Gaming. What was it like for you to be able to carry your team on picks like Zed in such a difficult matchup?
那下一个问题想要给到游，因为你可能面临的是这次最难的一个挑战，就是对面非常强入的中单选手 Z。那么 TT 的 Z 呢也是非常的有名，你为了要去对抗他，更好的跟团队去做一个配合，你也是选出了像杰这样的英雄。所以你怎么看待今天跟周周的这种较量呢？
我觉得今天，周周是一名很厉害的选手，我觉得能跟他打成这样子，我觉得很满意的，对自己的表现。
Yeah, actually, I thought they is pretty good players in the milling, so I'm pretty satisfied with my performance for this round.
A great performance indeed. And Emo, this was also an eventful series for you, having a Rift Herald steal in Game 1, some game-changing initiations in Game 5 and 6. How do you feel you were able to service your team here today?
下一个问题想要给到一莫。那其实今天对你来讲呢，也是一个非常重大的比赛。你在第一局的时候也是帮你们团队很好的抢到了这个峡谷先锋，在后面的5、6局的时候呢，也是选到了很好的一个开团的时机点。那对于你来讲呢，今天你在团队当中，你觉得你的表现怎么样呢？
还可以吧。
所以还有什么吗？觉得不是最好的表现是吗？
我感觉我今天打的还行吧，队友有点垮，不然4-0了。
Actually, I thought I'm not very satisfied with my teammates. They are pretty maybe chasing over. Or if they could play as well in the scrim, we're going to be like 4-0.
Always self-critical with this team. Now, when it comes to this series, there was that extra level of joy getting to prove that you are the #1 team in China while you have never faced against one another before. How does it feel to prove that China is the strongest region and now finally getting the opportunity to defeat ThunderTalk Gaming in this series?
那下一个问题想要给到 Win 的，因为他觉得就是这一次其实你们和 TT 都是非常强的我们中国大陆赛区的队伍，并且这一次来到这里呢，你们也是在决赛帮助我们的中国大陆赛区拿到了这个破晓杯的奖杯。想问一下，你觉得就是能够代表中国大陆赛区来到破晓杯，并且打出这么好的成绩，对你来说意味着什么呢？
意味着我们5个队友都是最强的吧。
It just means 5 members of our team are the strongest among the Horizon Cup.
Well, and with a team this strong and consistent, Coach Heki, there is no doubt that the support of the staff has something to do with it. Can you describe your journey here in the Horizon Cup and your hope for Wild Rift Esports beyond?
下一个问题想要给到教练，那这次 DKG 可以夺冠呢，教练团队也可以说是功不可没的。想问一下，你觉得这次来到破晓杯的旅程是怎么样的？然后你对于未来英雄联盟手游电子竞技的发展有没有什么电子竞技比赛的发展有没有什么样的期许？
其实来到这边，我感觉大家都做得比较好，就不光是我们教练，就是每个队员都付出了就100%或者120%的这种努力。然后对未来手游的期许，其实我就想着中国第1赛区现在。
Okay, both our coaching team and 5 players put the full effort is up to 100% or 200% so that we can lift the trophy. And for the future, we hope the China mainland region could keep on the top place.
The future is looking bright for China for sure. And finally, Huiba, every time in the continuous discussion of who is the best player in Wild Rift Esports, your name comes up time and time again. How do you feel that your skill compares to others across the world?
下一个想要给到辉吧，因为这一次呢，其实大家一直在讨论，可能在不小杯当中最好的一个选手是谁？你的名字是经常出现在大家的讨论范围之内的。那对于你来讲的话，你觉得对于其他的可能赛区的一些打野位置的选手来讲的话，你个人就是比较突出的点是在于哪里的？你的强势是在于哪里呢？
我觉得，就我比他们的优势就应该是我们的4个队友吧。我觉得，优势就在这里吧。
Okay, I think my strength is I have 4 members that are pretty strong than them.
Well, on behalf of those 4 members and the rest of the team, what words would you like to share for the fans in China and the world beyond that have supported DKG across this entire journey?
那对了，除了对于你的4个队友以外，那现在有很多粉丝可能是来自于中国大陆，或者是来自于全世界的其他任何地方。那你有什么话想要对他们说吗？他们也一直正在收看你的比赛、你的直播。
就谢谢大家的支持吧。我觉得我这次决赛就状态打得挺臭的，就有点挺对不起大家的，抱歉。
First off, I need to thank to all the fans back home watching. Thank you for your support all the time. But the second, I think I made a lot of mistakes during the final, so I'm a little bit disappointed and sorry for them.
Well, thank you so much for your play and bringing us so much joy here today. And thank you to everyone in the audience that has stuck with us throughout this entire journey. If the performance put forth by all 10 teams that showed up at this tournament shows anything of what we can look forward to in the future of this esport, I think the future is looking mighty bright. So on behalf of everyone that has tuned in, that has put this together, I want to say this has been an amazing moment for all of us to enjoy throughout the entire time. And with that, everyone here on the stage, the excitement coming through all of our veins for one last time. I would love to see our champions here come to center stage, lift the trophy, and enjoy your moment. Bask in your glory as our Wild Rift Horizon Cup champions. Dakun Gaming, everybody.
我们先举一个，来听我指令，3、2、1，好，举。
Just do the rehearsal.
Sorry.
Couldn't have said it better, Gabby. Thank you so much. YK, Huiba, Yo, Wind, and Emo from Dakun Gaming, your champions for the Wild Rift Horizon Cup, the first international event. And they had worked throughout the whole stage, from the group stage to the knockouts, and even before when they qualified through the Spark Invitational, this team had been growing and growing, and we saw a transformation of a squad that seemed so single-focused. It was the Huiba show and everyone else supporting around it. But I think it's pretty clear, TJ, that throughout, the team had to find other heroes. YK there at the end on the Renekton, huge. Wind dumping damage over and over again from the Dragon lane. Yo standing up to one of the best players in the world, Z, said it in his own interview. And Huiba evolving his play from being just a late game hard carry to a facilitator to teammates that he said in his own words he believed in, had 4 great teammates to be a part of. And Emo with those great engages, disengages, pulling out the Garen, which then became a huge issue in the draft. My goodness, those 5 players coming together to make a great championship team.
And we opened this final series by talking about Huiba and talking about how he was up against a tough challenge. ThunderTalk could shut him down. They did that. We watched game after game where ThunderTalk got into Huiba's jungle early and threatened him and challenged him. So to see across this series them make those adaptations and yes, play especially through that bottom lane, through what Emo could do as a support engage for the team, is evolution that yes, makes them worthy of being the champions here at the Horizon Cup.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen a lot of the teams create answers, create solutions to shut down Hueba. And just as you mentioned, TJ, this team has evolved not only throughout the whole Horizon Cup, but the entire series that they had to face against ThunderTalk. And every single lane was incredibly strong. Every single player has been performing up to the highest level, and it's been incredible to watch this team, Dakun Gaming.
Now, thanks to Omo in Grandin, as well as La Tigris in Singapore, back here on the desk here to wrap things up, as Dakun Gaming are the kings of Wild Rift and your Horizon Cup champions. One more time here, TJ. Let's just put this into context for everyone. The squad that came from Dakun Gaming, that came from the Spark Invitational, and what they accomplished today.
Yeah, I mean, one thing hasn't changed. We're talking about their evolution through this tournament, but if you ask the teams that have been playing in the region, Dakun Gaming has been the team to beat for a very long time. They're a community team, they're an organization that's outside of the WPL League, and they qualified through the Spark Invitational as a open qualifier team. So to see them be able to carry forward the performance that made them so terrifying in those scrims I was hearing rumors of months and months ago, and be able to stay active with the meta, be able to evolve with the game, and yes, with the threats they're facing from teams like ThunderTalk in this grand final, that's what makes them worthy of winning this title.
Well, with the win, it's time for our Oppo Player of the Series, and surprise, surprise, not Hueba, but DKG's support Emo with engage after engage here, Riku.
Yeah, he has been incredibly consistent. No matter what champion he uses, Alistar, the Rakan, has been feared by many in the Horizon Cup. And then at the very final game, he pulls up the Garen. He was able to soak a lot of damage. He was able to zone at the right time, is able to get a lot out of ThunderTalk in these crucial team fights. And again, he's just been incredibly consistent. The way he have team fights to create space for Hueba, to create space for Yo, to create space for Win to deal damage in the backline is just so felt. His presence has been amazing in every single game.
That's a 80% kill participation in this series. He's so good at getting out of lane early, and because this is a team that plays through their team coordination, it doesn't matter that they're not super farming their AD carry. Emo is spending his time where it's most valuable on the map, creating opportunities for his team to win team fights, and that's been the key to Dakun's victory, their team play.
Here's one final look at the road to Dakun Gaming's championship. They are your Horizon Cup champions. Now to close things out, final thought from each one of you. Riku, you go first.
It's been a wild ride here at the Horizon Cup. It's a complete honor to be a part of a historic moment for Wild Rift Esports, and I cannot wait for the future and what's to come.
DJ.
I think we've seen the best that China has to offer, and as somebody who's been around mobile esports for a while, we always had the question, what happens if the best teams in China actually get to play internationally? Now we've found out, and the bar has been set. And if you're one of the regions that got knocked out perhaps a little earlier than they expected, I'm looking at you, Southeast Asia, Korea, and yes, North America and Europe as well. There's some learning to do in between now and the next major event.
International events are a beautiful thing, and I'm glad we got to do it here with the Horizon Cup. That does it here for us here at the Horizon Cup. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll send you off with the Axe highlights. Take care, everybody.
Playing on a knife's edge right now, but gets the kill.
No way.
Back up from Tetsuri, and now diving under turret. Tetsuri again, looking for that highlight reel montage. Give it to him. SBTC just getting destroyed on the objective, the triple.
Yeah, all you gotta do is play a clean game from here, and it should be easy.
Nice, Nami ultimate.
Choose this fight.
He just steals it.
Oh my God, Doe just says thank you for the leash, buddy. The damage knockup is in there. Look at the counter engage. Doe has them all locked up in this absolute zero. The hero's entrance right on top. But you know what? All you gotta do.
What?
Oh, that's a lot of damage from both lady carries. Luna's now free fighting up the front lane, but Isaac finally finds a moonfall that will connect onto multiple members. But Kai is here. He is the cleanup crew. This crocodile is huge. They have his back. They've got the cleanup crew right there. Doe!
Dominus popped.
Salem forces the ultimate. Luna getting locked up here. Glacial Fissure. Everyone is just piling down, and Luna is gone. But it's now up to him and Juan. He needs to be able to deal with it. No! That is it!
The
round's going to be James surely focused on. The Zenith Blade goes in. Oh, it's a messy one, that's for sure. Not lose the turret. Oh, no. He gets stunned and locked up. That's worked out well, but oh, no, they immediately did get the double drop down there. Tatsori's going to try and turn it around. Good Fist goes down. The knockup's there, and now this is going to be DKG turning it back in their favor. They are caught 4-man in a cataclysm, but they've got to get the damage down. It's now or never for Team Secret.
He dodged the first hook, he's going in, he finds the ulti, splashes in, a literal 1v3, they almost got the kill. Oh, they try and go for the steal, let's go, oh my god! They stole the Herald! The ThunderTalk are fighting, it's a 4v5, Fabi's getting in there, he proto belts in, he's assassinating the jungler! See, he's diving in, it's 1v4, into stasis he goes, there we go, Rattel's in trouble, Fabi, you maniac! Finds two, there's the SO ulti, they pull them back through, it's picture perfect, out of roster, but Chris can't find it, gets the kick instead, kicks Luna into the team and he's dead. Chris has found the play that might save them here. Azua's cutting it out of sea, flashes out as well, Dawning Shadow, picks up the Olaf, there's no dead. Goes over to Chris, but a lot of damage, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, but it's Chris with the execute for first blood. But he just flashes out there, says, I don't want any of that. Z comes in with a massive Moonfall with a double man knockup. Yule comes across, has to flash, but he has so much damage available. Wave-out with the stun, looking to take down his inhibitor as well. The minion wave running dry, Fabi doing the best he can to block out the creeps. With 35 seconds left on the death timers, DKG have it all. They have the Nexus, the teleport to close it out. Azure going to go down, no, he's going to go to DKG and the champions on the Horizon Cup.